There's only so much one man can do. Yeah, she does actually. She played the other day. And she's sitting there and struggling. And I thought to myself, it wasn't. Now,
It's unprecedented.
Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, mate. Are there any constituent statements by honourable members? I call the member for Macon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today I honour a great South Australian, a loving family man, a tireless charity identity, an idolised mentor, an exceptional role model and a legendary Australian rules footballer. I speak of the late Russell Ebert, who passed away on the 5th of November after his battle with acute myeloid leukaemia, and he was farewelled by over 4,000 people at a state funeral service held last week on the grounds of his old stomping ground, the Port Adelaide Football Club. Russell's football career was extraordinary. His highlights include 392 games with Port Adelaide, including 3 premiership games, 25 with North Melbourne. He represented South Australia 29 times, 3 times as captain, the only ever winner of 4 Magarey medals, 6 times Port Adelaide's best and fairest, the first winner of the Jack Oatey medal and inducted into the Australian Football Hall of Fame in 1996. One of only 4 South Australian footballers to have his statue at Adelaide Oval, and finally inducted into South Australia's Sporting Hall of Fame. When his playing days ended, Russell went on to coach Port Adelaide, Woodville and the South Australian state team. In 2003, his son Brett won the Magarey medal, uniquely making Russell and Brett the only father and son duo I know to do so. Football was not only the focus of Russell's public life. He immersed himself in the work of several charities, particularly supporting young people. I came to personally know Russell when, as Mayor of Salisbury, we jointly spoke at drug awareness forums at high schools in the Salisbury area. It became very clear from the many beautiful tributes at his farewell service and in the media that Russell lived by the standards that he mentored and guided others. He reached out, made time and lent a hand to anyone in need. But he never lost sight of his own family, to whom he was devoted to and for whom his passing will be felt the most. To his wife Deanne, to his children Tammy, Ben and Brett, and to all of his other family members, I offer my personal condolences and respect for Russell. In a very fitting public gesture, Russell's South Australian Sporting Hall of Fame award was presented to him shortly before his passing by his on-field adversary but off-field close friend and also a legendary South Australian footballer, Barry Robran, with whom Russell is so often compared with. I do not believe that we will see the likes of Russell Ebert again, but for those who came to know him and who had the opportunity to watch him play football, Russell Ebert will not be forgotten.
The member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Though only in Year 9, Riverside High School student Erin Cool has been perfecting the craft of poetry for a number of years, after first attempting to write a novel. I lowered my sights but not my ambitions, and I'm currently developing my craft. I enjoy experimenting with new styles, themes and genres, Erin said. Poetry is a way for me to express and develop my opinions, emotions and ideas in a clear yet challenging way. I enjoy writing about current events, history, mythology, nature and duality, yet I'm still figuring out how to write about myself. After joining Right Here Launceston, Erin was fortunate to meet and be mentored by established and renowned poets Yvonne Glewis and Joy Elizabeth, and Erin has been offered a place at the 2022 Tasmanian Poetry Festival. The following poem, The Year the Sirens Sang, is an original poem and is a reflection on the year 2020. It was shortlisted for the Liffey Youth Poetry Prize as part of the 10 Days on the Island Festival in 2020, and it's my honour to read it here today. The Year the Sirens Sang. When the keeper rises to meet the new year, the dawn is yet to break. But the waves, they never stopped. They lurk around the island, around the hulls of boats, hide swathes of snares, spears of stone, ridges of reef. And then, as icy wind picks up, those waves rise to meet the blooming clouds, hurtling through the driving sleet. And so the keeper rises. His duty is to seaborne souls caught in this storm. His duty is to guide us day in and day out, to sound horn in fog and shine light by night. He shepherds us toward the shore, steers us to the truth in this tumult of terror. Those red stripes on white, that sweeping beam of light, that is what we turn to as the storm begins to rage. But as thunder begins to roar, there comes yawns from scarlet lips, a flex of glinting talons, then a preening of feathers and voice, and a woman's shriek from feathered breast. This is the year they woke and took to the skies. This is the year they drew breath as one. This is the year of lie after lie, laced with melodic malice. This is the year the sirens sang. At the sound of the choir, the sailors turn, bemused, for suddenly the thunder sounds like a foghorn and the lightning looks like lantern shine. In the year the sirens sang. While some shut out the silky screams, some abandon the wheel, blind with panic. Some fear the truth or ignore it all, and then there are those who revel in the dark. Black wings bloom from their backs and they take to the skies, up above the wrecks of both rowboats and cruise ships, and the storm, in approval, thunders and pours in the year the sirens sang.
Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Today I want to raise the issue that's worrying many people in my electorate, and that is the Morrison's government's plan to put pensioners on a cashless debit card. Now, I can hear protests from the other side saying this is a Labor scare campaign. We don't want to put pensioners on the card. Labor's making it all up. Well, I would like to say that I do not believe that Labor is making this all up, and there is evidence to prove it, because we are not making it up. They do have a plan to force pensioners onto a cashless debit card. There is evidence. Labor will fight the cashless welfare card for pensioners. Labor will scrap the cashless welfare card. Labor will not let pensioners have 80% of their money put on a card so the government can say how they can spend it. This is not an ordinary bank debit card. It's a privatised cashless card that can be only used in shops that the government approves. You may even have to use a special payment method, a special cash register, if you like, for this card. As we know, this card is already being used in communities across Queensland, in South Australia, in WA and the Northern Territory, and I've met with people using this card. And it was supposed to help communities, but this card has largely and terribly failed these communities. It's cost a fortune, $80 million it's up to now. And there have been incredible stuff-ups, people's rent not going through, and it has lined the pockets of the government's mates, Indue. And it's forced pensioners onto this card saying, we don't trust you with your money. That's what the government's really saying to people with this card. We don't trust you to spend your money the way you want. How humiliating, how degrading. Let me tell you, most pensioners I know where every cent goes because they have to. When you're paying between $2 and $5 for an iceberg lettuce, let me tell you, pensioners know. They study the specials guide at the supermarket because they make every cent go all the way. And all for what? This card won't help them one bit, just like this government hasn't helped pensioners one little bit. And the vast majority of pensioners, they've served this country, they've paid their taxes, and now they're being told how to spend their money. It isn't good enough. If the government was really worried about these communities, it'd improve their health by boosting Medicare. It would create jobs, it would create education and business opportunities, it would create apprenticeships, it would get to the root causes of the problems. But no, the answer is just control people and their spending.
Thank the member for Patterson and call the member for Wentworth.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I wanted to inform the House about a young man by the name of Ned Whelan who lives in my electorate of Wentworth and was a student at Waverley College, and 2 weeks ago, on a Saturday, he undertook an extraordinary feat of swimming 62 laps across the breadth of Bondi Beach. Now, Ned first rose to fame in 2017 when he became the youngest Australian male to swim the English Channel at the ripe old age of 16, and in doing so he raised over $30,000 for the mental health charity Are You OK? Ned had to wait until he was 16 years and 10 days old to complete that swim in the English Channel because the rules at the time, and they're still in effect, don't let you participate if you're under 16. Well, 4 years later, Ned is still hard at it, and every year he sets himself a challenge to do a big swim to raise money and raise awareness for this important issue of mental health and for Are You OK? And this year, because of the challenges of COVID and not being able to travel, he decided to stay local and swim at his own beach. So he set up a course from Ben Buckler at the north end of Bondi to the Boot, and as a straight line distance from that part of North Bondi to South Bondi, it's about an 800-metre lap. And the previous record for this was 60 laps. Well, Ned managed 62 laps, which is almost 48 kilometres. That's like swimming the English Channel and back again halfway. It took him around 10 hours, and in doing so, he yet again raised money and raised awareness for the important mental health charity Are You OK? Ned lost one of his swimming mentors when he was young, and that memory has stuck with him, and it's made it important to him as a cause to keep highlighting the issues of mental health and what we all need to do to help address them. What Ned said before he set out for the swim was, swimming is really good for your mental health. Probably not good for your mental health when you're going for bloody 20 hours, but if I can get people down there and get them swimming, you see with the older generation, as well as the little ones, the ocean is such therapy for people. You let your thoughts flow and you lose yourself in there. Well, Ned is setting us all a great example. An active member of North Bondi Surf Club, a local within my electorate of Wentworth, and someone who, in his short space of life, only 20 years old, has done a huge amount to raise awareness and raise funds for a cause that's close to all of our hearts in here. Thank you, Ned, and well done.
Thank you, member for Wentworth, and call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, Harold Ferber, an important and respected Aboriginal leader, passed away peacefully surrounded by his family on the afternoon of Friday, the 5th of November, in the palliative care unit at the Alice Springs Hospital. He had been in the intensive care unit all week following complications stemming from long-term problems with his heart. Harold's funeral service was held in Alice Springs last Friday. Harold was the son of Emily Ferber, who's deceased, father of Melanie Marin, Patricia Marin and Declan Ferber-Gillick, brother to Margaret Ferber, Tris Keisler and Tony Arundel. Harold's numerous family and kinship connections, of which he was most proud, stretched far and wide throughout Alice Springs, across Central Australia, the Northern Territory and beyond. He was considered an uncle, grandfather and father to many. He was widely known and respected as a deeply principled community organiser and intercultural leader. He was a proud Arrernte man and a member of the stolen generations who determinedly found his way back to his family and homelands in Central Australia and committed the better part of his life to the pursuit of justice, collaboration, truth-telling and self-determination, social, economic and political development of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples at grassroots, local, state, national and a global level. His contributions to community organisations were numerous and widespread. He worked for many years to establish and or contribute to the development of organisations such as the Central Land Council, where I worked with Harold many years ago. He was for a time their Deputy Director. Central Australian Aboriginal Congress, Yipperingya School, Northern Territory Stolen Generations Corporation and the Australian Labor Party, where he was twice a candidate for the Centralian seats in the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly. In 1990, the division of Satadine, it was then named, and in 2001 in the division of MacDonald, now known as Namatjira. Harold also travelled internationally to learn from and work with First Nations representatives and community leaders, including in Canada, the Philippines, the United States and Aotearoa. His final passion and greatest pride was his determination and tenacious leadership in the establishment of the Desert Knowledge Precinct, an intercultural knowledge and sharing initiative south of the Heavy Tree Gap in Alice Springs. Harold held the position of intercultural elder in residence of the precinct, and he continued to work there to provide advice and consultancy right up to his passing. He was a well-known Aussie Rules footballer, representing Pioneers, North Adelaide, Buffaloes Football Club in Darwin. He played in several premiership seasons. He was a really very good sportsman. Stolen from his family and homelands as a small boy in 1957, Harold found his way back to his own country and remained there as a tireless fighter for his people and contributed to many causes and organisations in Darwin and Central Australia. Taken too soon, he will be deeply missed. Harold's legacy lives in the memory and in the hearts and minds of family and friends. Mr Deputy Speaker, may Harold rest in peace.
Thank the member for Lingiara and call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about a special young lady in the electorate of Ryan. Emma McDonald is a Year 5 student at Brookfield State School who dedicates her time each year to collecting donations for the Salvation Army food drive. It was my great pleasure to meet Emma last year when she was nominated by her teachers to receive one of my local Young Community Leader Awards. This award recognises our talented young leaders of the future, those who are making an important contribution to our wider community. The award is given to students who have shown an ongoing commitment to positive change and supporting those around us. No time more important than during the COVID-19 pandemic, when Emma saw the extra stress it was putting on people and families who are finding it hard to make ends meet. She promoted the Salvation Army food drive within the Brookfield State School community and managed to collect an incredible 1,000 items to donate to local families. Now, the Salvation Army provides an incredible service to people doing it tough throughout the year, including during the Christmas period. Last Christmas, the Salvation Army provided around 64,000 hampers, as well as 26,000 gifts to individuals and families in need. Now, earlier this year, Emma reached out to me to see how if we could brainstorm a way for her to reach her brand new goal of having over 2,000 items to donate. So she's planning to double her efforts, her incredible efforts of the previous year. To reach her target, Emma and her very supportive mum, Nicola, letterbox drop flyers, putting signs up around the community and contacting our local newspaper to advertise her food drive. She's had some fantastic local businesses who have got on with supporting her and providing a drop-off location for her donations. So I would really encourage all members of the Ryan community who are interested in getting involved to be involved, to donate things such as non-perishable food items, toiletries, gift vouchers and cleaning products. Next time you're down at the local Coles or Woolworths and you're picking up your own groceries, get a couple of extra things, a few non-perishables that you can donate. If you need any further information or ideas, please get in touch with my office. But once you've got your donation ready to go, you can drop it off at the Pullenvale IGA, Brookfield State School, Brookfield Produce Store, Moggle Village Post Office, or under the Christmas tree in the reception of my own office in Taringa. Every donation counts. And if we pull together as a community, we can help this incredible young lady, Emma, reach her goal of having over 2,000 bits of non-perishable food and other items that we can donate to help make local families Christmas special when they're doing it tough. I really want to congratulate Emma again on her outstanding efforts on behalf of our community.
Thank the member for Ryan and call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, over the last couple of years, we've all been working from home, we've been learning from home. And to be able to do this, we need decent, reliable, good internet. But for too many of my constituents, decent, reliable, good internet is still a dream. In recent weeks, my office has been working with residents from several neighbouring homes on the urban edge of Eltham who've experienced significant issues with their NBN service for months. These properties currently only receive fibre to the node service. And residents have spent countless hours on the phone, sending emails, waiting for technicians to turn up and try and resolve the problem, only to be left with band-aid fixes that mean they have to do the whole thing all over again. And I know this isn't a unique experience in any way, but it just should not be the case. One of these residents works in the health sector and they've had to contend with constant internet dropouts, and this has affected their ability to manage and access their workplace's IT systems and to be able to review patient test results and management plans. In the middle of a pandemic, this is what is happening to healthcare workers in my community. Another reports woeful service with repeated outages and slow speeds. They've had to turn off notifications about the service dropping out because it just happens so often. And like with many of these cases that come to my office, NBN Co and service providers just end up in a finger-pointing exercise. No one's actually fixing the problem, and my constituents are left frustrated because they just want a decent internet service that works properly. So I am hearing loud and clear from people in Jagga Jagga that we need a better NBN so that we have the access and reliable service that we should have in a developed country and when we are relying on using this technology from our homes. And that is why I am so excited by last week's announcement of Labor's NBN plan from Anthony Albanese and from Michelle Rowland. It's a critically important one for my community. And the plan will enable full fibre access to 1.5 million homes that are currently in the fibre to the node footprint. Households in this footprint who want an NBN speed greater than what the copper wire can deliver will be able to choose to have fibre connected to their premises at no cost under Labor's plan. Nearly 7 in 8 premises in the fibre to the node footprint will have full fibre access by 2025. Labor's plan will keep the NBN in public ownership so that prices remain affordable and that improvements to the network can be made and continue to be made. It's a plan that's focused on delivering greater access and opportunity to people who know they need and want a better service to do all those daily things that we do from our homes. Well, the Minister for Communications suggested just last week that Labor's plan was more wasteful government spending. But this isn't a waste. Fixing our NBN is an essential service. It is a fix that Labor will make. It is one that this government can't achieve.
Thank the member for Jagga Jagga and call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. It was my pleasure to attend the opening last Friday of the Laurel Avenue Community Garden in Linden Park in my electorate. Before I talk a little bit about that project, I just want to pay tribute to the Stronger Communities program, which gives us the opportunity to provide support to so many worthwhile community organisations in our electorate. And since my brief time as a Member of Parliament, I think there's been 3 or 4 rounds of this program, another one coming up, and I start by shouting out to all the community organisations in my electorate that this round that's just closed recently will be another opportunity for us to invest in our local community groups and achieve the kind of outcomes that I was able to see firsthand at the opening on Friday. Luckily for me, unluckily for them, their initial planned grand opening of the community garden had to be postponed, and that was lucky for me because unfortunately I was in home isolation for 2 weeks, having returned from the last sittings of Parliament. That meant that on Friday I could be there to see the excellent work and the outcome of that hard work, what's been achieved at the community garden. We were able to be supportive through the Burnside Rotary, who put in an application to Strong Communities to get federal funding to support some infrastructure to go on the site, and I'm proud of that, but of course in no way do I suggest that that was the difference between this project going ahead and not, because it's the local community in the area that have come together, identified the opportunity and have put so much of their own volunteer hours into transforming that site. It's a suburban block of land that once had a home on it that's now been redeveloped by the community with the support of the local Burnside Council. Many of us would have these community gardens in our electorates, but they do so many worthwhile community things, including bringing people together, obviously allowing them to grow vegetables and other produce for their homes, and also doing it together in that community environment. And it's great to see people that work together on these things. Someone goes away on holiday for a few weeks and there's always someone else in the team there ready to back and support them and look after their lettuce and carrots and whatever they might be growing while they're away. And I indeed planted some carrots, which probably died within half an hour of me putting them into the soil, given my history when it comes to growing fruit and vegetable at home. But nonetheless, I was thrilled to be there because it was great to see people coming together in an initiative like this. I've got 5 community gardens in my electorate. They're nicely dispersed geographically, so there's most people now have somewhere close to their home the opportunity to communally grow produce, eat more healthily because they're eating what they grow, but they're also coming together as a community to work together and support each other. And so I hope to keep supporting groups like the Laurel Avenue Community Garden well into the future.
Thank you, Member for Sturt. Call the member for Kingston Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. Our community says no to the Eastern Suburbs incinerator. We say no to plans to build a towering vent stack just 130 metres from people's homes in Matraville. and we say no to an incinerator operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, discharging air pollutants across Sydney's eastern suburbs. The New South Wales Liberal government recently released their Energy from Waste Infrastructure Plan, and this plan aims to ban waste incinerators in the Sydney Basin. But it does allow the New South Wales government to grant exemptions to replace certain fuels to power industrial and manufacturing processes on site. And any proposal by one of Sydney's biggest waste disposable companies to burn their rubbish at Matraville is seeking such an exemption. Any exemption will allow consideration of the proposal by Opal and Suez and for the construction of a huge incinerator right next door to residential housing and to schools. In 2019, Suez teamed up with Opal Paper, formerly Aurora, on Botany Road and lodged a proposal with the New South Wales Department of Planning, Industry and Environment to build their incinerator. Their plan is to burn at least 165,000 tonnes of waste a year at the Matraville paper mill, trucked in from Western Sydney tips to create energy to power their mill. The proposal is classified as state significant, meaning it's been taken out of the hands of Randwick City Council and will be determined by the New South Wales State Government. The Liberal government must not allow an exemption to the ban on incinerators in the Sydney Basin. In releasing the infrastructure plan in September, the government highlighted the need to provide certainty for communities and industries. And the plan makes clear where new thermal waste to energy facilities can and cannot proceed. And the plan makes clear that a key principle should be adhering to the precautionary principle where there is a greater risk of harm to human health due to the proximity to high population areas and in areas where there are regular exceedances to air quality standards from existing sources. Matraville and the nearby Botany Bay area are already among the most polluted areas of Australia's capital cities, according to data from the National Pollution Inventory. Now, the former New South Wales Energy Minister, now the Treasurer, Matt Keane, was right when he said that any concerns of local communities should be respected and that incinerators should, quote, be kept away from high-density residential areas, end quote. I completely agree with the Treasurer, and that is why his government must not grant an exemption to Opal and Suez for them to allow them to make an application, to have the development application assessed by the New South Wales government. Our community has had enough of the pollution in the area. They must say no to the eastern suburbs.
Member for Kingston Smith and call the Chief Government.
Oh, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And last week we celebrated National Agriculture Day. This is a day where we celebrate our world-class biosecurity systems and the world-class agriculture that our country produces. The theme of this year's National Agriculture Day was Ag Ventures, encouraging Australians to consider career opportunities in the agricultural industry. And this year I had the privilege of joining Calvary Christian College, AgForce and AgForce Young Producers Council for their National Agricultural Day event at Calvary Christian College. The agricultural program at Calvary has been an integral part to the learning experience of the college since opening their campus at Carbrook in my electorate. The students are offered several agricultural pathways, both as curricular and co-curricular offerings. These range from childcare farm visits in the early years, Junior Ag Club, known as JAG, and class visits in the junior years, as well as opportunities for show team involvement. The middle and senior school also have the opportunity to participate in paddock to plate and agricultural science. Having a farm on site at the college allows them to bring the learning to life, offering a full interactive practical experience for their students. The passions that we see by the students for the agricultural industry is part of why AgForce established their School to Industry Partnership program. They've successfully been the stream between Queensland's primary producing agribusinesses and schools. The SIP program has not only been successful, but is also considered the benchmark now for school-to-industry engagement. The AgForce School-to-Industry Partnership program delivers a range of events and programs throughout the year for primary students, secondary students and teachers. And these programs educate students about the origins of their food and fibre, engaging them with a wealth of primary production and agricultural sector knowledge, and raise the profile of careers in agribusiness and increase the awareness in the variety of career paths on offer. Their events include Ag Connect, and this event provides the schools with opportunities to engage with the industry through relevant industry partnerships and presentations. AgForce has also established its own Young Producers Council, an energetic, forward-thinking, commercially minded group of 18 to 40-year-olds who are passionate about the industry in Queensland, and the Council's goal is to raise awareness within AgForce of what matters to young producers. My electorate, Mr Deputy Speaker, has a rich agricultural history, and alongside Calvary Christian College, two other local schools, Beenleigh State High School and Logan Lee State High School, have outstanding agricultural programs. I commend everybody for the work that they do.
I thank the Chief Government Whip. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. The Clerk.
Private Members' Business, Order of the Day number 1, International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian People, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Fowler.
Question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak in recognition of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian People, and I want to thank the member for Fowler for bringing this motion to the House and for his important advocacy on this issue, but for his long-standing advocacy on all other human rights issues as well, and I thank him. This day, Deputy Speaker, of solidarity with the Palestinian people is important because it not only affirms the principles of justice and international law, but it also serves to hold a mirror to the world and to the institutions of the United Nations. It is a day which holds member states to account on progress towards their commitments to the inalienable rights of the Palestinians, including their right to self-determination and a future built on peace, dignity, justice and security. Deputy Speaker, earlier this year I noted that the international community must not absolve itself of the responsibility it has to ratify its own resolutions. This year alone, we've seen this reality tested and come out short on all the benchmarks of humanitarian and international law. Instead of implementing resolutions that form the basis of a future built on the principles we serve to uphold, we instead continue to see the Palestinians suffer the indignities and violence of occupation and conflict. I also said, Deputy Speaker, then that Australia has a long history of engagement in multilateral institutions as a middle power with a pragmatic problem-solving ethos that gives priority to our diplomatic engagements. What framework do countries such as ours have to speak of, if not the resolutions of the United Nations and the principles of international law? When it comes to the question of Palestine, and indeed to all our international obligations, we can't simply refer to charters and principles without any enforcement during times of deceptive calm, while doing away with them in their entirety during times of heated attacks. The irony is that doing so doesn't just absolve us of responsibility, it has the unintended consequences of denying us the ability to hold others to account in the international arena, not just on this question, Deputy Speaker, but on issues within our own regional sphere. And I emphasise this because we're not here today to memorialise. The member for Fowler's motion stands to affirm an issue that not only remains alive and impactful, but in fact has a major impact on a significant number of matters affecting our world today. Action means ending the crippling military occupation, the world's longest in modern history, and addressing matters that the United Nations identifies as critical, namely Jerusalem, refugees, borders, settlements, security and water. This Day of Solidarity reaffirms the saying that where there is no justice, there is no peace to be found and ultimately no security for all sides. It's not just solely an international issue, Deputy Speaker. Its context finds itself here, which, as this motion recognises, is very important to many across the Australian community, including in my own community. And today I want to reference Hisham, my constituent, who spoke to me about his late father, Hayel, who was also my constituent and a member of our local Palestinian community. And I want to quote Hisham. "My father was born in Safad, in the north of what was once Palestine. Very early on, he became a refugee, forced to live stateless. My grandmother carried my father and his brother in her arms to the point of exhaustion as they made their way across the border into neighbouring Lebanon, forced to split from my grandfather along the way. What was meant to be temporary refuge became permanent exile. All the while, Safad became inaccessible to him, my father. Jerusalem became inaccessible to him, my father. The waters and land of what was once home became foreign. And my father, like the hundreds of thousands of others who shared his fate, were forced to live as stateless refugees without peace and security and without a place to call home. Hisham goes on to say, and I quote, "That's how this tragedy continues, because everything stems from a lack of resolution brought about by a lack of resolve. At what point does the international community say, let's live up to our own values? At what point does the world recognise that charters, resolutions and laws are there to be actually implemented?" These words, Deputy Speaker, are poignant because with each aspect of the conflict that needs to be addressed, there remains an internationally recognised and agreed upon mechanism for which to refer to, and these are the resolutions of the United Nations itself. Today, Deputy Speaker, not only affirms our solidarity with the Palestinian people, it is a day which serves to reaffirm our commitment to international law.
I thank the member for Cornwall. The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I speak today in support of the motion from the member of Fowler in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Mr Deputy Speaker, until a number of years ago, I was blissfully unaware of the intricacies of what was going on in that part of the world. I would see the news reports that were coming through about issues at Gaza and the West Bank and not really be taking much notice. But after spending 8 days on the West Bank, you cannot unsee what you see. And what I saw during those 8 days were a people who are under military rule, who are suppressed, who have no rights, and in some ways where it's espoused that they do have rights, they don't have rights. And the Palestinian Authority that has control over the major cities in the West Bank are really the Israeli army can come and go as it pleases under whatever circumstances that they wish. Now, you know, the debate in this place sometimes becomes, are you for or against it? And if you're for Palestine, somehow you're supposed to be anti-Semitic. But I'd like to think, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been around long enough so that people know that I'm not a radical on any event. But when I see an injustice, it needs to be called out. And I ask people, you know, how would you manage, you know, if you had a business that relied on water supply, like a brewery, but for days on end the water supply gets cut off because it's not under your control. The electricity supply can be cut off for days on end because it's not under your control. And you could go away for a weekend and come back and find someone has moved into your home, and when you call the police, they arrest you, not the people that are in your home. I saw that with my own eyes in Hebron, where the centre of the town had been overtaken illegally by settlers. I saw settlements and the image of maybe some temporary buildings on top of a hill in the West Bank does not describe the settlements. The 620,000 Israelis living illegally in the West Bank. And these are cities. These are cities with shopping centres and swimming pools and movie theatres and a substantial solid homes. These are permanent settlements. And the access to these settlements only built on roads that Israeli citizens can use and not Palestinians. How would you like to live in a land where your access is cut off not only by roads that you're allowed to use, but at times of the year where military activities mean certain parts of your country are no-go zones? How would you like to be a farmer and to know that all the lowlands in the Jericho Valley, the highly productive lands, have been taken from your control and you've to eke out a living on a bare, bony ridge? The policy of the Australian people and our government is looking to a two-state solution. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we're beyond that. I think we have a level of apartheid with a suppressed people and the West Bank has been cut up to such an extent, I don't know how that would work. And I think, as the member for Caldwell says, I think it's going to require a lot of effort from the world to actually come up with a solution that's relevant to now. One of the most tragic things I saw was interviewing university students in Bethlehem, and realistically the limit of their future was very bleak. And as the member for Caldwell did, I'd like to recognise one of my constituents, actually the Mayor of Coonamble in Western New South Wales, Al Caranow. Al's family were from Jaffa, and in 1948 were moved out, and initially to Lebanon, and then from the four corners of the globe. He has relatives living all over the globe. There's still one of his family members that carries the key to the house in Jaffa around their neck as a permanent reminder of what they've lost. Al turned up in Coonamble with basically the clothes on his back, built a successful business, and became the mayor, and is driving that community with the same passion as Palestinians are all over the globe. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the Palestinian people. The globe needs to act. World leaders need to act.
I thank the member for Parkes. Question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the motion moved by the member for Fowler, and I'd like to acknowledge his ongoing advocacy for the Palestinian people. The motion, of course, is in recognition of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people on the 29th of November. Deputy Speaker, Israel has a right to exist, and Israelis should be afforded the right to live in peace without any fear of attack from either beyond their borders or within. But Palestinians should also have these same rights to live in peace. The establishment of Israel resulted in more than 700,000 Palestinians being forcibly removed from their homes and lands to become internally displaced or refugees in neighbouring countries. In 1967, 300,000 more Palestinians became refugees, some for the second time. To this day, they and their families live under the UN Refugee Charter and resolutions and have the right to return to their homes. Many of these refugees are in the West Bank and Gaza, are stateless in neighbouring countries, or are spread throughout the world. Palestinians make up 21% of the global refugee population. In the West Bank, Palestinian families and communities have lived under Israeli military occupation for over 50 years. All aspects of their lives are controlled by Israel. Movement is restricted, building permits denied, access to land and water and trade with other countries severely limited. People living in the West Bank should have the right to live in their own homes without a looming threat of being forcibly removed. Gazans should have the right to live without the fear that a bomb will level the building they occupy, and that they should not be subject to a blockade that should be allowed to come and go from the Strip whenever they like. Palestinians should have the right to live in a state of their own. Deputy Speaker, too often these rights are violated. The violence we saw earlier this year claimed the lives of over 200 Palestinians, including at least 65 children. The world watched as the fighting unfolded, and what we saw was absolutely unthinkable. We also saw the lives of 12 Israelis, including 2 children, lost, and this must also be condemned in the strongest of terms. We saw the bombing of a building housing the very little media that exists in the Strip, crippling the world's access to on-the-ground reporting. We saw the anger of an oppressed people, the heartbreak of children who had lost their parents and of parents who had lost their children. Today, Palestinians are in a terrifying position. Under the Oslo Agreements of 1993, Israel is in control of almost all of the water resources of the region. 80% of the water goes to Israel, only 20% to Palestinians. Palestine is forced to buy back this water, of which up to a third is lost to leakage. As a result, the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza have water consumption levels far below the World Health Organization recommended level. And this is what happens when a group of people aren't afforded the basic human right of self-determination. One example of the oppression faced by Palestinians is the story of jailed World Vision Gaza Program Manager Mohammed El Halabi. In 2016, Mr El Halabi was arrested while crossing the border between Israel and Gaza he was accused of redirecting more than $50 million in aid money to Hamas and other militant groups, was interrogated for 50 days and has spent the past 5 years in jail. That is despite investigations by the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs, independent auditors and World Vision finding no evidence of wrongdoing. In fact, World Vision says its entire Gaza budget during the time frame was being half the alleged money that was taken. Mr El-Halabi still has not faced trial. His legal defence has been restricted and he has attended more than 150 court appearances. No substantial evidence to support the allegations against him have been produced in this time. Mr El-Halabi is so respected that in 2014 he was named a humanitarian hero by the United Nations. He was offered a plea deal but has refused, maintaining his innocence, and so he continues to languish behind bars. And how has Australia reacted to this and many other injustices? Tim Costello, former CEO of World Vision Australia, says the Australian government has responded by cutting our aid through the World Bank to Palestine, halving our commitment through UN bodies, and has just axed an NGO partnership program supporting farmers throughout Palestine. Further, he says that Australia's silence makes us complicit. It falls like countries to Australia to engage with a process that will peacefully create a Palestinian state while ensuring the security for a Jewish homeland. I call on the government to ensure that Australia is using our voice to constructively support peace and security.
The motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to support the member for Fowler and the previous speakers, which I incur. They're all spot on, and anyone who's been to that part of the world, Palestine and Israel, knows exactly what they're talking about. The 29th of November is the UN Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. You know, we shouldn't have this day. They should have equal rights, and that's nothing asking too much. I've never met a Palestinian who doesn't want to be on equal terms. The days of conflict between Israel and Palestine have disappeared, and now all we're seeking is peace in that land. They should have their basic rights returned to them. They haven't got any rights, or very little rights at the moment. Their rights to safety and self-determination is not existing. And to live under apartheid rule, I've seen that firsthand. We're at a mosque in Hebron, and there was a line going into the mosque, Israelis on one side of the line and Palestinians on the other side. If that's not apartheid, I'd like to know what apartheid is. All they seek is fairness and equality and democratic rights for all parties who live in that one stretch of land. When I went to Palestine, I've seen this firsthand, the injustices to the Palestinian people on a day-to-day basis. It was evident everywhere I went, and anyone who ever goes to Palestine will know this. A guy once said to me, a Palestinian said, Ken, you might think you might know a little bit about our problems over here, but he said, until you live it day to day, you do not know or do not understand. You're only getting a slight insight into what's going on. Take the Jordan River. It's running dry. The Dead Sea. It's a good name for it, actually, because it's getting deader and deader. As the Palestinians lose water out of the Jordan River to Israeli farmers, the salt content in that Dead Sea is increasing, and the level of the Dead Sea is dropping. There once was resorts around the top of the Dead Sea where you had water views. Now the water views are some 200 metres away from those resorts. That's how much the Dead Sea is shrinking. Water is a big issue for the Palestinians. They don't know when they got it, from one day to the next. And those black tanks on top of the roofs, you can always tell a Palestinian house when they've got black tanks, because they are Palestinian tanks, and they are only allowed to pump water into those tanks on a certain day of the week or the month, depending how much the Israelis want to give them. So these are the real things about what happens in Palestine. I call for to the end of Israeli occupation of Palestine territories. It's called the theft of the land. And as the member for Park said, You can be in your house one day, next day you get told you're leaving. Please remove yourself from the house, because tomorrow the bulldozers will come in and it's gone. Where do you go? Who knows? There's Israelis coming back from all parts of the world and they need houses. This is the issue. This is why you get the new settlements controlled by the Israelis at the expense of the Palestinians. They keep on expanding. The West Bank was for Palestinians under the 1948 agreement. Now it's a hotspot of Palestinians and Israelis living in walled cities, big high concrete walls that have been erected around these new territories, that if a Palestinian happens to be working in a location inside those walls, he now has to get permission to go inside that wall to work, where his families have worked for hundreds of years. There's still people refugees in camps since 1948. These people have got no future. Gaza Strip, that should be abolished and let the people free to move outside those borders. I went to a university in Palestine, in Hebron, and they said the numbers are down because the Gaza people cannot move out of Gaza, come back into their universities. So it's a crying shame what's happening over there, and we should do everything as Australia and everything with the United Nations to get rid of these inaccuracies that are affecting people.
I thank the member for Flynn. The question is a motion be agreed. Do you want to call the member for Scullin?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For the last 18 months, our world has seemed much smaller. The pandemic and its restrictions on movement has meant our focus has been close to home. And so it's been very easy to overlook events and issues beyond our borders. Too easy. But with November 29 fast approaching, I thank my friend, the member for Fowler, for putting forward this motion, which acknowledges the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people and their inalienable rights. I acknowledge also the previous speakers in the debate, the member for Flynn, who spoke so movingly about his lived experience and his concerns, the member for Parkes, who made a very powerful contribution that I found very affecting, as well as those of my colleagues, the member for Canberra and my neighbour and friend, the member for Cornwall, who has been such a long-standing advocate for justice in this space. That we are having this debate matters to me. That we are demonstrating this sense of solidarity matters to me, and it matters to the people I represent in this place, Palestinian Australians and many others in Melbourne's northern suburbs from a very diverse range of backgrounds who want to see peace, justice and an enduring two-state solution, who too often despair at the lack of progress towards this and the terrible human cost that has been borne through these long-standing failures. Costs felt here in Australia, as well as much more obviously in Palestine. One of the reasons I was so keen to speak to this motion was to acknowledge the force of contributions made to me by constituents earlier this year when I was able to hold street corner meetings and street stalls in May, when terrible images filled our TV screens, attesting to the deaths of 200 Palestinians and 12 Israelis. All these deaths which we mourn. People who urged me then not to look away, people who sought reassurance that Australia would take on a constructive leadership role, to stand up for human rights wherever they are threatened and to stand up for international law. Labor has, of course, long supported an enduring and just two-state solution to this conflict, reflecting the aspirations of the Palestinian people to live in peace and security within their own state, and the right of Israel to live in peace within secure borders internationally recognised and agreed between the parties. I'm proud that Labor's platform supports the recognition and right of Israel and Palestine to exist as two states with secure, recognised borders, and in government to progress towards self-determination and recognition. This is as it should be. The member for Fowler set out in his contribution very articulately concerns that I share for human rights, including access to the basic necessities of life, and in relation to the many obstacles which have stood in the way of the peace process, including settlement building and the blockade. And of course, the desperate and irresponsible politicking by the Morrison government around the unilateral recognition of West Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, putting Australia out of step with the international community and at risk of undermining the prospect of a durable solution. It's easy to look away from so far away as we are, but we can't, because everyone deserves the prospect of a future built on peace, dignity, justice and security. And that this today, as we stand here, seems so remote for the Palestinian people, doesn't mean it can be ignored. We all need to work harder to support an enduring solution, to put in place whatever tangible steps we can to advance a peaceful future for the people of Palestine and the people of Israel. In doing so, to call out any actions by any party which undermine the journey to such peace. To speak up in this place, in our communities and internationally in support of human rights and in accordance with international law. To recognise, as the member for Cornwall did, that Australia has a proud record as a middle power for being an effective presence in support of a world governed in accordance with law, not in accordance with the dictates of power. That's a call that should be recognised. Deputy Speaker, as we lead up to November 29th, I want to put on the record my solidarity, my hopes and my determination to do what I can in this place to stand up for those enduring values of human rights and to see those rights and a peaceful future extended to all of those in need of it.
I thank the member for Scullin and call the member for Bowman. You're on mute, Andrew.
I should have acknowledged this piecemeal approach that we've seen now, not just for years but decades, and the economic and security challenges in the occupied Palestinian territories really look like being perpetuated, particularly recent events. And I just want to summarise the work of the relevant UN report, but also to make fairly obvious that many of us have already travelled to this part of the world, and we deeply thank our hosts for making that possible. But we all have to be very cautious that we don't develop a political view on this complex part of the world based on whoever funded our last delegation to the region, and acknowledge that unravelling this is highly complicated and it goes back well over 70 years. But the point that I wanted to make pretty clearly is that, short-term fixes aren't going to be the answer. Picking out isolated anecdotes and fixating on them as representing some form of, horrific injustice is not going to help fix the problem. And that additional crises led by COVID and the respective parties failing to work together and not focusing on the economic elements of this tragedy, which are the means to which we can one day have a political solution. But if we keep putting the politics of all of this first at the expense of economic opportunity, that's where we see the suffering. And the UNSCO is right to point out the economic and fiscal situation this month as being dire. And their report says we've got to take this head on. Every day, every hour of every day that I was in that country, I was reminded of a famous quote, which is, stay for a day in Palestine, you can write a novel. Stay for a year and you can barely fill a page. And the reality is that the longer you stay there, the more you appreciate the complexity. We've had years of economic stagnation in the West Bank, and that's been seen further collapse during COVID. And obviously the situation of Gaza Strip is a multi-decade decline and not something that can be turned around overnight, particularly due to high unemployment and the status of women in that country. So it's increasingly difficult for the Palestinian Authority to either deliver on its mandate, let alone cover its minimum expenditures or make any form of critical investment in the economy. And that's what is our clear and present challenge right now, not to devalue, diminish or ignore the political challenges. But both parties are responsible for the economic elements, not just of water supply, not just of the work of the PA, but to make sure that we are constantly focused on vocational training and getting more graduates and addressing unemployment and having small micro opportunities become possible in the Palestinian run areas. And long-standing shortage of public funds is a concern, but we can't continue to expect the international community 70 years on to be primarily responsible for this when neighbouring Islamic economies need to be playing not just an increased role, but almost the complete role in supporting the Palestinian territories, both in finding a diplomatic solution, but driving the economic possibilities for this generation right now. There's no need for the international community to be running schools and childcare centres. It's patronising. And the Palestinian Authority, despite its lack of funds, needs to be making sure that this is done with international bilateral partnerships where local countries with a stake in the reality on the ground are pulling their weight and not relying on this becoming a persistent global effort. It does not need to be that. Now, Israel as well, can do far more, releasing these clearance revenues, which they're unilaterally equating as, the amount paid by Palestinians to its prisoners and their families, or the families of those that are killed or injured during attacks. This is a severe crisis, and we don't want unilateral action either, and we need to be working on an integrated response. And I think calling for that this year and this month in a report, and it went on, obviously, we've now had released the last couple of days a chair's summary of the meeting, the ad hoc liaison committee that met in Oslo, and that was the 17th of November, and it was virtually supported, but all met at that high level. And they're trying to promote some form of cooperation between the parties, but with an economic focus. We're identifying the next step as an IMF report, because the destabilisation we're seeing at the moment, and the high friction that's been created in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, breakdowns and ceasefires, all of that are ultimately spawned from a political obsession in the absence of any economic development. And both parties need to be focusing on that, or having a second track that explicitly looks at economic development of the community, overcoming structural constraints for sustainable development of these Palestinian territories. Against that backdrop, I'm calling for both parties to continue that renewed focus and support the next step as we try and get economic development in the Palestinian state.
I thank the member for Bowman. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and a resumption of the debate be made on order day for the next day of sitting. The clock. Well, just adjourn. Suspend until the next speakers arrive. And so, chamber stands suspended.
The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, road safety program, motion in the name of the member for Ford.
The member for Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and apologies for my tardiness. I move the motion in relation to the road safety program in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper.
And I give the call to member for Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's with great pleasure I rise to speak on this motion, talking about the road safety program that this government has rolled out, and recognises the importance of this rollout on the improving of road safety treatments across rural and regional roads, greater protection for vulnerable road users such as cyclists and pedestrians in urban areas. And when we look at the funding envelope for this of some $3 billion over 3 years from 2021, it's not just about talking about the importance of road safety, but we're actually putting in place the necessary dollars behind it to deliver it. And importantly, we also are putting in place a requirement for the state governments to get on with the job of delivering these safety projects as well. This commitment is part of our $110 billion 10-year infrastructure pipeline, and across my electorate of Ford has been very, very well received. As we look at these infrastructure projects, particularly on roads like Beaudesert Beanley Road and Beanley-Redland Bay Road in my electorate of Ford. The importance of road safety can never be understated. And I know with both of those roads over the years there have been many very serious and accidents which have cost lives, but importantly also permanently damaged people's lives where they mightn't have died but they have lifelong injuries and they need to recover from those. We saw only recently, not on one of these roads, but on one of the smaller side roads, a very sad accident in difficult conditions where a family has lost their mother, and she was a very well-respected member of our community at one of our local schools, Julia May, and the impact that has had on the school and the broader community. So we can see each and every day, Madam Deputy Speaker, the importance of road safety. And I would say quite safely that anyone in this House would agree with the importance of that. These two particular roads in my electorate of Ford are seeing investments in the order of approximately $30 million between them. And in addition, Oxenford-Tamborine Road is getting an upgrade at Howards Creek, lifting the bridge, changing the profile of the corner on what's an increasingly busy road. It will reduce the flooding impact on that road, but more importantly, it would also increase the safety. Also through some of the heavy vehicle safety improvements in the Yatala Enterprise area, seeing upgrades to Darlington Road, to Computer Road, which is part of a growing industrial area, and the importance of getting in freight in and out safely, but also the importance of people being able to get to work safely. So we see these projects together with our big infrastructure projects that we're completing at Exit 41, Exit 49, the M1 upgrades from the Logan motorway all the way through to the Gateway, the upgrades to the Mount Lindesay Highway, a $75 million investment jointly funded by the Commonwealth and state governments. Across the electorate of Ford, these road safety programs are making a real, tangible difference to people's lives. And across the country, we are seeing these upgrades equally make a difference, whether it includes shoulder sealing, audio tactile line marking, improvements to shoulders for cyclists to use those roads, wider centre line treatments that keep cars physically and trucks physically more separated on the road, improvements to our road barriers, so rather than just the Armco railing with the railing at the top, having a panel underneath so that if motorcyclists have an accident they're not sliding underneath the Armco railing and getting more severely injured. All of these might appear small things, but they make a big difference in the event of an accident. Also, we're seeing in many parts the removal of vegetation along the side of the road that is in dangerous places, and in a number of areas along these roads we've seen additional Armco safety barriers put in place. Making our roads is a critical component to reducing deaths and serious injuries, and I commend the government for the work that it's doing.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member. The question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is such an important motion. Road safety, so important for many. And this Sunday was World Road Victims Remembrance Day, a shocking reminder that each year 1.2 to 1.3 million people lose their lives to traffic accidents globally. In Australia, road trauma stubbornly persists as a leading cause of death for people aged 1 to 14, despite various efforts from government and community groups to shift the dial. As we come to an end of the parliamentary sitting calendar, we are also approaching holiday season. And with international travel opportunities still limited, our roads are likely to be busier than ever, with people taking their holidays domestically and enjoying long-awaited trips. It means that we all need to be especially careful when it comes to road safety. And while vast improvements have been made to the safety of our roads through investments in upgrades and changes to speed limits, especially around schools, we need to be mindful of where school children go and play when they are not in school, when they're on holidays. In my electorate of Warringah, 2 of my constituents have launched an organisation that targets precisely that issue, Little Blue Dinosaur. The Little Blue Dinosaur Foundation was launched following the tragic death of their 4-year-old son Tom in a pedestrian road accident on the Central Coast in 2014. The message, "Slow down, kids around," is an essential one that must be heard on every street, city and town. It's especially important in holiday time to remember where kids are likely to be playing. The campaign, led by Little Blue Dinosaur, Holiday Time, is an important initiative, and it's great to see that over 63 local government areas, including the Northern Beaches Council in my electorate, have signed up to the initiative. The signs are bright and colourful to encourage conversations with children about road safety. There's also media and educational campaigns along with the signage. We need to be hyper-vigilant, especially with children 10 years and under. Little Blue Dinosaur have found that cognitive development is still growing, and when you call them to stop, their reflexes aren't there to stop immediately. They were recently awarded a grant to collaborate with the University of New South Wales to analyse data on road accidents and develop a pilot program to be rolled out across 7 local government areas. More needs to be done to promote safety on our roads. Between January 2014 and July 2021, 430 young people were killed in road trauma incidences. I encourage all councils, especially those in holiday destinations, to sign up to the Holiday Time initiative and promote the brightly coloured signs alerting drivers to the presence of children near beaches, parks and campgrounds. I would also like to highlight the important work to improve active transport and pedestrian safety around schools in Warringah. Nearly $3 million has been spent on upgrading pedestrian safety and active transport links around schools in Northern Beaches Council area alone. It's great to see the completion of work around McKellar Girls High School, and I look forward to seeing the improvements around the future site of Forest High School, Harbord Public and St John's the Baptist Primary, Curl North Public School and Manly Selective High School. It's a huge benefit to our community, making roads and transport safer for pedestrians and cyclists. It's key to building a greater sense of community and encouraging active lifestyles. To promote active travel and public transport as both health and environmental benefits due to increased physical activity. The Centre for Urban Research has found the number of Australian children walking or cycling to school has halved over the past 40 years, with less than a third now regularly walking or cycling to school. So we need to improve road safety, build walkable neighbourhoods, increase investment in cycling infrastructure and education, and coordinate active transport and public transport provisions to turn this around. I thank the member for Ford for bringing forward this important and timely motion. All Australians, I urge, especially now as we come out of many months of lockdown, as you travel around the country this holiday season, please be mindful of who you are sharing the roads with. Think about walking or riding a bike rather than driving. Look out for children and remember Tom's words, look out, kids around. Road safety is something that we need to keep working on, and I thank the member for Ford for bringing this motion. There are many aspects to road safety, whether it's in regional areas or whether it's in urban areas, but all need to have the attention of government and need more development. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Morrison government is continuing to deliver safer and better roads and infrastructure across Australia. Nation-building, extensive infrastructure projects have been a constant of Liberal Nationals governments over the last 8 years and a hallmark of our vision of a connected Australia that really works. This has continued in the past 2 budgets through the global COVID-19 pandemic, creating more jobs, both boosting aggregate demand and locking in our economic recovery. In the most recent budget, an additional $1.1 billion has been committed to continue road safety upgrades through the Road Safety Program in 2022 to 23, bringing the fund to a total of $3 billion. This increased more than $500 million in funding for my home state of Victoria to be provided on the use it or lose it basis and directly tied to the outcome of improving road safety. Across the country, this significant program is applying life-saving road treatments where they are needed most. The first tranche of works under the program underway now is upgrading more than 6,000 kilometres of roads around the nation. That's nearly the distance between Melbourne and Hong Kong, where I am from, and is expected to support more than 13,000 jobs. Works include shadow sealing and audio tactile line marking, central line treatments, and barriers to protect against roadside hazards on high-risk state highways and arterial roads. Madam Deputy Speaker, any death or serious injury from a road crash is one too many. The road safety program is just one part of this picture, delivering life-saving road safety treatments on rural and regional roads and providing better protections for vulnerable road users. But our government is also supporting local councils across the country to deliver safer local roads and better local infrastructure through other important initiatives like the Roads to Recovery program, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program, and the Black Spot program. In my electorate of Chisholm, this funding has resulted in many wins, major wins for local communities. For example, in Blackburn, the Morrison government has provided $1.5 million in funding to replace the Main Street Bridge. In Box Hill, we have provided financial backing so that council can carry out important safety improvements on the Station Street and Harold Street intersection. In Glenmavery, we are fixing the Kingsway Railway Parade North Black Spot, and we are funding major pedestrian safety improvements on Kingsway as well. And in Mount Waverley, we are addressing the concerns of locals on Lawrence Road, funding important safety upgrades to reduce local traffic speed. This will result in a safer neighbourhood for locals and local families, and a reduction in traffic noise, significantly improving residents' quality of life. There are many more projects going on, but it's all about making Chisholm community, as well as communities across the country, safer and better places to live. And it's all part of the Morrison government's record $110 billion 10-year infrastructure pipeline to support locals and secure jobs, drive growth, and help rebuild Australia's economy from the COVID-19 pandemic. So I have no doubt that these investments will help to secure Australia's world-leading economic recovery and set us on the course for growth and prosperity for years to come.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on road safety, and I do so as someone who represents an electorate whose roads are deadly. The Bells Line of Road and the Great Western Highway present challenges for residents and visitors alike, partly because of the heavy truck and vehicle usage they have as they take people to and from the Central West. In the space of a few days, our region recently saw the loss of 3 lives on our roads, and our hearts have gone out to the families of all 3. One was a gentleman in his 70s killed at Mount Tomah in a truck accident as he was heading out to visit family as lockdown lifted. The others were young women going to or from work. Gemma Thompson, a science teacher, was travelling from her Blaxland home to the school she taught at, Bede Paulding, in South Windsor. It was an accident involving a truck. The truck driver has been charged with dangerous driving. I didn't know Gemma, but my son did, and one of my staff, so I've learned a little about her. Her principal, Mark Compton, echoed the devastation of the school community and described her as a generous, vibrant and dynamic young woman. My son got to know Gemma and her fiancé Max through a flatmate, and apparently Gemma, when she visited, couldn't work out how a Bede Paulding breadboard had ended up in a house in the inner west. My son filled her in on the fact that Bede Paulding breadboards are highly prized in our family, and Gemma was always amused when she saw that as she visited. Her loss, just before her wedding, is why we can never stop trying to make our roads and the people on them safer. Another loss was Mackenzie Blake, who was just 21. Mackenzie was walking home from work at Macca's in Blaxland when she was hit by a truck driven by a disqualified driver. He too has been charged with dangerous driving and several other charges. Mackenzie was Blue Mountains born, and I knew her as Jordan's much-loved little sister at the soccer matches he and my son played. They lived around the corner, and their mum Tracy and I would hang out on the sidelines. She, Jordan and older brother Rowan, who both went on to join the Defence Force, are devastated at her loss. Tracy says Mackenzie had her heart set on working with animals, which she loved. And she wants her to be remembered for the impact that she made on people during her short life. She was known by everyone to be kind and caring, and her loss is really felt. On the day of her funeral, I joined Peter Fraser, who established the Sarah Group to champion road safety after the death of his daughter, Sarah, killed by a truck driver nearly 10 years ago. We stood on the side of the Great Western Highway to pay tribute to Mackenzie, along with Mayor Mark Greenhill and Councillor Brendan Christie, with many dozens of others, wearing yellow or bearing yellow flowers. Peter Fraser has worked tirelessly since Sarah's death to make sure roads are built the way they should be, and every government has a responsibility to support and fund that. He also says that driver behaviour needs more focus. He wants to see road fatalities talked about not as statistics but as people, which is what I've tried to do today. I want them to be remembered. Peter feels the best way to honour those who've been killed is to stand in solidarity, put yellow ribbons on vehicles and in workplaces, get people to be road safety champions and get people to tell their stories. As he says, everyone has the right to get home safely to their loved ones every single day. Deputy Speaker, and when it comes to building infrastructure so that it does save lives, we actually have an opportunity to do that in Medlow Bath in the Blue Mountains. The plan for the proposed tunnel underneath Blackheath has drivers suddenly emerging above ground to travel through the hamlet of Medlow Bath. Now, it's beyond me why the federal and state governments refuse to consider the community's calls for the tunnel to be extended. If they were serious about protecting lives, this is a place where staying underground could really make a difference. On long weekends, particularly in cooler months, when the traffic is high, accidents, too often resulting in a tragic loss of life, are reported really regularly on this stretch. Here's where the federal government could put its words into action and support the Medlow Bath community and all those who travel through it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Any death from a road crash is one too many. We have seen too many families left shattered and devastated by the death of a loved one as a result of a road accident. We also cannot forget those who are suffering from long-term and life-changing injuries because of a road crash that should not have happened. Road crashes destroy lives. Every one of us, each level of government, every Australian plays a vital role in ensuring the safety of people on our roads. That is why the establishment of the Morrison Government's Road Safety Program will be a vital step towards ensuring the safety of all Australians who use our roads, and I'm proud to be part of a government who are committed to protecting those on Australia's roads by increasing our investment in infrastructure and effective monitoring of interventions. The Morrison Government is making greater protection possible for rural and regional roads and for vulnerable road users like cyclists and pedestrians in urban areas in leaps and bounds because of the Road Safety Program, which is also expected to support around 13,500 jobs. Our country is a better place thanks to these sorts of essential government programs. Millions of Australians use our roads every day, going to and from work, home to their family, or going to the beach for a day out on the weekends. We have truck drivers who are delivering necessary supplies from state to state, police patrolling our roads to keep the community safe, paramedics heading out in the ambulance to help sick patients, essential workers going about their daily commute, business owners opening their businesses for the day, Australian Defence Force personnel using the roads to go to and from training exercises, cyclists going for a ride on their bikes, and pedestrians walking across the road for a cup of coffee or to get to work. They all deserve to be able to navigate around our roads and go about their day safely so that they can go home to their family safe and sound every day. In this budget, an additional $1 billion has been committed to continue road safety upgrades through the Road Safety Program in 2022-23, bringing the fund to a total of $3 billion, which means $783 million for the state of Queensland, where my electorate is based. I have long been fighting for upgraded infrastructure and safer roads for my electorate of Longman because I know that the community will greatly benefit from some of that Road Safety Program funding, especially Bribie Island Road, which is used by many people every day and is currently undergoing upgrades. I would like to see more funding for the electorate of Longman for the life-saving road treatments where they are needed most, which includes shoulder sealing and audio tactile line marking, centre line treatments and barriers to protect against roadside hazards on high-risk state highways and arterial roads. In addition to the Road Safety Program, the government's record $110 billion 10-year infrastructure pipeline will support and secure jobs, drive growth and help rebuild Australia's economy from the COVID-19 pandemic. These investments form part of the Australian Government's Economic Recovery Plan and will secure Australia's world-leading economic recovery by delivering nation-building infrastructure projects, water security to inland Australia, meeting our national freight challenge and getting Australians home sooner and safer. I'm glad to see that the Road Safety Program's funding is provided on a use it or lose it basis and is directly tied to the outcome of improving road safety, requiring states and territories to use their funding within each 6-month tranche in order to receive their full allocation of funding for the next tranche, unless exceptional circumstances exist. I believe that this will prevent long delays when it comes to getting on with building road infrastructure and ensure that road maintenance is carried out in a more timely fashion. I know that many people in Longman were left disappointed and dismayed by the amount of time it took to get started on the Bribie Island Road upgrade, which quite frankly wasn't acceptable. Same as the overpass at Narangba and Deception Bay, which again was delayed by a couple of years. The first tranche of works under the program, which is currently underway now, is upgrading more than 6,000 kilometres of road around the nation, and with our additional investment, this is a step in the right direction when it comes to protecting motorists and pedestrians who use our roads on a daily basis. And we can only go up from here when it comes to making our roads safe. We do all this to aspire to achieve our ultimate goal, to never lose another life on our roads again.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, infrastructure funding, motion in the name of the member for Lalor.
The member for Lalor.
I move the motion relating to infrastructure funding in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm moving this motion today because nowhere can the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government's neglect on infrastructure funding be seen more than in the area I represent, the federal seat of Lalor. For 8 long years, the people I represent have been ignored by members opposite, and our local infrastructure is struggling to keep up with population growth. But this is a story not confined to Lalor and is repeated nationwide for growth areas. I'm sure there will be many other examples to come from the speakers following me today, Deputy Speaker. In the last 12 months alone, the Morrison government has failed to deliver over $500 million in infrastructure funding. And over 8 long years of this government, its infrastructure broken promises now total an incredible $7.4 billion. These broken promises result in fewer road programs, fewer public transport options and longer commutes. In Wyndham, that is not just about time on the M1. It's also about time crossing our city for school, for childcare, for shopping, for sport, to visit family, to care for the elderly. Meanwhile, media reports tell us the Morrison government has been using taxpayer funds to shore up Liberal and National seats with projects that don't stack up, on need or indeed on value for money. Deputy Speaker, Wyndham, where the seat of Lalor is centred, is one of the fastest growing regions in Australia, the fastest growing region in Victoria. Wyndham's population has increased by 75,000 people since 2016 and is forecast to hit 300,000 at the end of this year. And while this population growth has been phenomenal to see, as someone who has lived in Werribee my entire life and watched it go from a country town in between Melbourne and Geelong to a large city in the outer suburbs, our local infrastructure is struggling to keep up with federal funding for local projects. From what I can find, the only major road or rail infrastructure project this government has funded that will benefit my community is a $150 million upgrade for the M80. And that was when Tony Abbott was Prime Minister. This stands in stark contrast to when Labor was last in office, when the Leader of the Opposition was Minister for Transport and Infrastructure, when over $4.1 billion was invested in major projects that benefited locals that I represent. It's because only Labor invests in the West. This is shown by the commitment to our local community from the Victorian Labor government, who are investing in better public transport options, removing level crossings and improving intersections. They invested $1.2 billion in improving local roads, and they're building the Westgate Bridge Tunnel, giving people from the West alternatives to the Westgate Bridge. As I previously explained, Wyndham's growth has been phenomenal, around 6% a year increase, year on year on year on year. And some forecasts suggest Wyndham will hit 500,000 residents in the next 20 years. 70% of this growth is happening in the suburbs of Tarneit, Truganina, Wyndham Vale and Werribee. We need to build the infrastructure now to support the new residents already living in Wyndham and those who will be joining us. And the best way to do this is for the federal government to fund the Wyndham West Link. There are currently 3 road river crossings in Wyndham. One, by the way, was closed last week due to flooding. They're all within 2 kilometres of one another. This project would provide a 4th vital crossing of the Werribee River, linking Armstrong Road in Wyndham Vale and Sayers Road in Tarneit. A trip between Tarneit and Wyndham Vale on Labor's regional rail link takes 7 minutes, but locals have reported to me the same car trip can take 45 minutes in peak hour and bring thousands of cars onto the Shores Road Bridge. The Wyndham West Link will also build an overpass over the railway at Ison Road, connecting the fast-growing Wyndham Vale, Manor Lakes and Werribee suburbs to the Princess Freeway. This will save locals living in these growth suburbs travelling into the heart of our city to gain access to the freeway. This project is vital. It will connect our growing suburbs and ease congestion in the heart of our city. I urge all locals who want their fair share from the Morrison government to head to my website and sign the petition. Just a few days old, it has had great uptake and social media posts have shown great support and discussion amongst locals. This project is vital. It's time for the Morrison government to get on board with it. It's time for the Morrison Liberal government to stop playing politics on infrastructure funding and deliver where it's needed, not where it's politically inconvenient.
The motion seconded.
I second the motion to reserve my rights.
I thank the member. So the question before the chair is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, when I first read this motion, I have to say, I had to read it a couple of times. I originally thought the member was referring to the Queensland Labor State Government because it describes them to an absolute T. We're very, very keen to stand on our record on delivering infrastructure on this side of the chamber, and we hope Labor will continue to take up the issue of infrastructure right up until the election, so that we can spend a lot of time explaining to Australians just how much this government has delivered in new infrastructure and nation-building projects over the term. Queenslanders see the stark contrast, particularly in my electorate of Ryan, between what this Morrison government, coalition government, is delivering in terms of projects on the ground, in terms of money into getting them home sooner and safer, and what the Queensland Labor government has failed to deliver over decades in the western suburbs of Brisbane. Since 2013-14, the coalition government has committed $175 billion in infrastructure funding across our nation. $175 billion. I mean, we know maths isn't the strong point of those Labor members opposite, but I am certain that they couldn't have missed an investment of that significance in our nation's infrastructure, creating jobs, getting people home to their families sooner and safer. In 2020-2021 financial year, the Australian government achieved over 95% of what was a historically ambitious infrastructure investment for our nation. And we did it at a time when we had incredible challenges relating to not only the natural environment of floods and bushfires, but also the COVID-19 pandemic. But there's nowhere where it's more stark in contrast than in the electorate of Ryan, and how this government is rolling out infrastructure versus how Labor, particularly at the state level, is holding it up, and it ends up falling to the federal government and other LNP administrations to do the heavy lifting. So in the electorate of Ryan, in the western suburbs of Brisbane, since the last election alone, I have secured for my community $230 million in infrastructure funding to upgrade local roads to get you home to your families sooner and safer. I know there is nothing more frustrating than sitting in traffic when you would much rather be home with your family, and it is the issue that is raised most constantly with me out in the community, is that people are keen to see the infrastructure problems that we have in the western suburbs tackled after decades of neglect by the state Labor government. And right across the electorate of Ryan, because of that $230 million commitment, we are seeing hoarding and fencing going up. We are seeing construction underway. The residents in the Gap are seeing the new Gresham Street Bridge being built with the upgraded traffic lights, a wider and safer pedestrian access and improved flood resilience. This is a connection that is used by over 2,850 vehicles a day and was put in the too hard basket for a long time. But again, it's federal funding that has allowed the LNP local council to kickstart this project. We've got our Black Spot program that is delivering important safety upgrades right around the electorate, but we've only just finished the Sir Fred Chanel Drive and Coleridge Street project in St Lucia, a project that I announced alongside the member for Riverina, which is now underway and almost complete. And then, of course, we've got the notorious Indooroopilly roundabout, well underway, with demolition having occurred on the car dealership on site, the asbestos having been removed, and the contract for significant construction works to commence early in the new year. We got through all the consultation of that. We got through all the community discussions. We got through awarding contracts and going out to tender, and we're now starting construction after we promised the funding at the last election in just a few short years, and despite COVID and despite everything else. And the common factor in all of that is funding from the Morrison coalition government, combined with the LNP-led Brisbane City Council, who are keen to take our money and put it into action to yield positive results for residents on the ground. And you contrast that with our other project that we've got in the area, which is the Kenmore roundabout, where at the same time we promised money for the Indooroopilly roundabout, we promised money for this, but it's in the hands of the state Labor government. It's been over 750 days since the Queensland State Government matched our funding, and they've done nothing. It's been 190 days since they finished the community consultation, and we've heard nothing. What we really need to deliver infrastructure in the western suburbs is for Labor to get on and get with the program.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Jellybrand.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Lawler for moving this important motion, and I'm proud to speak in support of it. In the last days of the 2019 federal election, a desperate Prime Minister announced that a re-elected Morrison government would invest in Melbourne's West through a city deal with the region. Now, nearly 1,000 days later, with the next federal election imminent, he still hasn't delivered. This Prime Minister has an announcement for every occasion, but he always goes missing when it comes time for delivering. He's the travelling salesman Prime Minister. He pops up, makes an announcement and then moves on. He's like the bloke you meet on the beach in Bali, offering to sell you a genuine Rolex and promising that he'll send the warranty in the mail. This Prime Minister isn't a PM for all Australians. He's only interested in Australians who have something to offer him. If you live in a Liberal electorate or in a marginal seat, this Prime Minister has billions of dollars of pork barrelling and rorts for you. But when it comes to the growth areas in electorates like mine in Melbourne's West, the Morrison government just doesn't care. They don't show up in the Prime Minister for Sydney's political priorities. The Andrews Labor government in Victoria is doing its bit to fund and deliver infrastructure for the people in Melbourne's West. I see it in my electorate every day. $1.5 billion for the biggest investment in health infrastructure in Victoria's history and the new Footscray Hospital. The multi-billion-dollar Westgate Tunnel project, new schools being built and level crossings being removed across the electorate. When Labor was in power last federally, we worked with the Victorian government to deliver new infrastructure for Melbourne's West. The Regional Rail Link project, a $4.7 billion project, and the $11 billion Melbourne Metro Rail Tunnel were transformative investments in the public transport infrastructure of Melbourne's West. But when the Morrison-Joyce government is refusing to work with the Victorian government to deliver the city deal that it promised Melbourne's West during the last federal election, media announcements from the Morrison government aren't worth the paper they are written on. My constituents can't use a media conference to get to work. They can't use a press release to get to school. They need real infrastructure. They need a PM who delivers, not just announces. And yet the Prime Minister asked my constituents who they trust to deliver for them. The Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments have abandoned Melbourne's West. Under this government, we've seen manufacturing jobs in my community decimated. We lost 2,500 manufacturing jobs when Toyota closed manufacturing after the Abbott government dared the car industry to leave Australia. We lost 1,500 jobs at the Williamstown shipyards, which closed under this government. Earlier this year, we lost over 300 jobs when the Altona refinery closed, despite this incompetent Minister Taylor saying that he would save refinery jobs in Australia. And in May, more than 150 jobs were lost at Qenos. Now, in spite of this, to underline how arrogant and out of touch this PM is, 2 weeks ago, he chose the Toyota Altona site for a desperate media announcement, attempting to distance himself from his own ridiculous scare campaign on electric vehicles during the 2019 election. Melbourne's West is sick of being taken for granted by this Prime Minister for Sydney. It won't forget how it was abandoned by this government during the pandemic, and it won't forget how it was abandoned by the policies of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments for 8 long years. 2021 was a lost year for my constituents because of this government's failures on vaccines and quarantine. The 8 long years of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government have been wasted years for Melbourne's West through the neglect of this government. The people of Melbourne's West deserve a government that's on their side. They need an Albanese Labor government to deliver roads and rail investment, not just announce it. They need an Albanese Labor government to secure jobs and a future made in Australia. Only Labor understands how vital it is to build a diverse economy and ensure that we generate secure, permanent, full-time jobs for Australians to make things here. Only Labor will provide a $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund to rebuild manufacturing capacity in Australia that has been lost over the last 8 years. Because Labor believes that the next decade should be the one where we make things at home here again, with Australian workers, Australian resources, Australian ingenuity. An Albanese Labor government will ensure that the transport infrastructure of the future will feature more Australian jobs in the supply chain. It will be an incredible opportunity to rejuvenate the manufacturing sector and the manufacturing jobs of Melbourne's West. We'll create a national rail manufacturing plan to identify and optimise the opportunities to build trains here. We'll train thousands of workers by ensuring that 1 in 10 workers on major government projects is an apprentice, trainee or cadet, skills for Australian workers of the next generation. And we'll ensure that the working families in Melbourne's West have a better life by making childcare cheaper, tackling wage growth and helping to close the gender pay gap. The next federal election can't come soon enough for my constituents.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to bust the myths of this motion and to speak on the infrastructure investment commitments our government has made and is making right across our country. Deputy Speaker, our government hears the needs of Australians and we respond. That is why during this year's budget we made it clear that we are building the infrastructure our country needs for the future with our 10-year, $110 billion investment pipeline for better roads, faster commutes, and most importantly, making sure Australians can get home sooner and safer. We've also invested a further $1 billion in road safety upgrades to save lives and a further $1 billion in local road infrastructure projects. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Bonner, our government is delivering for locals. In September, I went to see the upgrades to the M1 between Sports Drive and the Gateway Motorway thanks to the $110 billion investment pipeline. This is a 3.5-kilometre upgrade which is part of the broader $750 million 8-kilometre M1 8-mile Plains to Daisy Hill project. By alleviating congestion along critical sections of roads like this one, we're helping freight more and more between our cities and we're generating jobs across the country. And Deputy Speaker, I'm especially proud of my ongoing partnership with the Brisbane City Council and Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. Working together for our community, we have a strong track record of upgrading local roads and building a better Brisbane. Last month, the Lord Mayor and I visited some of the works currently underway. My electorate is home to Newnham Road and Wecker Road, which is rated as one of the 5th most dangerous intersections in Queensland by the RACQ. There is great urgency amongst the community to fix this problem area, and I was proud to secure $12 million in funding for this project, which will be delivered by the Brisbane City Council. It will involve the construction of new turning lanes, signalised pedestrian crossings, improved footpaths and the coordination of traffic lights. Deputy Speaker, our government is also contributing to the Brisbane Metro project with the Brisbane City Council. This is a major project and one that is strongly aligned with our plan to reduce emissions. We are contributing $300 million to this vital project with construction currently underway of a new depot facility at School Road in Rochdale in my electorate. The depot will provide storage for the new battery electric Brisbane Metro fleet, advanced charging infrastructure, maintenance and staff facilities. Brisbane Metro will have 4 stops in Bonner, and with transport being one of the major sources of carbon emissions, this project demonstrates the importance of working with all levels of government to reduce our footprint across the country. It is fantastic to see our government leading these initiatives and forging the way for a cleaner and greener public transport system. Deputy Speaker, the last time I spoke on the Lyndham Crossing in this House, I was pleased to share the long-awaited upgrades that were getting underway, and I've been fighting for this upgrade since 2017, when over 7,000 locals in Bonner signed my petition to fix the Lyndham Crossing. We were successful in 2019, with the federal government committing $85 million to this worthy project. Brisbane City Council have also come to the table with $40 million to fix the Lyndham Crossing. This month we commenced the first stages of the immediate safety upgrades to the crossing, thanks to $1 million from our federal funds. These works will include the installation of new and extended median islands, as well as new on-road line markings and resurfacing. And this weekend there are scheduled upgrades to the rail corridor. This first stage is critical to ensuring the crossing is safe for all our community, while more extensive planning can be undertaken for the long-term grade separation of Lyndham Crossing. We are monitoring this vital project and we're fixing Lyndham once and for all. And Deputy Speaker, what is more important than working alongside Brisbane City Council? Because we've also started construction on the Chelsea Road and Rickett Road intersection upgrade and the Wakeley Bikeway project in Ransom. I was very pleased to secure $6 million in funding for this vital project. Our government has also allocated $14 million towards fixing the notorious Rochdale roundabout, which will improve the intersection safety for all commuters and will cater for future traffic demands in this fast-growing suburb. Deputy Speaker, I've spoken of many projects today that are underway in Bonar, and with this funding delivered by the Morrison government to benefit our local roads and address the needs of commuters, our commitment to infrastructure funding could not be stronger.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Lawler for bringing forward this very important bill. The motion. The member has perfectly summarised what we all know all too well about this very tired Liberal government. They simply cannot be trusted to keep their promises. Over the past 8 years, Australians have been served a banquet of neglect from this government. Course after course of empty promises and empty pledges, leaving Australians hungry and disappointed. And this has most keenly been felt across infrastructure. The Liberal government, the self-proclaimed economic managers and trusted leaders of the nation's finances, have been stinging the Australian public to the tune of $7.4 billion over their term in office so far. And how do we know this? As revealed in September's final budget outcome, we now know that over the past 12 months alone, this government has underspent on its own infrastructure promises to the tune of $656 million, just in the past 12 months. In the 8 years of scandal-ridden, listless Liberal governments, through 6 iterations of leadership and backstabbing, Australians have missed out on $7.4 billion worth of promises. $7.4 billion that was guaranteed by this government, that Australians voted on, that has not been delivered. That's money that should have gone to electorates like mine, which are in dire need of infrastructure upgrades. It's more announcement, no delivery. That's the legacy of this Liberal government, particularly when it comes to Tasmania, where it has a history of over-promising and under-delivering on road infrastructure. The $25 million Urban Congestion Fund, promised in 2019, still untouched. So-called new funding for the Bass and Midlands Highway, announced this year, has been repackaged from previous years. Under 8 years of Liberal government, the Midland Highway project still is not finished, and what they have done is completely substandard, thanks to the Liberal government in Tasmania failing to manage the project. And the $461 million Bridgewater Bridge in my electorate, promised in 2018, still hasn't been built. That's part of the fantasy that is the Hobart City deal. Again, announced, not delivered. If this government actually cared about Tasmanian roads, they'd be offering support for Tasman Highway on the East Coast and to fix Arthur Highway, like Labor did at the last election. But they won't, and the reason is simple. The Liberal government does not care about infrastructure in Tasmania. They'll fudge the numbers, they'll rort and pork barrel and repackage old promises, but when push comes to shove, we know they are just not up to the job. They have failed, spectacularly failed, to deliver their promises. We can just go to the Bushfire Disaster Fund, a $4 billion fund that the Prime Minister announced nearly 2 years ago, not touched. We can go to the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, a $5 billion fund. Hardly any of that money's been touched at all. In fact, reports show $334,000 in separations and redundancies, and that 8 of the fund's 28 staff are paid more than $230,000. Plenty of money for the back end of the administration, but no money for infrastructure. Deputy Speaker, Australians deserve a government that is true to its word. Instead, we've got a PM who can't be trusted, who can't be believed, a PM who announces but doesn't deliver, who takes credit but never takes responsibility. We need a government that is committed to building back stronger, and we need a Prime Minister with the resolve and the passion to make it a reality. An Anthony Albanese Labor government will restore public faith in leadership and in politics by doing just that, delivering on Labor promises, like our Housing Future Fund to deliver 20,000 homes to those in need, like our Australian Skills Guarantee to ensure 1 in 10 workers on major government projects are cadets, apprentices or trainees, and our plan to rewire the nation and upgrade the Liberals' mangled NBN so Australians everywhere can access the internet. Labor's vision is for a future made in Australia, and infrastructure for all Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moncrief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Lalor for bringing this motion forward, because I love talking about what we've done to deliver for infrastructure across our great nation, and it is our government that has delivered critical infrastructure across urban and rural communities throughout Australia and continues to invest in the future of our country. And since 2013-14, we've committed a total of $175 billion in infrastructure, with over 700 projects delivered or under construction. And investment across our infrastructure pipeline has averaged over $8 billion a year since 2013-14. Significant investment in infrastructure across Australia. The government has spent over $12 billion on land transport infrastructure investment in the 2021 financial year alone. In 2021, the government achieved over 95% of this historic and ambitious infrastructure investment. Its Morrison government's delivered a $126.6 million funding boost for Stage 3 of the Gold Coast Light Rail, the project which is bringing the government's total investment for Stage 3 to $395.6 million, Madam Deputy Speaker, boosting local jobs, investment and transport connections across my electorate of Moncrief, 6 kilometres from Broadbeach to Burleigh. That is the federal government that is funding the majority of that project. 10 years ago, jumping on a tram at Griffith University, my own alma mater, on the Smith Street motorway and hopping off in the heart of surfers' paradise was simply a pipe dream. But today, the Morrison government has made it fact. It's made it happen, it's made the impossible possible, and it will benefit many generations to come, and those tourists who will soon be back on the Gold Coast. And I won't go into that argument here in the Federation Chamber this morning. I'll save that for later in the day. This is an extraordinary achievement. I want to stick to infrastructure, Madam Deputy Speaker, not the failings of the Queensland government. This is an extraordinary achievement during a year with a challenging delivery environment, including natural disasters such as floods and bushfires, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. This represents the biggest spend on land transport infrastructure investment in Australia's history, and is over $2 billion more than the previous high, set by the LNP, of course, in 2016-17 of $9.3 billion. Now, it's our government, the Morrison government, that continues to invest $110 billion over the next decade into the land transport infrastructure investment pipeline. Expenditure this year is forecast to be even higher, at more than $14 billion. These investments form part of the government's economic recovery plan and will secure Australia's world-leading economic recovery by delivering nation-building infrastructure projects, meeting our challenge of increased road usage on our highways and getting Australians home sooner and safer. And as the former Deputy Prime Minister used to say, instead of sitting in the traffic looking at the bumpers in front of you, you are home safely playing with your family after work, after they get home, kids get home from school, and you'll be there sooner and safer thanks to our government. I want to talk about the Coomera Connector Stage 1, which is the upgrade of the M1, which is appalling. The M1 at the moment that will be receiving $750 million in Australian government assistance, federal government assistance, to build that, to make sure that Gold Coasters indeed get home back to Moncrief sooner and safer. And it's currently in the planning and development phase. Activities have been approved and an enabling works contract was awarded just this month, November 2021. Now, the Morrison government is committed to delivering a future-driven infrastructure plan to cope with Australia's growing population, and nowhere is it growing more than on the Gold Coast. We've had 100,000 southerners move up to the Gold Coast, of course, for the beautiful weather and the beautiful water, beautiful sunshine, of course. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that interjection from those opposite. And they have moved up to Queensland for all of those reasons that I just outlined, and so we need to make sure that we deliver the infrastructure that we need for a growing city, and that's what the federal government has been focused on. Some other upgrades include the Bruce Highway Cooroy to Curra, Section D, which of course, as a Queensland MP, I'm excited that Queenslanders will reap the benefit of that. Also, Daisy Hill to Logan motorway. So to those who are driving from Brisbane to my electorate, to Moncrief, it's the federal government who are paying for that upgrade, just near IKEA there at Logan, to make sure that you get home sooner and safer. Thank you.
Thank the member for Moncrief. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's that time of year again, isn't it? Isn't it terrific? The last couple of weeks we've seen we're at that point in the cycle. The Prime Minister's out and about. He's got his little fluoro vests on. He gets the yellow one, the orange one, the little hard hat. Sometimes you even get treated to the silly goggles. And he pops up at building sites and construction sites. In fact, they don't actually have to be a construction site. You just need a bit of big, heavy machinery so it looks like you might be doing something. And he trots around the country and he's announcing things again. Photo ops, that's what he's chasing, and it's even, Deputy Speaker, caused a number of hashtags to trend on Twitter. Hashtag Scotty from marketing, hashtag Scotty from photo ops, and a few others that are not parliamentary, so we won't be mentioning them. But I'm mindful, Deputy Speaker, as always, of the standing orders, and I'm not allowed to call the Prime Minister a liar here in the Parliament. Sounds like flyer, Deputy Speaker, so I'll choose my words carefully.
Thank you.
It would be hard to pick the biggest untruth out of this government's promises. But if we're going for the medal, infrastructure may not win the gold medal, but it's certainly a medal contender. They're in their 9th year. Every year you get the same rubbish spin, budget after budget, full of untruths in their budgets about infrastructure. We get the big announcements every budget. We're going to spend $5 trillion, bazillion, gazillion, doduzillion dollars on infrastructure. It's going to be terrific. Then you get the questions in question time. Up they pop, National Party ministers, because really the Prime Minister sees infrastructure as a plaything for the National Party, announcing things. But when the cameras are away, when people aren't looking, what happens? Not much. After 8 years, in their 9th year, $7.4 billion of the infrastructure they've announced was not delivered on time. That means fewer roads, fewer public transport upgrades, longer commutes and productivity impacts that impact the real economy of the country, because the government announces stuff but they don't build it.
That's right.
Last financial year, $656 million underspend. But when caught out, the Prime Minister, he does two things. He denies it, he pretends it's not true. You just keep saying the same old stuff anyway. Never mind those pesky things called budget papers, where they publish the numbers and you can get them out and line them up and add up the calculator and work out what they've actually done. Never let the facts get in the way of the Prime Minister's spin. And he blames someone else. He famously blamed international students, remember? If you couldn't get a spot on the freeway or get a seat on the train, it wasn't because this government over there failed to invest in the infrastructure that Australians needed. It was somehow the international students. The same students that he told the universities to go and recruit after he cut $2.2 billion from their funding, but then apparently they did too many. The other thing he does is he always blames state governments. When caught out down in Frankston recently, well, why haven't you built the rail line you promised? He said, oh, it's the state government's fault. And it's like, but you promised it. No, it's the state government's fault. Only Labor state governments, of course. But Australians suffer the consequences and it has real economic impacts. But the only thing worse than their underspends and doing nothing is when they actually do things, because they see infrastructure as an opportunity to rort and pork barrel. Right. How good's infrastructure? Billions of dollars of taxpayer money we can shovel off to Liberal Party marginal seats. The Urban Congestion Fund, Deputy Speaker, $4.8 billion they announced 3 years ago. They've only spent $550 million, another mirage of an announcement, but goodness me, they've rorted it. 83% to Liberal Party seats or target seats. The Commuter Car Park Fund, 87% went to coalition seats or target seats. Not one of the 47 projects listed or recommended by the department. A project selection process which only involved canvassing Liberal MPs and candidates. Rort, rort, rort. I presume it's unparliamentary to snort like a pig to make the point about pork barrelling, so I won't do that either. 10 commuter car parks were not even attached to a train station. Such is their marginal seat pork barrelling brilliance. But nowhere suffers more than Victoria, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister hates Victoria. He never misses a chance to bag us. He took our vaccines in the pandemic, he abandoned our businesses, he discriminated against us, and now on infrastructure. Every capital city in Australia has a city deal except Victoria. Melbourne has no city deal. Every other capital city does. Before the last election, though, he was down in south-east Melbourne like a serial pest, promising, sucking up to people. Oh, you'll have a city deal. 2.5 years. What's happened? Nothing. Hasn't been seen since. That means 1.5 million to 2 million people in south-east Melbourne suffer longer commutes. Our employment centres are not getting the road upgrades they need. There's no planning for the future south-east Melbourne airport. Agricultural industry is not getting recycled water. This guy is a scammer.
I thank the member for Bruce. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Lalor for bringing this motion to the chamber. We are colleagues on the Standing Committee of Infrastructure, Transport and Cities, and I know we share a real interest in this area. The member would know from the hearings that she has attended with me that I have serious concerns about how infrastructure is funded and planned. We miss the opportunity to look long-term and provide certainty to industry and the community. And more regrettably, we allow speculators and camp followers to make away with millions of dollars in uplift that should, by rights, belong to the taxpayer who funded the infrastructure that gave them this uplift. There were many concerns that I had in 2010, and as I look to leave this place, these concerns unfortunately remain. So while I have concerns that we are not reaching our full potential and providing as much transformational infrastructure as we should, I can't agree entirely with the idea that infrastructure has been neglected. The numbers are pretty staggering. Since 2013-14, we have committed a total of $175 billion in infrastructure across our nation, with over 700 projects delivered or under construction. Investment across our infrastructure pipeline has averaged over $8 billion per year since 2013-14. The Australian government has spent over $12 billion on land transport infrastructure investment since in the 2020 and 2021 financial year. We are investing $110 billion over 10 years into the land transport infrastructure investment pipeline. Expenditure this year is forecast to be even higher at more than $14 billion. Together, these investments form part of the Australian government's economic recovery plan and will secure Australia's world-leading economic recovery by delivering nation-building infrastructure projects, meeting our national freight challenge and getting Australians home sooner and safer. Areas of growth need jobs to make them sustainable, and infrastructure provision is a great way to create these jobs, as well as improving the livability and viability of growth areas. The new and additional funding in the 2021-22 budget for projects and initiatives will support over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs over the life of these projects. This, in turn, builds on around 100,000 jobs supported through our existing pipeline of projects under construction. So it is clear that this government is investing in growth areas. Indeed, with an election coming up, the season for local infrastructure approaches. In Bennelong, we know all about the cost of unfulfilled election promises, as the proposed Epping to Parramatta train line, promised and apparently funded by Labor back in 2010, never saw the light of day. With the excellent Sydney Metro now flying through Epping Station, the opportunity missed by Labor a decade ago is an opportunity that now will be lost forever, unfortunately. But, if anything, this is an example of a larger problem, as are the issues that have led to the member for Lalor bringing this motion forward today. On the larger issue, both parties are equally culpable. A lack of vision exists. The attractiveness of big cash splash at every election contest belies the truth that infrastructure spending needs to last longer than 3 years and needs constant support between the excited peaks of election mania. Good infrastructure is planned to be created and expanded over many years and decades across parliaments and changes to government. It must be bipartisan, otherwise it will not survive. Unfortunately, the arguments about who has built what and who has not built what only demonstrates that infrastructure is primarily being used as a tool for campaigning by both sides, not as a tool for improving our suburbs and making our cities and regions more livable, let alone a national plan of settlement. When the Harbour Bridge was built, it wasn't quickly announced to make the best media release. The plans weren't rushed out to ensure that it could be used as part of an election. No, it was planned, tested and invested in soundly. And nearly 100 years on, we're still using it and benefiting from the way it has fundamentally shaped our city. This is what good infrastructure does. We currently have 3-year plans, but we need to have 50 and 100-year plans if we want to ensure we have infrastructure that will stand the test of time, not the test of the ballot box.
I thank the member for Bennelong, and there being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call on the clerk.
Private member's business notice number 3, motion relating to HIV.
I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to HIV in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper.
Is the motion...
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I proudly rise to move this motion to help destigmatise HIV/AIDS and raise awareness around the efforts Australia is making to end HIV transmission. Many people may be unaware that Australia is actually leading the way on ending HIV, not just locally, but internationally. As a result of our leadership, we were privileged to be asked to co-facilitate the 2021 United Nations General Assembly high-level meeting on HIV and AIDS in New York in June earlier this year. In fact, in 2019, we became one of only a handful of countries to achieve the 2020 HIV elimination targets set out by UNAIDS. The meeting welcomed the recent scientific evidence that sexual transmission of HIV between adult couples does not occur when the HIV-positive partner is on effective and sustained antiretroviral treatment. The report also noted that thanks to the increased access to antiretroviral therapy, more people are living longer with HIV. Decades of research and committed healthcare mean HIV/AIDS no longer is the death sentence it once was. Mr Deputy Speaker, as a young medical student, I remember the introduction of this scourge to the world and how frightening it was, not just for people in the community, but even for medical practitioners. We've come a long way since those early 80s, when this was very unknown as an epidemic. Mr Deputy Speaker, the UN high-level meeting coincided with a meeting of public health and political leaders in Australia, also in June this year, to discuss Agenda 2025, Ending HIV Transmission in Australia. This national strategy outlines the commitments needed to make Australia one of the first countries to eliminate HIV transmission. It's a fully costed plan which draws upon evidence-based research and is backed by top researchers, leaders and clinicians in Australia's community-led HIV response. With an additional investment and renewed policy settings, HIV transmission within Australia could be ended by as early as 2025. That's within the next term of the next government. Such an outcome provides much-needed hope and leadership that the world is on track to end AIDS by 2030. This is momentous, and we are so close. It's not an easy journey, but thanks to so many for their tremendous efforts, people like peer educators, healthcare professionals, researchers and scientists, all have worked tirelessly to improve the lives of people living with HIV. All are providing hope that AIDS elimination is just around the corner. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know that here in Australia, testing and treatment services combined with successful leadership from governments and civil society means that progression from HIV to AIDS is now relatively rare in Australia. But there is still more to do to end transmission. HIV transmission amongst First Nations, trans and gender diverse people and other emerging high-risk population groups does remain problematic. Gay and bisexual men continue to bear the burden of Australia's HIV epidemic, and ongoing health education among this population group remains a priority. Mr Deputy Speaker, my electorate of Higgins is vibrant and diverse, and it has a large, thriving LGBTIQ+ community. I'm proud of the work my community does to ensure stigma around HIV is diminished and access to medicines is widened. I'm proud to be a member of Liberal Pride. Higgins is also home to world-leading HIV/AIDS research at the Burnet Institute and Alfred Health, and great advocacy groups like Thorn Harbour Health. My community campaigned and is proud that the Commonwealth moved to list pre-exposure prophylaxis, commonly known as PrEP, on the PBS, making it affordable and therefore more accessible. Accessible for all, no matter what your means. Mr Deputy Speaker, as some of you are all too aware, COVID changed our lives in many ways. Australia's delayed health checkups and stopped taking vital medicines. This can be seen in delayed preventive health checks, even with PrEP. We know, unfortunately, that 42% of gay and bisexual men stopped taking PrEP during a short period of time early in the COVID crisis. We know this has been reversed, which is wonderful. But we need to remain vigilant. We want people to go out and make sure they take up their health care and their preventative health care. We all have a responsibility to educate others about HIV to remove the stigma, because when we work together, we can help end HIV transmission here in Australia and around the world. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Higgins. Is the motion seconded? I thank the member for Moncrieff. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call a member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased today to speak on this motion moved by the member for Higgins. It is vital that members in this place continue to talk about HIV until its transmission is ended in Australia and around the world. I've been lucky enough to work with the team from the Australian Federation of AIDS Organisations, or the AFAO, in looking at what can be done to reach this goal. Australia has a proud history of strong, bipartisan action on HIV. The HIV crisis was an horrific time for all of us in Australia, but of course most particularly for our gay and bisexual communities. I know as someone who nursed during this time just how bad it was. The confusion, the hysteria caused by the media, which fuelled terrible instances of homophobia and violence. I remember the isolation felt by so many of my patients during that time. The lack of understanding and fear by healthcare staff furthered that isolation. For far too many people with HIV, nursing and health staff were the only people in the room at the end of their lives. But then we saw the wonderful mobilisation of the LGBTIQ+ community. Community and political activists pulled together and demanded action. They demanded an end to the vilification and homophobia, and they worked with health professionals and governments to make change, to act on the epidemic in ways that were appropriate and effective, and it worked. Government came together with the community and took decisive action. There are wonderful stories of the bipartisanship shown at this time. Under the Hawke government, which was in power through the crisis, then Labor Health Minister Neil Blewett set up a bipartisan committee to ensure unity on the policy response to the crisis. Imagine that. During such an important time for Australia, on such a vital health issue which had divided much of the Australian community, there was political unity. This is a story all of us in this place can learn a lot from, and it should inspire the way we approach HIV policy into the future. Because while Australia has seen incredible success in its approaches to stemming HIV transmission, we aren't there yet. I spoke earlier of my work with the AFAO, or FAO. Their plan, Agenda 2025, which is mentioned in this motion, outlines steps that can be taken to eliminate transmission of HIV in Australia by 2025. I applaud them for this work. What their plan shows clearly is there's still work to be done. We know that here in Australia, gay and bisexual men remain the key population where HIV transmission is occurring. We are at the pointy end of the fight against HIV. That stubborn amount of transmission that requires that bit more innovation to get to it is our last bit of the puzzle. But at their core, the same answers we found during the crisis in the 80s will be the answers to ending HIV transmission in Australia once and for all. Access and information. Access to preventative measures, detection services and to effective treatments. and information on how transmission works and how to access prevention and treatment measures, information that is culturally appropriate and accessible to all. Over the last few decades, we have seen innovative prevention and treatment strategies come online. PrEP has changed the game on the transmission of HIV. And effective HIV treatments mean those who are diagnosed can go on to lead healthy, full lives, and many can reach the point of having undetectable levels of HIV. These medications and treatments are incredible. If we utilise the technology we have before us now and invest in the technology which is still coming online, we can end HIV transmission here and go on to ending it around the world. We just need to invest in informing people and giving them fair and equitable access. I look forward to continuing to work with AFAO on their plan and to hearing more about how we can reach this huge milestone. And I encourage everybody, especially those opposite, to learn from our past, from the incredible bipartisan efforts of the Hawke Labor government on this important issue, Deputy Speaker. There's no reason at all why we can't come together again, why we can't sit down as one in a true bipartisan nature and discuss this issue end to end to stop HIV transmission once and for all. My door is always open if you'd like to discuss it, and I know there wouldn't be a member on this side of the House that would close the door to such a process. Thank you.
I thank the member for Cooper, and I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd firstly like to thank the member for Higgins for bringing this motion before the chamber to be highlighted for those who are living with HIV/AIDS in Australia. Her proactive approach to represent her electorate, the broader community and the medical profession is evident through her output of work and her continued dedication to deliver better medical outcomes for all Australians as a government member. Australia continues to be a world leader in the elimination of HIV and in 2019 became one of only a handful of countries to achieve the 2020 HIV elimination targets set by UNAIDS. Overall, HIV transmissions continue their long-term trend to decrease in Australia, and in 2019, 90% of the 29,045 people suspected to be living with HIV in Australia had been tested and diagnosed with HIV. Of those diagnosed, 91% were on treatment, and of those on treatment, 97% had an undetectable viral load, which is great news for all Australians and for those who are suffering from this disease. The Australian government continues to work towards the important goal of eliminating HIV altogether in Australia and supporting international efforts to do just that. And in my own electorate, Deputy Speaker, researchers at the Menzies Health Institute in Queensland, located within the Griffith University Southport campus in my electorate, my alma mater, have developed a novel anti-HIV protein that suppressed HIV levels in the bone marrow, spleen and brain of mice and prevented the virus from replicating in those areas. The federal government announced in 2019 a significant investment in the Australian HIV response by way of a funding boost of $45.4 million over 4 years. And Griffith University on the Gold Coast has received more than $3 million in funding for health and science initiatives. Under the Morrison government, Australia has beat the 2020 HIV elimination targets set by UNAIDS, and we are confident in Australia's progress to achieve the 2025 UNAIDS targets. These are ambitious targets, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we still have work to do in this area. The government continues to support efforts to eliminate HIV and to support people living with HIV, working closely with the sector. And in February 2021, this year, the TGA registered the first prolonged-release injectable HIV treatment for use in Australia. And injectable HIV treatments have several benefits for the patient, removing the need for daily tablets. Under the Morrison government, Australians are able to access affordable HIV prevention medication and protect themselves and others from possible transmission. We're committed to supporting all Australians, including those at higher risk of HIV, the LGBTIQ community, to ensure safety and prosperity to live free and long lives. In addition, pre-exposure prophylaxis was listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme on April 1, 2018. As at March this year, 44,798 people were dispensed PBS subsidised PrEP. The number of HIV notifications in Australian-born men with male-to-male sex as an exposure risk has decreased since this PBS listing, which is great news again. And this has been attributed to the introduction of PrEP on the PBS. So it's going in the right direction, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's going down. And as we approach World AIDS Day on December 1 this year, it's important to acknowledge the efforts of those working in this sector and ensure that we all remain committed to supporting the elimination of HIV and AIDS in Australia. An Agenda 2025 was launched on 17 June 2021 at Parliament House in Canberra, costing $53 million per annum. It proposes a range of activities for community campaigns, peer education and HIV stigma education and media programs. And campaigns and peer education supports the implementation of the National Bloodborne Viruses and Sexually Transmissible Infections Research Strategy. Australia is working towards achieving these targets, Madam Deputy Speaker, the targets that I outlined. In 2019, 90% of the 29,045 people living with HIV had been diagnosed. And as I said, of those, 91% were on treatment. And of those, 97% had an undetectable viral load. We're certainly making headway with HIV/AIDS in Australia, and I commend the Australian Government for the work that we are doing to eliminate it across our great nation.
Thank you, the member for Moncrieff. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I thank the member for Higgins for her motion. And this is a very important one, and one that again demonstrates that we work best when we all work together. Now, I'm going to demonstrate my age a little bit here in that I was a registrar and then very young consultant at the beginning of the AIDS epidemic in Australia. And I remember how frightened we all were, because then we didn't call it HIV because the virus hadn't been identified. We called it acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. And I remember when we had the first child with AIDS at the Children's Hospital, and a very good consultant, Dr. Kamath, who was a gastroenterologist, was asked to see this child in intensive care. And he said, look, the symptoms are very similar to what I've just read about that was happening in the United States. And in fact, this child did have full-blown AIDS and had returned from the United States and ultimately succumbed to AIDS, as did, I believe, his parents. And that was the beginning of the AIDS epidemic. And I think people do not quite understand how frightened we all were about this. We were frightened because in that stage in the United States, many people were dying. There was vertical spread from mother to infant. We were very frightened that it would get into our disadvantaged groups, such as our Indigenous population. And there was no treatment, absolutely no treatment. And we were seeing children dying from this disease, and I, for one, had cared for a little girl called Eve Van Grafhorst, who ultimately developed AIDS from a blood transfusion given to her as a premature infant. And we saw the terrible way she was ostracised and her family was treated. And it really was a very frightening time for all of us. I remember speaking to my immunologist friend, then working at Liverpool in southwest Sydney, and he was very scared about transmission among intravenous drug using people, and we were very frightened about what that was going to mean in our communities. And it was only when two people, Peter Boehm and Neil Blewett, Neil Blewett, the Minister for Health, and Peter Boehm, the Shadow Minister for Health, came together and agreed to work together in a completely apolitical, bipartisan way, where we're able to work towards Australia becoming the leading nation in the world in combating this scourge of AIDS, ultimately found to be HIV. Even today, speaking to a younger member of my staff, he didn't know what the words AIDS meant. And this could have been something that could have taken over our community, and yet by working together we managed to get on top of the epidemic and reach a point now where Australia leads the world. The PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis treatment, which was trialled initially by the New South Wales Liberal government, has been a fantastic effort, now available around Australia. It's led to much decreased rates of transmission. We now have intravenous preparations, which are a very effective way of providing treatment without the need to use prolonged oral treatments. And we are able to provide this in a non-judgmental, non-partisan way now throughout Australia, which has been dramatic. We are now seeking to be able to eradicate HIV from Australia, for human-to-human transmission from Australia, and that is an achievable fact that many years ago we never believed would be possible. We still have areas of need, we still have disadvantaged populations, we still have populations in countries around us, such as Papua New Guinea and some of the Pacific Islands, where it is still a huge risk and a huge problem. But I want to pay tribute to AFAO and the organisations that are part of that in the work they've done to develop a very non-judgmental, apolitical way of approaching HIV in Australia as we look towards eradicating it and being one of the first countries in the world to be able to do that. And that's a tribute to politicians on both sides and to the people in the community, in the LGBTI communities, in the medical communities that have worked towards this aim. Thank you.
Thank you for the contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Higgins for bringing forward this debate today. I speak about medical marvels a lot in this chamber. Representing the innovation capital of Australia makes that an easy thing to do. Local companies and vaccinating us against COVID and other diseases, curing heart conditions and consigning many deadly diseases to history. It's an incredibly exciting time to be alive and the best part of Australia to represent. One of the areas we have had stupendous improvements in is the area of AIDS. Not long ago, HIV/AIDS was terrifying. It seemed to strike without warning, taking healthy young people rapidly. There was no cure. The Grim Reaper ads are still a vivid reminder of the fear of those days. It was all the more shocking because of its victims. Young people, healthy people, people with their whole lives ahead of them were taken by this insidious disease. Everybody knew someone who was affected. Tackling this disease took incredible resources, vigilance and teamwork. And by working together, the world dragged this disease into the light. In 30 years, it has gone from a disease that people will die from to one you might die with in many years' time. Looking at this from where we were in the 80s, it is miraculous that we have come this far this quickly. And now in Australia, we have the results to show for all our hard work. Overall HIV transmissions continue their long-term trend decrease in Australia. In 2019, 90% of the 29,045 people suspected to be living with HIV in Australia have been tested and diagnosed with HIV. Of those diagnosed, 91% were on treatment, and of those on treatment, 97% had an undetectable viral load. Because working on this requires a global push, the UN has become involved and set ambitious targets to fight HIV. They have created a high-level task force which has set the following targets to reduce annual new HIV infections to under 370,000 and annual AIDS-related deaths to under 250,000 by 2025, ending paediatric AIDS and eliminating all forms of AIDS-related stigma and discrimination, and to achieve the 95-95-95 testing, treatment and viral suppression targets within all demographics and groups and geographic settings. I'm proud to say that Australia continues to be a world leader in the elimination of HIV. Australia has achieved the 2020 HIV elimination target set by UNAIDS, and we are working hard to meet the 2025 UNAIDS targets. These are ambitious targets and we still have work to do in this area. In particular, the overall reduction of HIV has not been seen for many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and for overseas-born gay and bisexual men. There was a 3% increase in HIV notification. The government continues to support efforts to eliminate HIV and to support people living with HIV and working closely with the sector. Australia's role in this global push is highly commendable. This year, Australia, together with Namibia, co-facilitated the United Nations meeting, and we have been strong in ensuring that critical issues like comprehensive education of sexual and reproductive health and rights for adolescents and young people are addressed. We have got there through hard work and diligence, but also through technology and testing. Tracing and treatment medications have all been game changers over the past 2 decades. We have come a long, long way on this front, but it's exciting to note that there are still improvements being made to these treatments. Just in February, the Therapeutic Goods Administration registered the first prolonged release injectable HIV treatment for use in Australia. Injectable HIV treatments have several benefits for the patient, removing the need for daily tablets. The bright present leading to an even brighter future for everyone diagnosed with HIV. I'm still amazed by the turnaround in fortunes for people with this condition. The defining feature of HIV in the 80s was fear and uncertainty. Now it's optimism. This change cannot be understated. It also shows that we can do whatever we set our minds to fixing something when we work together towards that common goal. We're seeing it today with COVID as well. When we work together with focus, we can achieve anything that we set our minds to.
I thank the member for Bennelong, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise to speak on this motion today, moved by the member for Higgins, highlighting the vital role that Australia continues to play in the fight to combat HIV/AIDS. As you noted in your contribution as the member for Macarthur, this year marks the 40 years since the first reported case of HIV. And as we look back over the last couple of decades, we can see how radical policy changes to our public health response has produced utterly extraordinary progress across the globe. According to the Global Fund's 2021 results report, last year 27.5 million of the 37.7 million people living with HIV were on life-saving antiretroviral therapy globally. And that is up from a very small, by comparison, 7.8 million people who were in that situation back in 2010. So globally, AIDS-related deaths have fallen 47% since 2010. And whilst this milestone is absolutely worth celebrating, it is critical that we also acknowledge that we are facing a very new and sobering reality. COVID-19 is reversing many of the hard-fought gains in the fight against HIV and other bloodborne diseases like TB and malaria, not just here in Australia, but globally. Because of the disruptions and restrictions imposed as a result of COVID-19, communities at greater risk of HIV infection have been unable to access the tools and information needed to protect themselves. And COVID-19 has disrupted the supply chains, limited access to prevention tools such as condoms, lubricants and ARVs. People reached by HIV prevention programs and services has declined 11%, and programs aimed at reaching young people declined 12%. Above all, the global pandemic has exacerbated inequalities that make people more susceptible to HIV. And to end HIV and to confront new threats like COVID-19, we must renew our commitment to vulnerable communities and ensure that no one is left behind, regardless of where you live on this planet. Since the beginning of the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the early 1980s, strong partnerships with governments and oppositions, the affected communities, people living with HIV, researchers and the health profession, they've always been at the heart of Australia's response, those kinds of collaborative partnerships. As a senior advisor to the then Australian Health Minister, Bill Bowtell played a very significant role in the development and the introduction not just of Medicare and our universal health system back in 1984, but at the very same time, he was overseeing an enormously successful and well-regarded Australian response to HIV and AIDS. And to this day, Bill maintains a very close interest in the potential impact of the HIV/AIDS epidemic and other communicable diseases on the social, economic and political development of the Asia-Pacific region, via his work now with the HIV/AIDS project at the Lowy Institute for International Policy and the Pacific Friends of the Global Fund. Likewise, the work of the Kirkby Institute at the University of New South Wales has been pivotal to Australia's most recent efforts to tackle HIV. In 2016, Professor Andrew Grulich and his team from the UNSW led the first large-scale trial of the groundbreaking HIV prevention medication called PrEP. And in recent years, the PrEP pill has ushered a sexual, social and political revolution amongst those most affected by HIV. It's contributed to the unprecedented reductions in new HIV infections, although, as the member for Bennelong noted, that is not the case in First Nations community, and that remains a really huge issue for us and a gross inequality that remains in this nation. But PrEP has the potential to significantly impact Australia's response to the HIV epidemic. It's an important new option in a suite of HIV strategies and responses to help end HIV transmission. Certainly, in June this year, the global community adopted new targets through the political declaration at the UN to get us back on track to stop an AIDS epidemic. The COVID-19 pandemic, as I mentioned, has had catastrophic impact on the most vulnerable communities around the world and threatens to roll back progress on HIV, TB and malaria. As a global community, we've got to fight to unite to fight against them all. This is the time for us to step up and replenish the Global Fund. The government has done so in the past. I'm calling on them today to make sure there is a generous replenishment in the Global Fund again. Thank you.
I thank the member for Newcastle. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber is suspended and the chair will be resumed at 4 p.m.
statements from honourable members, I give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart in condolence, representing a community in deep mourning. Yesterday, my community, like many people across Melbourne and the nation, woke heartbroken, shocked and unable to comprehend the tragic news of a house fire in Werribee, which claimed the lives of 4 children. There are really no words that can sum up the sorrow or that can explain how something like this, something so cruel, could happen to a beautiful family. I want to pass my condolences to the Osmond family who have gone through this unimaginable tragedy and wish a speedy recovery to Najm and Khadija and Ibrahim in their time of grief. We lost Musra 10, Eason 6, Nadir 3 and Eileen just 12 months. My thoughts are also with their friends and neighbours who too have been affected by this horrific event, and the Manor Lakes College community and the worshippers of Virgin Mary and Al-Taqwa mosques who share this grief. I want to thank the Wyndham Vale, Werribee and Hoppers Crossing CFA brigades who answered the call in the middle of the night. And I want to thank the ambulance officers and the police who attended. They too are in the thoughts of our nation today. May these 4 precious children who were taken from us far too early rest in peace. And beyond the incomprehension, the shock and grief, I know that my community will wrap their arms around this family. We'll support them and all those who are left to heal. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you. I'm sure on behalf of all the House here, we pass our condolences to your school too. I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too echo those comments. But on a brighter note, last Friday I was given the opportunity, along with the Mayor, Claire McLaughlin, to open the new Whyalla Airport Terminal. A $12 million expansion or upgrade of the existing facilities, and it came about as a result of the mandatory implementation of the passenger screening at Whyalla Airport, and it was something that I was quite concerned about when we first announced it as a government, the implications on an airport like Whyalla with its throughput. I was very pleased to work with them to secure $4.3 million from the Regional Airport Security Fund, Screening Fund, for the installation of the scanners and the expansion and changes to the terminal, and also another $2.45 million from the Regional Airport program for runway extensions and tarmac upgrades. So quite a significant contribution to the City of Whyalla. I'd like to congratulate the Council, though, on actually taking the initiative of what is an impediment, if you like, taking that money and using it as leverage to actually bring about this new wonderful airport gateway to Whyalla now. So when you come in, you'll be able to get yourself a decent cup of coffee on the way in and out, relax in beautiful surroundings, enjoy some of the local artwork, and it's a great gateway to Whyalla and the Eyre Peninsula generally, and I congratulate them all.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning I proudly seconded a bill by the Leader of the Opposition, the Fair Work Amendment Same Job, Same Pay 2021 bill. I did so because I believe that the Morrison government's continued failings need to be called out. It's about time hard-working Australians got the same pay for the same work. We have staggering inequality in industries such as nursing, hospitality, mining and construction, just to name a few. This is a consequence of shonky operators exploiting workers and not paying fair wages for fair work. The Morrison government has let that happen. Labor believes that workers doing the same job at the same mine, factory, site or hospital should get the same pay. The Prime Minister likes to talk about the Australian way. Well, same job, same pay is the Australian way, and Labor wants the true Australian way. I speak to many workers in my electorate, such as miners, who tell me, Meryl, we don't want to be casual. One bloke I spoke to had been working at the same pit with the same crew for 6 years and still hadn't got a look in at a full-time job. He was on a $50,000 less than the blokes next to him who are permanent. That has cost his family more than $300,000 in lost wages, and that's not including lost super and lost leave entitlements. Labor has one message to the workers in industry industry and this country, Labor will make sure you get equal pay for equal work.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Wentworth.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, in positive news for small businesses and families and some critical industries that have been suffering from worker shortages, the government announced today that from the 1st of December, large numbers of visa holders will now be able to enter Australia. Our borders are in the process of reopening. From the 1st of December, if you're double vaccinated with a recognised vaccine, you'll be able to enter Australia without an exemption if you're a skilled migrant, if you're an international student, if you're a working holiday maker, if you're a provisional family visa holder, or if you're a tourist or business traveller from Japan or Korea or Singapore. Now, Deputy Speaker, this will address what has been looming as one of our biggest economic challenges, which is a looming workforce shortage or an existing workforce shortage. And although this is a challenge for the economy, in the context of things, this is a good problem to have. We're in this position now, Deputy Speaker, because we've got very high vaccination rates. Over 85% of the over 16 population double vaccinated and well on track to probably exceed a figure of 90%, which will be one of the highest in the OECD. We've shown that we've got a strong and robust public health system which has been able to manage outbreaks and treat the disease effectively, and we've got an economy that is larger coming out of the pandemic than it was going into the pandemic. So from the 1st of December, we expect around 200,000 new arrivals to come in between December and January, and I know for people in the tourist industry, people in the restaurant industry, people in the hospitality business, people on farms and in agriculture, people in any number of businesses, this is welcome news indeed.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I want to say congratulations to all the school students in my electorate who are winners of this year's Jagga Jagga Resilience Award. We have asked so much of our school students over the past couple of years. They have had to move to remote learning. They've missed out on so many of those opportunities and occasions that come with the final years of school, that come with being with their friends and in the classroom with their teachers. And they have all done remarkably well. And I wanted to acknowledge that and the quality that I think has been particularly important in helping those students get through all of this is resilience. And so I asked each of the schools in my electorate to select a student that set an example through their capacity to adapt to the challenges that we've been seeing, to overcome personal difficulty or hardship, and to support others in their community to do that and to be resilient. And the nominations I got have just been fantastic. I wish I had time to speak about every single one of those students, but they have truly led and they have shown amazing resilience. So I do want to say congratulations to all of them. It's been wonderful to be able to visit some schools to give awards in person and do some virtually. I do hope that I'll be able to visit more to be able to give out more of those awards in person. But congratulations to all of those students. A big thank you also to all of our schools and their teachers, principals, other support staff. I know it's been a really difficult time. You have done an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Worryingly, the amount of illicit drugs being consumed in Australia continues to increase and continues to have significant impacts on Australians' health and economic outcomes. Recently, the committee I chair, the Joint Committee on Law Enforcement, completed an inquiry into public communication campaigns targeting drug abuse. Serious harms are caused by organised criminal elements that traffic illicit drugs, and these harms are felt right throughout our community and by individual drug users. The inquiry found that a confronting public awareness campaign is effective to educate and decrease overall drug use and harm. We found that to maximise that effectiveness, you need to tackle these campaigns from both the health and law enforcement angles and to increase awareness of the consequences for anyone who chooses to take illicit drugs. So I'm delighted that since the inquiry, the AFP have launched a social media campaign, launched on Halloween, highlighting the real horror of illicit drugs, including cocaine, methamphetamine and heroin. Unlike previous campaigns, this targeted approach has sought to challenge the perception that some of these drugs, like cocaine, are harmless. It shows the lesser-known health dangers of chronic cocaine use, such as lowering the sperm count among males. The Have a Conscious campaign also outlines how Australian drug users could be unknowingly bankrolling serious overseas crime. I highly commend the exceptional work done by the AFP on this campaign and encourage Australians, if they haven't already, to share this important public awareness campaign so together as a community we can decrease illicit drug use.
Thanks. Give the call to member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to celebrate the 15th anniversary of Kamban Villa, the Kamban Tamil Literary Festival, which was held virtually from the 29th to the 31st of October. I want to congratulate Kamban Kalaham on staging this virtual celebration of one of the oldest languages in the world in a tough pandemic year when so many other important cultural festivals have been cancelled. In particular, thanks to founder and chairman Jairam Jagadeesan, President Mr Sanjeevan Gunaratnam and Vice President Ms Puravaja Nirmaleswara Kurakal. Thanks so much for your dedication to the development of the three components of Tamil: literature in prose and verse, music and drama, through classes, workshops, competitions and events, including this fantastic festival. Thousands of people have attended over the years to celebrate Tamil language and culture, including the works of your organisation's namesake, the legendary Tamil poet Kamban, author of the epic Ramavataram, also known as Kamba Ramayanam. I once again congratulate Kamban Kalaham Australia on this significant milestone and on putting together such an extraordinary program of speeches, debates and performances. I have enjoyed them over the years. You do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Patricia Newton of DY was awarded the Order of Australia Medal for Services to Surf Lifesaving in the 2018 Queen's Birthday Honours List. Patricia is a founding member of the heads the Traumatic Incident Peer Support Team for Surf Lifesaving Sydney Northern Beaches branch, which provides a debriefing and support service to all surf lifesaving members involved in a critical incident. Her work has been invaluable in the field of peer support over many years, has been instrumental in ensuring the welfare and mental well-being of members. The team has supported a number of lifesavers who have suffered post-traumatic stress after a dangerous rescue or unsuccessful resuscitation. In 1998, Patricia made Australian history by becoming the first female president of a surf lifesaving club in Australia, when she was voted as the president of the DY Surf Lifesaving Club. She has been a member of the club since 1983, also serving as junior president, deputy president from 1997 to 1998, member of the Rules and Regulations Committee and member of the Life Membership Subcommittee from 2009 to 2010. I'm proud to acknowledge all that Patricia has done in this field and the tremendous effort she has made to helping those in need when they most needed someone's help.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Macnamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to a remarkable Australian migrant and Holocaust survivor. Margot Pampel, née Reinhardt, was born in Jena in Germany in 1922. And although they were not religious, their family had been forced to flee, firstly Russia and then Poland due to anti-Semitic threats and pogroms. But as the Nazi regime took hold in Germany, their new home was to become their worst nightmare. She was expelled from school and their family lost their home because they were Jewish. Margot's mother was sent to Auschwitz where she died, but Margot was able to hide and eventually flee Nazi Germany before making her way back to West Germany where she met her husband Horst. In 1954 they sailed to Australia, landing in Station Pier in Port Melbourne in my electorate with their firstborn son Michael. Settling in working class Fitzroy, they gave birth to a daughter, Felicity, and scraped and saved to give them a comfortable middle-class life in the welcoming multicultural city of Melbourne. Margot documented her experience as a Holocaust survivor and post-war migrant with the help of the Makoa at the Lamb Library of Australia in my electorate, and released a book, as chance would have it, From Jena to Melbourne, copies of which now sit in the State Library of Victoria and the Yad Vashem Holocaust Centre in Jerusalem. She made it back to Germany several times, even telling her story at her old school in Jena at the age of 94. She passed away in June last year at age 98, survived by her two children, 5 grandchildren, including my good friend Sebastian Zwolf, and 7 great-grandchildren. May her memory be a blessing.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate 2 organisations in the Herbert electorate who have been nominated as finalists in the National Resilient Australia Awards. These awards celebrate and promote initiatives that build whole-of-community resilience to disasters and emergencies, as well as images capturing resilience in action. Many in this place would know the devastation that hit Townsville in 2019 in the form of the monsoonal flood event. In the direct aftermath and through the recovery, the Townsville Community Rebuild Project was integral, helping to make a house a home again. This group was made up of representatives from the Salvation Army, United Church, Community Information Centre and many more. and worked to help residents repair their flood-affected properties to a safe condition so they could move in again. That is why they've been nominated as finalists for the National Community Awards section. It was a privilege to meet with them last week as they shared some of their stories. They've already been successful at the state level and we're hoping for a win at the national level too. Also nominated is Pimlico State High School for a National School Award. They did some great work through the COVID-19 pandemic, partnering with charities to distribute computers to students to make sure no one missed out on online learning. Congratulations to both organisations. Good luck for the awards in December, but in our minds, you're already a winner.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I had a chance just to say thank you to some of the organisations that have helped people at possibly their lowest point in the last 18 months. The statistics are well known, an increase in domestic violence, with service providers around the country seeing a surge in demand and nearly half saying their clients report an increase in controlling behaviours. And that's certainly the case in Macquarie. And I wanted the Shadow Assistant Minister responsible for family violence, Senator Jenny McAllister, and Shadow Housing and Homelessness Minister Jason Clare to hear the human stories. And they joined me to meet with domestic violence workers in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury. We met first with the Women's Cottage, which does extraordinary work and sees increasing demand. They look after the whole of the Hawkesbury, one place for that whole region. In the mountains, we met with DV West, who had to turn women and their children away from their refuges because they simply had no room. Our domestic violence interagency included Bank and MCRN, Blue Mountains Women's Health and Resource Centre, Link Wentworth and the Older Women's Network, who all shared their stories of the challenges they see women face. And then we crossed the road to Junction 142 in Katoomba. In October, they handed out 235 hampers, provided 220 hot meals, provided hot showers to 73 people and ran 165 cycles of their washing machines. Really practical things, and these things absolutely make a difference. I want to thank them.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Forde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And one of the privileges of being in this role is that we get to attend citizenship ceremonies in our electorates, either run by ourselves or our local councils or other groups. Many of the people you talk to at these citizenship ceremonies share with us what a wonderful country they have come to live in. A country that values things like freedom, equality, fairness and justice, which for many of our newer citizens they have very rarely, if ever, experienced in their lives. They recognise the privilege that it is to become an Australian citizen. And I look back to my parents coming to Australia in 1964 and what a privilege it was for them. But for many of our newer citizens who have come from the four corners of the world, but many from areas of conflict where they've never known the peace and the wonderful lifestyle we have here. Last week I had the privilege of welcoming 188 new Australian citizens from 41 different cultural backgrounds to the community of Logan City. The City of Logan is a vibrant multicultural community with over 217 different cultural backgrounds. It is my hope for all of our new citizens that they settle into our country, take advantages of the opportunities that are before them, and use this opportunity to build a better future for their families and for their children. And I thank them for the contribution they will make in the years to come.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In his book on BS, Princeton philosopher Harry Frankfurt distinguished between three kinds of people. The honest care that their statements are true. The liars care that theirs are false. The BS artist doesn't care. He's neither on the side of truth or falsehood. He peddles hokum, balderdash, humbug, claptrap. On the vaccine rollout, the Prime Minister said it wasn't a race, then falsely claimed he'd been talking about vaccine regulation. After being accused of mendacity by Macron, he wrongly accused journalists of taking selfies with the French leader, then falsely pretended the criticism was an attack on Australia. When he didn't like a question from a Sky News journalist, he falsely smeared Sky News, saying a harassment claim was underway. After incorrectly characterising Australia's policy towards Taiwan as one country, two systems, he pretended he'd been talking about Hong Kong. He ridiculed electric vehicles, then claimed he hadn't. He claimed Labor had an electric vehicle mandate, which we didn't. He denied saying Shanghai Sam, when he had. To top it off, he said this month he's never told a lie in public office. The Prime Minister doesn't care about the truth. His messaging strategy is like a car thief, flicking random door handles till he finds one that's open. He slings BS everywhere, hoping some sticks.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Local volunteers in the Pearl Beach Arboretum are making a magnificent impact on our local environment. And over the weekend, I had the great pleasure of visiting the Arboretum to open their new propagation shed, funded by a $20,000 grant under the federal government's Community Environment Program. This new shed is going to enable the Arboretum to continue the really important work that they do in preserving over 40 threatened plant and tree species, including the Central Coast's very own Gosford wattle. The Arboretum was also successful in a $20,000 grant for their koala project, which, with the University of Sydney and the Central Coast Council, is investigating the possibility of introducing koalas to the Pearl Beach region. This project may see koalas return to Pearl Beach, like the colony that once existed in the early 1990s prior to the bushfires. President of the Arboretum, Victoria Crawford, said that the funding has led to greater environmental awareness in their local community and has allowed the Arboretum to become part of the broader koala project that has long-term impacts for the region and for Australia. She said the new propagation shed, which I visited on Sunday, enables volunteers to plant more koala-friendly trees while also ensuring rare and endangered species are conserved and restored for future generations. This is a place, and their volunteers, which holds a very special place in my heart and the hearts of many across the Central Coast. And I really want to thank them all for the work that they do in conserving our environment.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to extend my congratulations to the winners of this year's We Are Brimbank Awards, which acknowledge the extraordinary contribution of so many people and organisations to my local community. The awards were a powerful reminder that even in the face of all the challenges of the global pandemic we have dealt with, people in Fraser do so much every day to serve our community. The Friends of Mackay Memorial Gardens were recognised for their outstanding contribution to restoring and preserving the beauty of these historic gardens. The UTSAV Melbourne Association worked tirelessly to support their community, raising money and sharing food and resources with those most in need. Cafes Sunshine and Salama Tea support asylum seekers and migrants to find employment while delivering delicious Persian food to our plates. Inspire Hope work to ensure that no one in the community is left behind by providing food, shelter and connections where they're most needed. The Little Litter project helps keep our community rubbish-free and educates residents about the importance of waste management. And the Inclusion Training Team supports and empowers students with intellectual disabilities and other challenges. I'd like to thank every We Are Brimbank Award winner and also the many worthy nominees for their selflessness, compassion, innovation and commitment to the people of Fraser and to the broader community of Melbourne's West.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We're officially entering the festive season, and this is a time of celebration and joy. But for some, it can be isolating, stressful and costly, especially during this time. Today, I rise to encourage locals in my electorate of Bonner to give the gift of giving by donating to our annual Bonner Christmas Appeal. This year, I will be collecting donations of non-perishable food items until Wednesday, the 15th of December. I've already heard from local not-for-profit groups that there is an immense need for donations in the lead-up to Christmas. Donations to the Bonner Christmas Appeal will be spread across these not-for-profit groups, which include the Macrovac Community Centre, Access Street Bands in Mansfield, Rosie's, Beyond DV, as well as church groups like St Peter's Anglican Church in Wynnum and City Point Church in Carindale. These organisations go above and beyond to provide a helping hand to those who need it most, making an invaluable difference to our community. It is a privilege to be involving our entire community and supporting them once again this year. While we're out shopping for our loved ones this year, making a difference to someone's Christmas is as simple as adding a few items like canned goods to our trolley. Together, let's spread the Christmas spirit right across Bonner.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under 8 long years of this Liberal National Government, it's become harder for residents of my community to get ahead, with the Morrison government deliberately keeping wages stagnant while at the same time allowing the cost of living and housing to skyrocket. residents of my community are really feeling the pinch. Macarthur residents deserve a government that's on their side, a government that will invest in their community to support local jobs, families and businesses. Instead, the Morrison government deliberately funnels taxpayers' money into very questionable projects and schemes. The cost of living is on the rise and my Macarthur residents are really struggling. While the cost of buying a home in Australia has jumped by 22% in the last 12 months, in parts of Macarthur it's over 30%. For the thousands of young families living in my community, the dream of owning their own home is becoming increasingly a mirage. The median house price for the suburb of Ayres, for example, has jumped by 30% this year to $620,000. Harrington Park's median price now sits at $1.2 million. The rising cost of living, low wages growth, increasing costs of petrol, increasing costs of transport means that my residents are finding it harder and harder to get ahead. We have some of the highest levels of mortgage stress and rental stress in the country. The government blows millions of dollars on questionable schemes, on pork barrelling, and yet it does nothing for Macarthur residents. The wealthy elite are the ones that are getting ahead. My residents are falling further behind.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For many years, regional communities in Mallee have lived through the frustration of bank closures in their town. In the 4 years leading up to June 2021, the number of bank branches fell by 25% in regional and remote Australia. These closures, and in some cases reduced hours, are incredibly frustrating for locals, particularly those who are unable to use online services to conduct their banking. Once again, we see regional and rural communities bearing the brunt of big commercial decisions. I have been contacted by many constituents who have borne the impacts of the bank exodus. Unfortunately, making the switch to internet banking is not simple for many older constituents, and often their access to these services can be hindered by poor connectivity. I'm proud to say that this issue is being targeted by this side of the House. The Morrison-Joyce Regional Banking Task Force will bring together key stakeholders including banks, Australia Post, local government associations and other peak bodies to combat the impacts of bank branch closures. This is a solutions-based task force working towards pragmatic outcomes to benefit regional people. We want to improve and safeguard existing bank services and accessibility where branches have closed. This government listens to the needs of regional Australians and delivers real and practical support for regional communities.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Congratulations to my local community on the amazing achievement of reaching an almost complete vaccination rate of over 95%. I'm proud of our success, and today is a tribute to the local grassroots effort against what was an incredibly high rate of infection. My office, throughout this time, worked closely with local communities to establish vaccination hubs in familiar local settings. There are lots of amazing people and organisations to thank, and today I want to thank those who helped drive some of the local hubs. Thank you to Dirk Skirmer of Aspen Medical's Regional Clinical Coordinator for his work and the effortless approach to which we were able to work with his team to establish targeted vaccination hubs in record time. A big thank you to Karim Budai and the Islamic Community Milli Gurush for their impressive lead, Councillor Sam Michaud, Walid Hanna and the St George Chaldean Catholic Parish for their incredible drive, and Nada Hanna and the team at the Meadow Heights Education Centre. I also extend my appreciation to the team of the DPV Health and its CEO, Don Titbury, for their exceptional work. And especially, Deputy Speaker, I want to thank each and every one in my community who came forward to be vaccinated, and they did so for the welfare and safety of their families, of their friends and of their neighbours. It is this effort that I want to commend today and thank them for their incredible contribution to our local community safety.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Montville Memorial Gates are a First World War memorial with a difference. The gates honour not only the 6 individuals from Montville who fell during the war and the 33 young men from Montville who served, but also the 6 who tried to join up and were rejected for medical or occupational reasons. It is a sign of how close-knit the Montville community has always been, and I'm proud to say still is. In 1921, the memorial was unveiled by local woman Jane Smith, who had no fewer than 6 of her sons who went to war. At the ceremony, school children sang God Save the King and were provided with a bag of lollies, an apple and a cake for their troubles. Last week, I had the privilege to take part in a ceremony which was not so different, despite the 100-year separation, to officially open the gate's extensive renovations. These were supported with a grant of $10,000 from the Morrison government saluting their service and some money from the local council. I was proud to join President Michael Bradley of the Montville Village Association, Councillor Winston Johnson and local school children to tell the stories of many of those mentioned on the gates, but in particular one of the 6 men from Montville who died a century ago, and to celebrate the fact that thanks to the Morrison government support, their renovated memorial can now continue to stand to honour them for another 100 years to come.
Thanks. I give the call member for Whitlam.
Thanks. Well, the holidays are coming, so summer, and people would normally be flocking to the Illawarra and Southern Highlands, and we want them to. But we need workers. We desperately need workers in the hotel and hospitality industry, which is why I've been organising with our local RDA Illawarra and Jobs Coordinator a jobs drive which opens today, culminating in an event on the 7th of December at Osborne Park. The message to locals, whether you're a school leaver or a university student just about to finish, come in, sign up. Local employers want to give you a job, whether it's a job in the kitchen, a job behind the bar, whether it's working in the rooms or working on the tables. We need you. We don't want to see half the tables unavailable for service. We don't want to see half the rooms unavailable for people to stay in because we don't have the staff. I welcome the fact that immigration is going to open up again, but it won't come soon enough for so many of the hospitality job shortages that we have. We want to work with industry, work with employers to ensure that we can match locals up with jobs, and we need to ensure that we're never in this situation again, and that requires working with the local TAFE, working with local employers to ensure that we have a pipeline of skilled staff who are able to work in our hospitality industry. Good for jobs, good for the industry.
I give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And last week I officially opened the Goldfields Rehabilitation Service Incorporated Detoxification Unit. Back in 2019, the federal government provided $1.5 million to help fight the war on drugs and alcohol in the Goldfields after a damning 2017 report found Kalgoorlie-Boulder had the highest rate of methamphetamine use in WA. $770,000 of this federal funding immediately activated 7 unused beds, enabling their 18-bed residential rehabilitation facility to become fully operational. The remaining $785,000 kick-started the 4 GRSI 4-bed medical detoxification facility, which now provides medically supervised withdrawal from alcohol and other drugs. Over the years, I've watched GRSI evolve into a state-of-the-art medical detoxification and residential rehabilitation facility. I'm so very proud of Executive Manager Jane Fajardo and her team, and I was thrilled to catch up with them all last week and congratulate them on their terrific efforts. It was also an opportunity to meet some of the program participants and hear their glowing endorsements of how this program is helping them turn their lives around. Whilst COVID-19 has delayed the opening of the medical detoxification facility, it has not stopped the hard-working GSRO folk supporting patients through up to 14 days of medical detox, up to 15 weeks of residential rehab and outreach services. Again, my big congratulations to Jane and her GRSI team for their terrific work supporting the journey out of addiction for residents of the Goldfields and beyond.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, people living with a disability in my community on the Central Coast of New South Wales are being left behind by this government. After years of cuts to the NDIS, coasties with a disability are struggling to get the basic support they need to get by. People like Andrew from Shelley Beach. Andrew is 54. He was born with spina bifida, hydrocephalus. He's a wheelchair user and he's had a kidney transplant. His mum, Daphne, and his dad are his full-time carers. They're both in their 80s. Andrew has been trying to move into supported independent living accommodation, but his application was recently knocked back by the NDIA. His family lodged an appeal last December, which was also knocked back because they were told the NDIA doesn't accept digital signatures. Then they lodged an appeal of the appeal earlier this year, and that's also been knocked back. Now Andrew, who is relying on a disability support pension, is expected to find private accommodation
when rents on the Central Coast have gone up by about $3,600 a year. His mum Daphne told me last week her son needs proper support. She said, and I quote, "People in Canberra have rocks in their head. They're sitting around glossy tables making decisions about our lives without ever meeting us." Daphne's right. She's cared for her son all of her life, and the NDIS should be there to support her and her family. Instead, the Morrison government is cutting funding and making it harder for people living with a disability in my community, who are also fearful of any expansion of the NDIA CEO's powers. It's not good enough. Andrew deserves better.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The West Perth Football Club, based at HBF Arena in my electorate, is the oldest WAFL club with 130 years of history. Club President Neil Fong and CEO Joe McCarthy have contacted me to express concerns that the existing lighting facilities at the Oval are inadequate and in need of a major upgrade. The current towers, lights and infrastructure at the ground are 27 years old and require replacement. The average lighting intensity lux reading across the ground is 65, which is only just bright enough for the club's teams to train on. It does not meet the minimum requirements for night football competition. The club has a total of 8 teams competing for premium green space on the Oval, and not being able to play night football is proving to be a huge issue for the club. The club has obtained a quote, putting the total cost of a lighting upgrade at $1.2 million. The West Perth Football Club has obtained an initial commitment of a 10% contribution from the AFL and is seeking a federal funding contribution in the order of $1 million to complete the project. Upgraded lighting would allow the club to play night football with a capacity in the future for televised night AFL. I am pleased to add my strong support in Parliament for the lighting upgrade to be considered as part of the budget process.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Shortland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Shortland and the broader Hunter and Central Coast regions are suffering because of the Liberals' ongoing attacks on our health system. My constituents already have difficulties finding a GP and getting an appointment, as well as bulk billing becoming a thing of the past for many of them because of the Liberals' classification of Shortland as metropolitan. And now our much-loved GP after hours service is being severely cut. GP access after hours is just that. It provides after-hours appointments to people requiring medical attention, but not needing emergency treatment. Of the 70,000 interactions each year, only 45,000 require an appointment because of the excellent triage service they offer with registered nurses. This is fundamentally important in taking pressure off our region's already overworked EDs. Because of funding cuts from the Liberals, GP access will close at the Calvary Mater at Waratah on Christmas Eve, and the service at Belmont Hospital is being halved on the weekends. This means 15,000 clinic appointments will be lost. This will have a real-world tangible impact on the people of Shortland. If they are sick on a weekend, instead of having a consultation with a GP, they will have to go to the emergency department. Instead of having to wait a couple of hours to see a doctor, they'll have to wait 5 or 6 hours. The Hunter Labor MPs are committed to fighting this. We're calling on the Morrison Liberal government to reverse these draconian cuts that will have a dramatic impact on the health outcomes of Hunter families.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was an absolute pleasure to visit local Bennelong community transport provider Strider last Friday. Strider has just purchased a new Toyota commuter van through a Stronger Communities program Round 6 grant. It was gratifying to see the benefit this grant has created. I sat in the driver's seat and hailed the brand new car smell we're all familiar with and love, and nearly drove it right out of the depot to give it a little test drive. It took the Strider board member Craig Chung and the CEO Virginia Coy all their creative nous to talk me out of the van. It wasn't run in, couldn't be taken to full rev. So what Craig and Virginia said COVID had impacted the organisation severely as vulnerable people were not able to use community transport services. This made them even more isolated and vulnerable. It has been a difficult time. Now that most people are vaccinated and being COVID safe, Strider are as busy as ever, and without the new van, they may not have been able to satisfy the demand. Strider is named after the city of Ride and striding to go forward with purpose. It's a wonderfully apt name. Well done, Strider, from Craig Chung and the board to Virginia Coy and her staff and generous volunteers. Thank you for your service.
Thanks. Give the call member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The last 2 years have shown my community just how important their health is to them. Almost 3,000 people have contacted my office to express their concerns about the state of healthcare and Medicare in our community, and they all want Medicare protected. They've raised out-of-pocket expenses, the cost and time it takes to get in to see a GP or a specialist, even for children. To ensure that the entire healthcare system works for the people it supports, Medicare must be supported and funded. Finding a GP in my area can also be difficult. While most bulk bill, many have closed their books due to workload or have long wait times for appointments, sometimes up to 2 weeks. Primary health care is important to prevent long-term chronic illnesses that cause further burdens to the health dollar and adverse consequences in my community. And I'd like to remind everyone who's missed appointments such as breast screen and other cancer screening that they should make those appointments now and get your health checks. I'd also like to pay tribute to each and every health professional who supported our community in the last 2 years. One of our longest-serving general practitioners, Dr Victor Tadros, is retiring next month. He started his practice in 1975, has looked after generations of people in my community and 4 generations of my family. On behalf of my family and the community of Werriwa you've served so very long, have a happy and wonderful retirement, Dr Tadros.
And give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. With summer approaching, I'd like to take this opportunity of reminding my constituents in Menzies and indeed the constituents of other electorates around the country where it's relevant of bushfires. We've had a very wet winter, a very wet spring, and we can be complacent about the consequences of that for bushfires. But with all the growth that we have in many parts of Australia, of course, when we get the dry winds and the hot days, that can all dry out the undergrowth, and that can be the fuel on the forest floor, so to speak, for bushfires. So I remind residents, particularly in Warrandyte, in Wonga Park, in Eltham, Research and surrounding areas where bushfires have occurred in the past. I remember the bushfires of 1983, which swept into Warrandyte, to prepare now for their bushfire plan, to go to the cfa.vic.gov.au website where there are plans there, and on that note can also take this opportunity briefly to commend all the voluntary firefighters from the CFA, not just in my electorate but throughout Victoria, for the wonderful work which they do, helping us to preserve our communities.
Thank you. And in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 4, first 1,000 days initiative. Motion to be moved by the member for Macarthur.
Thanks. I'll give the call to member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the first 1,000 days initiative in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. To paraphrase the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, Australia's children are generally doing well, most are safe and healthy, however we could do better. The early years are a period of vulnerability in which a child's outcomes, in their words, outcomes can vary depending on where they live and their family circumstances, both social and economic. I'm a paediatrician, I'm not a career politician, and my colleagues in this chamber will be well versed in the myriad of issues affecting our collective public health, particularly during the pandemic. I often rise, however, and speak about the social determinants of health and how they affect a child in particular. When we consider a child's health outcomes, it's critical that we not only consider their experiences and environment in the early years, but also the antenatal period from preconception onwards. When she was Secretary of State in America, Hillary Clinton introduced the First 1,000 Days initiative as a way of trying to ensure the health of American children was as good as it possibly could be, because it was increasingly becoming recognised that investment in health in those early times, from preconception to the second birthday, could have a huge influence on health outcomes throughout life. And increasingly that's what we're finding. And that's why it's crucial that we consider the entire period of preconception through conception, the antenatal period, birth until the second birthday, as a way of the best investment we can put into a child's life. Men of Australia also have a strong role to play in this as well. A great deal of the rhetoric around the First 1,000 Days initiative focuses on maternal health, but men should not get off scot-free. Evidence suggests that paternal obesity, paternal health can have strong outcomes on a child's initial health and long-term health. As the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare stated in their study on Australian children, most of our kids and our grandchildren are doing okay today, but that does not mean we should be complacent, nor that we can't do better. On Census Night 2016, almost 20,000 children under the age of 14 were homeless. 1 in 4 children aged under 5 were obese or overweight. 96% of children in the 5 to 14-year cohort do not eat enough healthy food. And these are changes that we can make early on in their lives that will change the health trajectory for them throughout their lives. We still have neonatal deaths, unfortunately, at 3.3 per 1,000 births. This could be halved if we invested more in early child health. We experience shortages in interventionist services such as hearing assessments, vision assessments, developmental assessments. In my own electorate of Macarthur, the waiting time in the public health system for developmental assessments is now measured in years, not months. The Shepherd Centre, who provide world's best practice assessment of hearing in childhood, are a world-leading institute that offers supports to children, and they feel that only about 2/3 of the children they should be seeing for assessment under 2 years of age are being seen. There are over 400 children in south-west Sydney with hearing loss as their primary disability who are struggling to get local support services. I had to fight tooth and nail to get any form of government to support critical services in my rapidly growing community for simple things like breastfeeding support, for growth and development assessments of children under age 2. The State Health Minister in New South Wales, Brad Hazzard, understood my request for greater supports for early childhood development and child health and acted. We're finally getting our long-awaited Shepherd Centre in the Macarthur to support children with hearing loss. There are so many ways we can support a child's development and their health in that early time, yet our rates of breastfeeding in early childhood are very, very poor in south-west Sydney. Children are not getting development assessments that they should be. Vision assessments are poor. Recently I was contacted by the Royal Australian College of Ophthalmologists to say that children were presenting very late with strabismus, with squint, too late for them to develop proper binocular vision because of lack of vision assessments. We must do better. It's about improving our children's health by working through families to support them and making sure children are getting the right assessments. The first 1,000 days is certainly the policies that governments should be introducing across Australia. We should have a national newborn screening program that's uniform across all states. We must do better.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
The motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The motion be agreed to. Sorry.
The motion be agreed to. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to thank the member for Macarthur for moving this motion and providing me with this opportunity to speak on this very important issue. A child's health and cognitive and social development begins at preconception with the help of parents during pregnancy, affecting the health of the baby at birth and through their early years and well into our adulthood. That's a known fact. The Morrison government recognises this in their National Action Plan for the Health and of Children and Young People 2020 to 2030. This plan aims to ensure that Australian children and young people from all backgrounds and all walks of life have the same opportunities to fulfil their health potential and are healthy, safe and thriving. The roadmap will guide collaborative approaches to improving health outcomes for all children and young people, particularly those at greatest risk of poor health. This includes programs to empower parents and caregivers to maximise healthy development, from mental health to addressing chronic conditions, and particularly preventive health, which is a particular passion of mine. And like the member for Macarthur, as a paediatrician, we have prevention in our DNA.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that there are many factors that are needed to be considered for a comprehensive, effective system of care for children. The consultation draft of Australia's Primary Healthcare 10-year Plan 2022 to 2032 highlights the importance of a reform through primary care to support pregnant women and young families to improve health in the first 2,000 days of life. I welcome the implementation of the former COAG Health Council's 2019 strategy for Australian maternity services. From this comes targeted programs and initiatives that provide access to information, guidance and support for women, partners and their families, as well as for healthcare professionals to provide care to pregnant women, providing evidence-based and education initiatives. Importantly, I'm proud the government is also investing in the health and wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and their families. Through activities that seek to improve health outcomes during pregnancy and the early years, the programs focus on mothers, babies and children of greatest need in rural, remote and very remote communities around Australia. These are difficult issues, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, and having worked up there 30 years ago, I know that it's very difficult to make strides to close the gap for the health of our Indigenous friends. Madam Deputy Speaker, building on this strategic approach, it's very important particularly to look at children's mental health and wellbeing. And I'm very proud that the government has launched the National Children's Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. This is recognised as a world first, as this is the first time a national government has developed a strategy that considers mental health and wellbeing outcomes for children from birth to 12 years of age, as well as their families and the communities who nurture them. Chairs of the report, Professor Frank Oberclade, AM, and Professor Crystal Mindledorp, say this in their foreword to the National Children's Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy report. We were interested in looking broadly at the system as a whole, from parent mental health literacy and reducing stigma through to the management of complex problems in expert settings and everything in between. Given the complexity of the current system, we did not want to simply argue for new services to be added. Rather, we aim to develop a roadmap to effectively restructure and improve what was already in place and to support the many thousands of committed professionals working in this area. It's about getting people to work better together, not in silos. We are aware that a major restructure is more difficult than adding new services, but are convinced this is the best way forward. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former paediatrician and colleague of Professor Frank Oberclade, one of the co-chairs, I'm proud this government has a commitment to fund the strategy. This funding includes $317 million and includes $54 million to work in partnership with states and territories to create a network of Head to Health Kids mental health, which is based on the Headspace mental health, which is highly effective and has been rolled out for young adults. It also will have these Head to Health Kids mental health and wellbeing hubs are specifically for children aged 0 to 12 years, as we recognise the increase of anxiety, depression, ADHD and other mental health issues in that age group. There is $42 million to support access to parenting education and support, and $47 million for perinatal mental health initiatives to support the mental health and wellbeing of new and expectant parents, including funding for the Perinatal Anxiety and Depression Australia group, which is a very important group called PANDA, which supports mums and dads in those early, very difficult and anxiety-provoking early weeks and days and months. The Morrison government understands that the future success of our country depends on the next generation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And the question is that motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Dobell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion moved by the member for Macarthur and acknowledge his strong interest and advocacy for the First 1,000 Days framework. This framework aims to improve the physical and mental health of Australian children, as well as the health and wellbeing of their parents. Children under the age of 2 are some of the most vulnerable in our community. The first few years of a child's life are critical to their development and wellbeing. And as the member for Macarthur has said, most Australian children are safe and healthy. But unfortunately, this is not every child's experience, depending on where they live and their family circumstances. As a pharmacist of 20 years who worked in mental health, I know how important it is, how important a child's wellbeing is and their mental health. I also know how important it is to support the mental health and wellbeing of new parents. Deputy Speaker, when we consider a child's health, we must consider where they are born, where they live and where they grow up. and we must consider the health of their parents, including their mental health and well-being. According to the Productivity Commission's report into Mental Health 2020, the mental health of parents has a strong influence on the well-being of infants and young children, including their emotional, social, physical and cognitive development. The report found there is a strong need to support parents during major life transitions, such as the perinatal period. Sadly, in Australia today, 1 in 5 new mums experience perinatal depression or anxiety, and 1 in 10 new dads will also be affected. Deputy Speaker, I spoke to a friend of mine on Friday who had shared her own experience of mental ill health during pregnancy, which led to a long hospitalisation at 6 months into her pregnancy. She told me that when she was discharged, she was very grateful to be linked in with a perinatal mental health team who checked in on her every week. She had planned a natural birth but was induced and then required an emergency caesarean. She told me, and I quote, because of medicines, hormonal changes and disrupted sleep, that she required 2 months of follow-up care at 2 different facilities, including a stay at St John of God, Burwood, which she tells me is one of the only inpatient perinatal mental health units in New South Wales. Fortunately, she had private health insurance to cover her care, and her son is 2 and now thriving. But there aren't enough dedicated perinatal mental health beds in the public system to care for pregnant women and new mums. This is why early intervention is key for new parents, children and their families. And while I welcome the government's recent strategy for young people, for mental health and wellbeing, what we need to see is some urgency and a proper implementation plan. Because we know, Deputy Speaker, from organisations like the Black Dog Institute that half of all lifetime mental health disorders emerge by the age of 14. We also know that the rates of psychological distress in young people jumped from 1 in 5 in 2012 to over a quarter in 2020. According to the Productivity Commission's report, some children face a much higher risk of mental ill health from a very young age. This includes children who are exposed to trauma, children affected by entrenched disadvantage and children in the out-of-home care system. Given the large jump in the number of young people experiencing mental ill health, this is urgent. Just recently, the government's announcement of a new National Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy for children under the age of 14, which I mentioned earlier, was only recently announced. While this is welcome, this policy is overdue, it doesn't go far enough, and it lacks urgency in implementation. There is an urgent need to have more support measures in place now, not just for young children, but also new and expecting parents. Deputy Speaker, there are so many ways that we can support a child's mental health and wellbeing, their social and cognitive and emotional development. And that's why I support the motion moved by the member for Macarthur and his strong advocacy as a champion of the first 1,000 days framework. When I first met the now member for Macarthur, and as he said, he's not a career politician, he's a career paediatrician, he's a father and a grandfather. When I first met him, the thing that struck me, or this is what he told me, he said, I don't want to end my medical career the way it started, without Medicare. This is what the member Macarthur said to me, and this is why he is here, and this is why he's moving motions like this in this chamber, because we need to have the best supports in place to look after the wellbeing of all children, wherever they're born, wherever they grow up, wherever they live, whatever their parents earn. That is why, and it is especially important to those children and young people who grow up outside of big cities. We know the further you live outside of a big city, the shorter your life will be, the worse your quality of life will be. This is true. In a wealthy country like Australia, this should not happen. We also need to help to reduce the stigma around perinatal mental health and other mental health care, and to offer early intervention services for new mums and dads. This will give every Australian child the best start in life.
Hear, hear. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Macarthur as well for raising this important motion. The health and well-being of children is a very important issue to myself, to other members of the LNP team and the Morrison government, and we are committed to continuously improving standards for Australian families. Rightly, the member for Macarthur's motion speaks about the first 1,000 days and the absolutely pivotal influence they play on our children from preconception right through early childhood. It matters what we do as adults, even before we might be thinking about being parents. I know for me the big driver of entering this place, as is the case for many MPs was my own family, my wife Maddie, my 4-year-old son Theo and my 1-year-old daughter Izzy. They're the most important part of my life, and as for all parents, the betterment of the future of our children is what we strive for, and above all, we want them healthy and safe, and that's what we devote a lot of our work in this place to. Any parent will tell you just how amazing it is to watch your kids grow up and learn, but just how quickly it goes and how quickly they pick up new skills. It even amazes me, the difference in their development from the time I leave for a sitting fortnight to the time when I return. But the health of our children starts even before birth, preconception and during pregnancy, and this is a time that can be incredibly stressful and uneasy for many couples as they navigate it. I'm proud to be part of a government that continues to invest more in support services for pregnant women, their partners and their families, and for those who are trying to conceive. Trying to conceive isn't easy for every couple. It doesn't just happen. My wife and I know this firsthand, and we've spoken about this. Often this journey for these couples can be a tough one, and many experience early pregnancy loss, which is why we've been working with Pink Elephants Network to get 2 days of paid leave for those who experience early pregnancy loss into law, and that has now occurred, and that's an achievement that this parliament can be proud of. And one that builds on the many important initiatives, including the IVF Success website, the development of pregnancy care guidelines and national helplines, videos and website services for women through pregnancy, birth and baby. We believe it is critically important to support pregnant women and their partners to improve health in that first 1,000 days. We know that raising happy, healthy children means less chronic conditions later on in life, conditions like obesity and heart disease, diabetes and mental health conditions that develop into adulthood can be linked back into an experience in early childhood. We want to empower parents to maximise healthy development, to make the best choices for their own family that allows them to do that. We want to tackle mental health and identify risky behaviours as soon as possible so that we can assist parents to address this for themselves so that they can in turn help with the development of their kids. Our National Children's Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy is prevention focused. It promotes well-being of all children from birth and enables access to early intervention. We're making it easier for more children and families to get help when they need it most, particularly in this early period. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we do believe it takes a village to raise a child. So we are also aware of the importance of school and early learning settings and how we can better use these environments to support our kids as a community together. There are many stakeholders in a kid's life: their parents, their family, their friends, their teachers, their doctors and their peers. And we all have a responsibility to our Aussie kids to ensure their development in the first 1,000 days is as positive as possible. Also important to me is the safety of our kids and Australian families. And we need to do everything possible that we can to keep our kids safe, and that includes being safe online and safe navigating the world of technology. Even in that first 1,000 days, it is not unusual for a child to be introduced to technology in one way, shape or form, and the education around safe use of technology starts in those early days and is important as they go through, particularly up to the age of 12. The Morrison government recognises the dangerous impacts on mental health that can come online and the need to make sure that our kids have the opportunity to protect themselves and that parents have the opportunity to protect their kids from sinister online intentions. And the threat is a very real one. That's why we have commissioned the E-Safety Commissioner, and she provides a vast array of resources that parents can access to and help ensure that their kids and their family are safe online. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ryan. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first 1,000 days from conception to a child's second birthday offer a unique window of opportunity, both of tremendous potential but enormous vulnerability, to build a healthier and more prosperous future. My interest in this area is not just as the father of 2 young children, one almost 1 year old, but from having worked in this policy area with the WA State Government nearly 2 decades ago, as well as seeing the need and programs in my own community. Broadly, Australia's children are doing well and most are safe and healthy. However, the first 1,000 days are critical. In fact, before that, a future parent's health prior to conception is indeed very important. In that 1,000 days, a child's brain begins to grow and develop, and when the foundations for their lifelong health are built. There is a great deal of research in this space, ultimately making similar findings. Countries that fail to invest in the well-being of women and children in the first 1,000 days lose billions of dollars to lower economic productivity and higher health costs. Leading economists across the globe are calling for greater investment in nutrition and well-being of mothers, babies and toddlers as a way to create brighter and more prosperous futures for us all. In 2020, UNICEF ranked Australia as 32nd out of 41 nations for child well-being, and noting that, quote, "we fall short of delivering consistently good health, education and social outcomes for children." For a rich, privileged country like ours, that is completely unacceptable. Across the country, 41% of Australia's most disadvantaged 0 to 5-year-olds live in the top 20% of the most disadvantaged suburbs. Children from socially and economically disadvantaged areas typically have poorer physical health, have less access to learning materials and are less likely to access materials they need. It's communities like mine that need extra intervention. In the electorate of Burt that I represent, the Chalice Community Primary School Integrated Early Childhood and Family Support Service and Parenting Centre aims to prevent early disadvantage from becoming an ongoing drag for a child's chances of success in life, as well as that of their family. The catchment area for the Chalice Community School has a CEFA rating of 965.9, which is well below the 1,000 score average, indeed materially below. The origins of the Parenting Centre at Chalice are quite interesting. The school was looking to improve the outcomes for its students graduating Year 7 and then Year 6, and found that each student cohort entering school were entering at a lower level of capability than the average cohort across Perth and indeed Western Australia. When looking at what they could do to affect this for the better, they decided to work with local health services and developed parenting training services to work with child health nurses and integrate directly for new parents exiting hospital to create that connection with the school. Indeed, it is troubling to find the need to have to teach parents that feeding very young children on the bread from a hamburger is a terrible idea due to the sugar content of that food. But it's important that we don't blame the parents, because there is much intergenerational problems that have arisen over time. Indeed, most of our parenting learning as parents comes from that which we saw our own parents do. And if you have not been fortunate enough to grow up with parents that have known how to provide correct nutrition and developmental support for children, or indeed were removed from your parents at an early age, as many of the parents of students in my community were, we lose these benefits of passed down knowledge and information. And so the Parenting Centre at Chalice and programs like it seek to intervene to make sure that we don't have this as an ongoing problem. Changes such as making sure that we have continuity of midwifery care would also go a great deal to improving the outcomes for children by improving their lives in those first 1,000 days. Child health nurses and ensuring that they are available and able to meet frequently with new mothers is also very important, and unfortunately many child health nurse services have been negatively affected by COVID. Family centres around Western Australia, which used to provide such capacity building facilities as Chalice does now, need additional funding to continue to do that great work. And of course providing better access to childcare, which is a core part of the policy platform that Labor takes forward to the next election, ensuring that more families have accessible childcare that is affordable to them, available to them, is so very important for ensuring the future of our children and our communities. It's in the best interest of our communities that we have these services available to support all families, because it takes a village to raise a family, but if you don't have a village available to you, we need these supports to support these families and our communities to get the best outcomes.
I thank the member for Burt and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the nationwide vaccine rollout ensuring a safe return of children to childcare and school, kids in my electorate of Chisholm, from Box Hill to Glen Waverley, are now back where they should be, and that is in the classroom, preparing for the challenges of tomorrow. The flurry of activity that always accompanies the end of the school year serves as a reminder, if ever we needed one. of the need to secure the future of our younger generations. This means ensuring that the economy is robust and primed for growth, which, as sensible economic managers, a Liberal government will always be best placed to do. It means putting together, as I know the Minister for Education and Youth is doing, a national curriculum that prepares our kids for working life and instill pride in our nation, while continuing to promote a balanced and realistic view of our history. And it also means constantly working to improve the health outcomes of Australian children. In that sense, I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment of the member for MacArthur's motion. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a mother of 2 children, I'm proud that the Morrison government has always been committed to improving the health and well-being of our kids and recognises the critical importance of doing so in not just the first 1,000, but first 2,000 days of life. We know that many chronic health problems in adulthood, such as obesity, heart disease, diabetes and mental health issues, begin in early childhood. We also know that the health of a child starts even before birth, with the health of parents pre-conception and during pregnancy, affecting the health of the baby at birth and through their early years. Support for parents and children in the early years is recognised in all 4 pillars of the government's long-term National Health Plan. In particular, just last month, we launched the National Children's Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. Recognised as a world first, the strategy considers mental health and well-being outcomes for children from birth to 12 years of age. Additionally, the consultation draft of the Australians Primary Healthcare 10-Year Plan 2022 to 2032 highlights the importance of reform through primary care to support pregnant women and young families to improve health in the first 2,000 days. Furthermore, the government is developing the National Preventive Health Strategy, which outlines the overarching long-term approach to prevention in Australia over the next 10 years. The strategy recognises the value of health and well-being at all stages of life and emphasises the significance of prevention from pre-conception period through to the early years of life. It includes an overarching aim that focuses on providing children with the best start in life. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Chisholm, we have young people from all backgrounds, and that's why I have a particular interest in another of our government's key initiatives, the 2020 to 2030 National Action Plan for the Health of Children and Young People. The action plan aims to ensure that Australian children and young people from all walks of life have the same opportunities to fulfill their potential and the same chance of achieving a healthy life. Madam Deputy Speaker, the health of children and young people in Australia is of fundamental importance to all Australians, and this government is committed to ensuring that all our young people have a safe, certain and healthy future.
Chisholm, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like my colleagues who have spoken before me, I want to thank the member for MacArthur for moving this important motion. Excuse me, just get myself sorted. And anyone who's met or spent any time with the member for MacArthur knows of his genuine, deep commitment to all things health, but particularly to this first 1,000 days initiative, and it's a privilege to be in the Labor caucus with him. It's incredibly disturbing to know that more than 1.2 million Australian children live in poverty, that on census night in 2016, almost 20,000 children aged 0 to 14 were homeless, that almost 22% of Australian children enter primary school developmentally delayed. We're a rich and prosperous country, as speakers gone before me have said, and most of the children in Australia do very well. But there are far too many that don't. And there are far too many children from lower socioeconomic communities that are condemned to intergenerational poverty that the research suggests starts before birth. And that's why the first 1,000 Days initiative is so important. In my state of Victoria, the Royal Children's Hospital in 2019 put out the research paper, Strong Foundations, Getting It Right in the First 1,000 Days, which was a collaboration between the Centre for Community Child Health at Murdoch Children's Research Institute, the Australian Research Alliance for Children and Youth, Bupa Australia, the Bupa Health Foundation and PwC Australia. And you can find that report on the Royal Children's Hospital website. And the objectives of Strong Foundations was to raise awareness amongst government and policymakers and the public about the importance of the first 1,000 days, because as that report said in 2019, new knowledge unveiled has served to increase experts' view of the significance of those first 1,000 days and the urgent need to reform policies, practices and systems in response to the evidence. To ensure decisions that affect children and families are based on the best available evidence, and to ensure all steps that can be taken to improve early life for Australian children are identified and implemented as soon as possible. As I stand here in November of 2021, one has to question whether those objectives have been answered. The report synthesised current Australian and international evidence, as of 2019, on the biological, social, global and environmental influences on development. The report showcased the economic benefits to society of investing in the first 1,000 days. I have to say I think that the moral and ethical arguments for doing so should be enough to convince anyone, but for those who need further convincing, the economic arguments are also strong. The modelling showed significant potential benefits to society of improving outcomes for children for the first 1,000 days. Looking at the impacts of antenatal care and home ownership on that time, using smoking during pregnancy and housing stability as measures, the report revealed that if every child in Australia grew up in a stable housing situation, the potential annual benefit to Australia would be an estimated $3 billion. The key findings included that the age, health and well-being of both mother and father prior to the child's conception affect the integrity of the embryo from the very beginning. Fetuses use cues provided by their mother's physical and mental states to predict the kind of world they will be born into and adapt accordingly. So what happens in the first 1,000 days affects the whole body, with potentially profound consequences over the life course. The report found that disadvantage can be passed down through generations at a cellular level. Our biology changes in response to stress, poverty and other prolonged adverse experiences, and these changes can be passed on to children from their parents and grandparents. In addition to loving caregivers, children need safe communities, secure housing, access to green parklands, environments free of toxins and access to affordable nutritional foods. Exactly what a good federal government would be focusing on. And I'm proud of Labor's policies about childcare, about supporting Medicare, our detailed policy about a housing future fund. If we don't invest in our communities and our children for the first 1,000 days, we are condemning too many people to the cycle of intergenerational poverty and disadvantage, and we can't do that.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A child's early years are foundational to cognitive, physical and social development. It is well known that the first 1,000 days are critical to physical growth and development, cognitive capacity and emotional development. And in fact, the Australian Government is committed to improving health outcomes for children in the first 2,000 days of life. The Government recognises that many chronic health problems in adulthood, such as obesity, heart disease, diabetes and mental health issues, begin in early childhood. This motion highlights the preconception period, which is critically important in shaping our children's future. I commend the member for Macarthur for his initiative to have this important period in a child's life recognised by the House. This is an issue that I've been passionate about for a long time and have invested in extensively prior to being elected. It is imperative that little ones and young parents are supported to reach their potential. Zoe Support is a not-for-profit that I founded in 2012 for young mums to support them to re-engage in education as they raise their children. Zoe Support continues to thrive and has a big heart to see these little ones thrive from pre-birth through the first years of life. Zoe Support continues its work in Mildura, targeting issues of social isolation, poverty, ill health, destitution and distress for expecting young mums. Zoe Support knows that connection and community are fundamental foundations for the health and well-being of young families. The adage, "it takes a village to raise a child," is certainly upheld for young families in Mildura through the work of Zoe Support and other organisations. Our children deserve the best support and care, and this requires a holistic approach. Last month, the Government launched the National Children's Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy, recognised as a world first. This is the first time a national government has developed a strategy that considers mental health and wellbeing outcomes for children from birth to 12 years of age, as well as their families and the communities that nurture them. The Government is developing the National Preventative Health Strategy, outlining the overarching long-term approach to prevention in Australia over the next 10 years. The strategy recognises the value of health and well-being at all stages of life and emphasises the significance of prevention from preconception period through to the early years of life. It includes an overarching aim that focuses on providing children with the best start to life. The Morrison and Joyce Government has been working for families of young children to provide critical supports that seek to address the well-being of young children both now and into the future. Through the Liberal Nationals Community Childcare Fund, 14 childcare centres in my electorate of Mallee have received funding to deliver critical services to families. This helps boost workforce participation as well and reduces barriers to service provision. In regional and rural towns like Rapanyup, Dimboola, Warragnabeal, workforce participation is a common struggle due to lack of childcare. The CCCF helps early learning centres who are experiencing viability issues to continue opening their doors and providing places for children across the region. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of opening Wycheproof's first early learning centre, which was partly funded under this government's Drought Communities program. This was a fantastic outcome for the community, providing an educational hub which is on site at the Wycheproof P12 College. Wycheproof young families are now benefiting from this centre, which also delivers maternal and child health programs. For some new parents, the opening of Wycheproof Early Learning Centre means the ability to return to work as well. The draft of Australia's Primary Healthcare 10-year Plan 2022 to 2032 highlights the importance of reform to support pregnant women and young families to improve health in the first 2,000 days. This government is also investing in the health and wellbeing of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and their families through activities that seek to improve health outcomes during pregnancy and the early years, focusing on mothers, babies and children of greatest need in rural, remote and very remote communities in Australia. Thank you.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5 relating to human rights of Baha'is in Iran.
The member for Moore.
I move the motion relating to the human rights of Baha'is in Iran, in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for more.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Baha'i community in Australia, I move this private member's motion calling for an end to the systematic persecution of Baha'is in Iran. The freedom to practice one's chosen religion is a fundamental right that forms the core of our democratic beliefs in Australia. As we speak, a bill guaranteeing religious freedom is about to be introduced into this Parliament during this current session. Our society allows freedom of religion, free from persecution, intimidation and harassment. It is our sincere hope that the international religious tolerance will spread like a light throughout the world. It is incumbent upon us as elected representatives in a free society to call upon foreign governments around the world, including countries such as Iran, to respect the freedom of religion and to allow their citizens to worship freely and peaceably with tolerance. In raising public awareness of this issue, it is hoped that world attention will be focused on addressing this grave injustice. Baha'is have remained peaceful and active members of Iranian society. They pose no threat to the government. They are not aligned with any political ideology or opposition movement, nor do they engage in subversive activity or violence. Baha'is have turned to those legal recourses available to them and sought to create their own opportunities for education and economic growth despite efforts by authorities to deny their rights. Their response to persecution has been characterized as constructive resilience. Baha'is in Iran are frequently subjected to raids on their homes or workplaces, confiscation of property, arrests, and long periods of solitary confinement and interrogation. They are tried on spurious charges such as membership of an illegal organization, acting against national security or propaganda against the regime, and sentenced to prison terms of up to 10 years. Under the presidency of Hassan Rouhani, the Baha'i international community documented at least 676 arrests of Baha'is and summons to prison. In the past year alone, there have been over 47 arrests. The law is being used to forcibly confiscate and sell the lands owned by Baha'is. Lands belonging to Baha'is in the provinces of Semnan, Rushanuk, and Ilvel have been confiscated. Additionally, since 2016, at least 491 Baha'i-owned shops have been closed. In moving this motion for an end for the systematic persecution of Baha'is by the government of Iran, and more broadly an end to persecution of Baha'is by governments across the world, I urge all governments to consider the potential contributions that can be made to society by allowing Baha'is to freely practice their religion, free from persecution, intimidation, and harassment. International monitoring constitutes a vital safeguard for the protection of Baha'is in the community. Whenever this issue is publicised, discussed in parliaments, or raised with Iranian officials, it sends a signal to the Iranian government that it is being held to account for its actions. We call upon the Iranian government specifically to allow Baha'is to freely practice their faith and not be subjected to arrests and imprisonment for their beliefs, to earn a livelihood, to access higher education, and not be subjected to hatred and discrimination as a result of misinformation about their beliefs. There is a strong Baha'i community in Western Australia, in particular in the northern suburbs of Perth. I have been fortunate enough to meet many Baha'is living in my electorate and also the surrounding suburbs. Through my association with the local Baha'i community over a number of years, I have observed its members as being peaceful, tolerant, and family-orientated. The religion could not be described as fundamentalist or extremist in nature. Rather, it is very moderate in its nature. As I have become more familiar with individual members and their local spiritual assembly, what greatly impresses me generally about the Baha'i community in Australia is the ability of its members to integrate and assimilate into Australian society.
Is there a seconder for the member's motion? Member
Yes,
for
Deputy
Wills.
Speaker. Thank you. I second the motion, and I thank the member for Moore for bringing this motion to the House to highlight the unfortunately ongoing persecution of members of the Baha'i faith in Iran. The people of the Baha'i faith in my electorate of Wills and across Australia are deeply concerned about their brothers and sisters in faith in Iran, as they should be. Since 1979, the government of Iran has made it official policy to discriminate against and persecute members of the Baha'i community, Iran's largest non-Muslim religious minority. In 2016, the UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon described Baha'i as the most severely persecuted religious minority in Iran. The Australian Parliament in 2012 and 2015 have condemned the persecution and treatment of members of the Baha'i faith in Iran. And last year, the Baha'i people in Iran faced new and increased oppression through Iran's national ID program. The national ID card now requires people to identify with one of 4 religions: Islam, Christianity, Judaism or Zoroastrianism. Anyone who does not, including the Baha'i people, are denied an ID card, effectively rendering them a non-person, at least in the administrative sense. Without this card, a person in Iran can't get a driver's licence, a passport, a work permit, open and use a bank account or enter into a contract. These are basic rights that are being denied to a group of people based on their religious faith. This change has forced Iranian Baha'i to either lie about their religious identity or be blocked from essential services. I'm also extremely concerned about the reports of violent home raids, of being barred from education, Baha'i homes set on fire, relatives being detained in crowded prisons rife with coronavirus, or worst of all, arbitrary executions by the authorities. And then to have loved ones' graves desecrated adds just that further level of pain to the Baha'i people. Australia is a democracy, and I believe has a responsibility to call out these types of human rights abuses across the world, wherever we see it. I, along with some of my colleagues, last year wrote to the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, to express our concern about the ongoing persecution of the Baha'i. I've also met with the Iranian ambassador and expressed to him the Australian Baha'i community's deep concerns. In December last year, Australia at the UN General Assembly co-sponsored a resolution which highlighted the human rights situation in Iran and the situation of the Baha'i community. We, as elected leaders in a pluralist democracy that holds the value of equality before the law high, regardless of one's ethnicity, faith or gender, we must speak up for people around the world who are being denied their rights on the basis of ethnicity, faith or gender. The Baha'i community has been a part of our diverse nation for a century, for 100 years, Deputy Speaker. We have a duty to this community here in Australia and to the Baha'i in Iran. Whether it's speaking up in support of democracy in Myanmar or Hong Kong, speaking out against the persecution of the Uyghurs, speaking up for the rights of self-determination for the Palestinians, or the Rohingya people who have been forced into IDP camps, or the Kurdish community in northern Syria. It's something that I've tried to do as an elected representative since I was elected back in 2016, and always tried to do this as part of our democracy and as part of this place and our responsibilities and obligations in this place. Because, frankly, Deputy Speaker, what we say in this place has real meaning, has real impact. We are representatives in a democracy, one of the oldest lasting democracies, continuous democracies in the world. And so that comes with a degree of responsibility on all of us, regardless of our political persuasion. And as such, and alongside many of my colleagues who are speaking on this motion today, and I join the member of Moore and my colleagues across the aisle who've spoken up about this issue, the persecution of the Baha'i people, many, many times in this chamber, in this place. And we will continue to do so, because what we say is a matter of solidarity and standing in solidarity with the people of the Baha'i faith who are suffering persecution in Iran. And I know that it might not change things overnight, but what we say here does give the people of Baha'i faith in our Australian community some solace that we are standing side by side with them in their time of need. And we'll continue to do so for as long as it takes. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, I don't get to say this enough in this chamber and other places, but I agree with the member for Wills when he says these things. And I want to thank the member for Moore for bringing this to the attention of this parliament, the member for Wills for his contribution, because what he says is absolutely 100% right. This nation, if it is to exist, if it is to have any purpose, if it is to have any reason in this world in which we live, it is that we must demand not just equality for those of us who happen to live in this nation, but equality and justice for all people, no matter where they may be. Now, sometimes that is easier said than done. Sometimes it means that we find ourselves in conflict with what we would like to do versus what we have to do. But allow me to be clear, this is not one of those instances. The members of the Baha'i community who live in Iran have been persecuted for too long, for too often, by an atrocious and authoritarian regime for no other reason than the fact that they fear them. They fear what they stand for. They fear their ideas. They fear their belief. And this world should not have a single person, wherever they may live, persecuted because of who they are, for what they believe, or for what they stand for. I am incredibly privileged to have one of the houses of worship of the Baha'i faith in the area that I am honoured to represent. To say that the Baha'i faith is one of the great faiths of this world is no exaggeration. Their belief in unity, in peace, in love and in harmony. When during the COVID lockdown, so many of us were worried about what it meant for ourselves and for our families, the Baha'i faith undertook a project to understand what it meant for the entire community, not just their members, not just those who believed who were members of their community, but rather for our entire nation. It would be inappropriate for me to go through this speech without recognising Natalie Mobini, who is the Director of the Office of External Affairs, Shafali Williams, who is one of their External Affairs Manager, Dr Fiona Scott, the National Secretary of the Baha'i Association, and Mr Chris Heggie, who's the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'i of Australia. These people, along with so many others in their community, put together a program that involved and ensured that not only were their community kept together, but so many other members of the Australian community were able to make it through the isolation, through the challenge of the lockdowns and the pandemic. What would the Iranian regime have to fear from such a belief and from such actions? Deputy Speaker, you and I both know the answer to that. Authoritarians hate people who show that peace and love has a place in this world. It has always been, and thus will it always end up being. That is why what the member for Wills said is true. What we say here matters. What we do here matters even more, because we must make it clear that we will not allow people in Iran or in any other part of the world to be persecuted simply for the fact of who they are. Religion should never be used by any country as a tool of isolation, as a tool in which to persecute someone, to demonise that person, or to justify the unjustifiable treatment before the law. The right to freedom of religion, the right to freedom of belief, the right to freedom of expression is a universal human right that cannot be selectively observed or used by different governments when it suits them. It is part of the millennial program that all members of the United Nations signed up to, the millennial goals that we all signed up to, that we as a nation signed up to, and that the Iranian regime signed up to. They must be true to their agreements. The Morrison government, this government, the Australian government, continues to have a strong stand in support of a just, fair and legal treatment of all faiths in Iran, including the Baha'i community, but especially the Baha'i community, for they have been singled out too often.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise to contribute to this motion, recognising the people of the Baha'i faith and acknowledging their contributions, ongoing contributions to our society. Thank you to the member for Moore for moving this motion, and to all members who have indeed spoken on this motion today. I would also like to recognise the people of the Baha'i faith who aren't able to join us in the chamber today. Ordinarily, this chamber would be full on such an occasion, but I know many of those people will be watching from their homes. I want to acknowledge you today. I note that this month marks the centenary of the death of the Abdul Baha, and people the world over are remembering his life and work, and all of those amazing people who came to know him. The Baha'i faith is one of peace and inclusion, as we've heard from many of my colleagues today. It recognises the value and worth of all religions and sees the inherent unity of all people. It actively rejects the damaging scourge of racism, prejudice and discrimination. At a time when we are seeing communities and countries across the globe splinter and fracture, fragment through hatred and division, it is clear that there is much to learn from faiths like the Baha'i and the belief system they have. The people of the Baha'i faith come from all walks of life, represent many sectors in our community. In my electorate of Newcastle, there is a vibrant and deeply committed Baha'i community. It's a welcoming group of wonderful people, and I am particularly want to take time today to acknowledge the contribution of Tom Jones, who sadly passed last year from our community. Tom was a long-time volunteer Baha'i chaplain at the University of Newcastle. He led the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'i in Newcastle. He was an incredibly determined advocate and stood up always to be counted in the face of intolerance, discrimination, prejudice and indeed the persecution of Baha'i people overseas. I'm so grateful for Tom's ongoing advocacy, his efforts with the Baha'i community, both in Newcastle and on an international level. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the current Secretary of the Newcastle Baha'i community, Johanne Tonkin, for her and the team that she leads, their incredible hard work and dedication. I'm glad that Australia is a place where all people can practice their faith freely. Regrettably, this isn't the case everywhere. Last time I rose in this place to speak on the Baha'i, I reflected on the appalling treatment of Iran's 300,000 Baha'i followers. Despite the economic and health crisis afflicting Iran, the systemic program of persecution against the entire Baha'i community has increased in its intensity over the past year. The number of pending court cases against Baha'i has steadily increased during the coronavirus pandemic. Hundreds of Baha'i-owned shops remain sealed by authorities, depriving thousands of a viable income. The entire public sector and numerous professions remain blocked to the Baha'i. University studies remain inaccessible. The authorities have leveraged the internet to spread hate speech about Baha'i and their faith and their beliefs to various segments of the society. A recent alarming development which occurred in late 2020 was a final and binding court decision which determined Baha'is' ownership of their own homes and farmlands in the village of Ival to be illegitimate. Numerous Baha'i families in this village in the province of Mazandaran, who had farmed their land for generations, had their homes destroyed and property confiscated for the sale to other villages. In recent months, the Iranian government's decades-long campaign of hate speech and propaganda against the Baha'i in Iran has reached new levels, increasing in both sophistication and scale. Australia must always...
Order. The member will resume a seat. The division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And notwithstanding the vile ongoing campaign I was referring to against the Baha'i in Iran, Australia must continue to robustly defend human rights of the Baha'i wherever they face persecution across the world. That is our responsibility, and that is the job we must do.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and given that people are still returning to the chamber after the division, I think I will just slow things down a little bit. The question, would the member for Cohen be prepared to speak now? The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cohen.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Can I start by commending the member for Moore, who is my neighbour in the northern suburbs of Perth, for bringing this motion forward. I'm sure that the member for Moore, like me, has been warmly welcomed by the local Baha'i community in the northern suburbs and has experienced their hospitality and their warmth as I have. Deputy Speaker, I've stood in this place several times now to speak about the Baha'i faith and the beauty of the Baha'i faith, and many times have quoted or selected quotes from the founder of the Baha'i faith, Baha'u'llah. And so it's getting to the point where I'm struggling to find new quotes, although there are many. And I found this wonderful quote that I thought I'd read in the chamber today. It is from the tablets of the Divine Plan, and it says, "Consider the flowers of a garden, though differing in kind, colour, form and shape, yet, inasmuch as they are refreshed by the waters of one spring, revived by the breath of one wind, invigorated by the rays of one sun, this diversity increaseth their charm and addeth unto their beauty. How unpleasing to the eye if all the flowers and plants, the leaves and blossoms, the fruits, the branches and the trees of that garden were all of the same shape and colour. Diversity of hues, form and shape enricheth and adorneth the garden and heighteneth the effect thereof." It's such a beautiful quote, Deputy Speaker, and I thought it a very apt quote for the topic that I wish to speak on this evening, and the motion that the member for Moore has brought forward. And I chose this quote because it represents the wonderful people of Cowan and the wonderful diversity that that exists within the Cowan community, and indeed within Australia, and certainly within the world. But it also expresses the wonderful diversity that I've found among members of the Baha'i faith. I first came across the Baha'i faith from a fellow student studying at the American University in Cairo with me when I was at university, and learned then, all those years ago, about the Baha'i faith and about the ongoing persecution of people of Baha'i faith in Iran. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, pluralism, diversity of culture, of thought, of political leanings, and of course of faith, are the hallmarks of Australian democracy. Pluralism and diversity is valued within the Baha'i faith. There are many, many more quotes that I could have chosen that express the peace, the love, the harmony, the unity that are core tenets of the Baha'i faith, as many of the previous speakers have also alluded to. And so, considering the love of diversity, the openness of the Baha'i faith, the openness with which members of the Baha'i faith community have welcomed myself as a Muslim, other members of Parliament of other different faiths,
it is quite astounding that we're standing here today to speak about their persecution in Iran and the inability of such a gentle and peaceful people of faith to be able to practice their faith in Iran. Like other members who have spoken today, I welcome the 16th of December resolution by the United Nations calling on Iran to uphold the rights of all its citizens. Recognising, accepting, and not just accepting, going beyond acceptance, going beyond tolerance to respect different faiths, and the plurality of faith is a basis of a universal human rights. It is a cornerstone of Australian democracy. And, freedom of faith, freedom to practice one's faith, freedom to choose what one you want to believe in is, of course, a basic human right. Like other members here, I call on the Iranian regime to end its continued discrimination and persecution of people of Baha'i faith, and I lend my support to the Baha'i community in Australia.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
I'm so pleased to rise and speak in support of this motion today, and I thank the member for Moore for his initiative, as well as the work of many others in this place, including the member for Wills and the member for Newcastle. I'm proud to represent a strong Baha'i community on the border in Albury-Wodonga. Recently, I met with local leaders Ben Mizhagi and Vida Bayani to hear how the Baha'i community has fared during the COVID pandemic, and I was inspired by efforts throughout their community to come together and to support one another. The community held weekly and fortnightly Zoom meetings to keep in touch, to share prayers, to offer support and honour the idea of family and friendship, which is so fundamental to their lives. Ben and Vida also spoke of the timely publication of Light and Mercy, a compilation of Baha'i texts about mental health and resilience during difficult times. When restrictions eased, the community also organised day trips across the region to museums and other social events that families and friends could connect again. Ben also spoke proudly that near 100% of the Baha'i community have been vaccinated on the border, and that is just a remarkable effort. The principles of the Baha'i faith were central to this accomplishment, particularly the ideas of unity and the importance of placing the community ahead of oneself. What a beautiful message to convey to this House. I also had the opportunity to speak with Ben and Vida about this motion and the desperate situation the Baha'i community in Iran finds itself in. Baha'is, who are Iran's largest non-Muslim religious minority, are routinely arrested, detained and imprisoned in Iran. The Baha'i are barred from holding government jobs, and their shops and businesses are routinely closed or discriminated against. Many are also unable to attend schooling, and those who try to organise education for the Baha'i informally are often arrested and detained too.
Order. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Federation Chamber is now resumed. Member for Indi has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The persecution and human rights abuses are countless. Since the formation of the Islamic Republic in Iran in 1979, tens of thousands of Iranian Baha'is have lost homes, jobs, pensions, savings and businesses, and they've seen their shrines and cemeteries desecrated. It's difficult to imagine the true impact of this persecution, and it was heartbreaking to hear Ben and Vida convey the situation in Iran. Earlier this year, I was pleased to co-sign an open letter from members of this place to the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, calling out the treatment of the Baha'is in Iran, particularly the rise in violence against farmers at the village level. The global Baha'i community have also led powerful campaigns to have the situation in Iran exposed in the United General Assembly and the Human Rights Council, and work with other international human rights NGOs on advocacy campaigns, speaking on behalf of their sisters and brothers in Iran who cannot speak up without fear of reprisal. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Baha'i are peaceful and non-violent. In Iran, the Baha'i work tirelessly for the betterment of their society despite ongoing persecution. This faith and resilience is powerful, and I respect it deeply. Ben shared this passage with me to read in Parliament, so I quote, "The Iranian Baha'i deeply love their homeland despite all the suffering they have endured. Regardless of the restrictions imposed upon them, they fulfil their spiritual and social responsibilities. Through participation in constructive discourse with neighbours, co-workers, friends and acquaintances, they nonetheless continue to contribute to the advancement of their nation and their people." What a powerful message to convey to this House. I want to thank Ben and Vida once again for sharing these messages from the Baha'i community in Albury-Wodonga with me and this Parliament. I also want to acknowledge Dr Hamid Golshan, who was unable to attend our meeting due to work commitments as a doctor at Albury-Wodonga Hospital, and he felt the full brunt of local COVID outbreak only weeks ago. The Baha'i gives so much to our border communities, and it is my pleasure and honour to recognise their contributions and their message on behalf of the Baha'i community in Iran. I commend this motion to the House.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 6 relating to regional telecommunications.
The member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to regional telecommunications in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Member for Mayo has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was recently invited to participate in an online meeting with the Regional, Rural and Remote Communications Coalition, and this group is made up of 22 volunteer-run organisations and advocacy bodies who have joined together to amplify their voice to improve telecommunications for regional Australia. I was in Canberra when we met, and my team member, who tried to join the meeting, her NBN connection was so slow she couldn't participate. This experience is sadly all too familiar in regional Australia, and why I'm moving this motion to highlight the priorities of the Coalition. These goals are not grandiose or radical. Regional Australia just wants equitable access to reliable, quality telecommunications. Telecommunications is an essential service in a modern world. It should be managed and regulated as such, not left to market forces. Urban-based public and private sector organisations cannot continue to roll out services to rural Australia based on urban experiences. The Coalition has 5 goals. Guaranteed access to voice and data services, always, including natural disasters. Updated telecommunication service guarantees and adequate service performance standards. The continuation of programs to expand mobile coverage. Building digital capacity through the provision of independent, trustworthy technical support and affordable communication services for regional, rural and remote Australia. I've recently hosted positive ageing forums in my electorate. One issue that was raised was how expensive it is for mobile phone plans for those on fixed incomes, and the need and how expensive an NBN satellite service is. In my submission to the 2021 Regional Telecommunications Review, I've called on the government to assist low-income households, particularly pensioners, whether that be through the NBN wholesale broadband package or an annual telecommunications payment, or a requirement on all statutory infrastructure providers to offer minimum internet packages to assist low-income households. I'm also of the view that regional Australia should be prioritised for NBN technology upgrades. The focus should be on need rather than profitability. Mayo has too many premises allocated NBN satellite.
South Australia is not only the state with the highest percentage of satellite connections, around 5% compared to the national average of 3%, but is the state with the highest number of Sky Master connections within a 25-kilometre radius of the city GPO. The number of potential NBN satellite services in our radius is 2,773 premises. Nearly 88% of those premises cannot upgrade via technology choice. Available figures from last year show Hobart, which came a very distant second to Adelaide, with 264 Sky Master connections within their 25-kilometre radius. Sydney had just 28. Upgrading is expensive. I have constituents who can drive to Adelaide from their home, but they have to pay $30,000 to $100,000 for fibre. We need to do better for regional Australia. A good place to start is the mobile network. It needs expansion and it needs better performance standards. Mobile is not guaranteed under the Universal Service Guarantee, a fact that continues to surprise so many, as mobile connectivity is an essential service, particularly in high-risk bushfire areas. Black Summer bushfires that we all experienced in 1920 on Kangaroo Island in my electorate and the Adelaide Hills in my electorate highlighted our community's reliance on the mobile network to receive timely information. This is about protecting life and property. On Kangaroo Island, mobile black spots caused so much concern. The lack of mobile coverage hampered the efforts of emergency services. I want to say, Deputy Speaker, that this government and future governments needs to prioritise the delivery of reliable and affordable telecommunications for regional Australia. This is critical for our regions. This is about life and death for us. We need to have a healthy, economic and sustainable communities, and telecommunications is a very big part of that. And so, Deputy Speaker, I would now like to seek leave to table the goals document of the Regional, Rural and Remote Communications Coalition.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you. And I would just like to say we need to make sure that regional Australia gets put front and centre with respect to telecommunications. It is too terrifying driving for long stretches where there is no mobile coverage. We can do better in this nation. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is seconded. I want to applaud the work of the Regional, Rural and Remote Communications Coalition. Many of the issues that they face are also issues that we face in peri-urban areas as well, and I had the privilege of meeting the coalition members in the context of the Private Members Bill exposure draft that I released, backed by 17, now 18 of my government colleagues back in September. What I thought I would do today is to take this opportunity to provide the House with some feedback that, as a result of the exposure draft we've received, not just from the Regional, Rural and Remote Communications Coalition, whose work is so good and important, but from ordinary citizens across the country who face terrible communications technology difficulties, both in regional and in peri-urban settings. Jennifer from Beachport in South Australia has said in her submission, and I quote, "I'm a falls risk and I'm a Telstra customer. Often my service is only 1 bar on 3G instead of a minimum 4G. If I fall and can't get up and can't ring out, there's a good chance I'd be there until 1 p.m. Friday when a carer arrives, possibly up to a week. That's frightening," she said in her submission. "I battle with Telstra Internet, and if the town is in holiday mode, quite often I can't connect. I pay my bills and buy my groceries online, and I experience a high level of frustration. It can be 10 p.m. at night before I'm able to access internet on Wi-Fi mobile. Issues can take 5 days to resolve," she wrote. This is simply not good enough, especially for vulnerable Australians. In Tasmania, Damien from Wilberville says lives have already been lost in his community. "For over 11 years now, we lost our Telstra mobile phone reception here in Wilberville and in Arthurs Lake. I've complained to Telstra many times over the years, and as a retired volunteer ambulance officer, we've sadly lost lives that may have been preventable if it would have had Telstra's mobile phone service," he said. He added, "Telstra has profited billions over the years, and surely funds can be found to address this issue here in the very rural, remote and isolated Central Highlands of Tasmania." Hear, hear, Damien, you're absolutely right. In my own electorate, Margaret from Glenorrey wrote, "Recently Telstra wanted to upgrade my plan and charge me more. They can't even give me what's in my present contract. I can't imagine how contract tracing worked in my area with the dodgy mobile communications. As an elderly widow," she writes, "I find it very scary having no guaranteed means of communication. The only way is to have my mobile on a rubbish bin outside my garage and run backwards and forwards to my computer inside, and this all has to be done at 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. when there's reception. I could tell you many sad tales about when my husband had a terminal illness, he's now passed away, and I couldn't contact the outside world because of low and unreliable communications. She added, I went to the Telstra store to try and get help and was treated very badly and not helped at all. It was like I'd crept out of a garbage pile. Very horrible, I won't be doing that again. Just try and imagine how scary it will be when you can have no means of communication with anyone and you live in Sydney. The service from the telcos, like that which Margaret has experienced, is absolutely appalling, and those telco executives are absolutely reprehensible. They've got the same problems in Cedar Creek in Queensland. Lewis wrote in her submission, we have no mobile reception at our home. This causes constant problems. My husband and I are doctors. We struggle to do on-call from home because we've got no mobile reception and very poor ADSL internet. Our children were unable to homeschool due to poor phone and internet service. The lack of mobile reception is dangerous and leaves us at serious disadvantage to our peers. Medical specialists are being affected in my electorate as well. Jodie, a psychologist from Dangar Island, wrote, I'm a psychologist and I had to go 100% telehealth for all my clients during lockdown. It was so difficult to maintain connection in a very stressful time with very stressed clients. It was near impossible. Very poor service, she writes. And Christy from Mayup in South Australia says, telecommunications coverage in our area of Mayup is progressively getting worse. With all the upgrades to towers, we've seen zero capacity. I sit here in my kitchen with call after call after call dropping out. I run my business from satellite NBN and hope for the best with the phones. I've had to reconnect an old copper phone line because our service is regressing. I live in an already isolated environment made even worse by having limited communications power. Mental health in regional areas is at an all-time high, and it's not hard to see why. I feel unsafe during summer, particularly on fireban days, when I can't update the alerts or get phone service from a paddock. Telcos are quick to tell me what funds I can spend to get better services, but they don't seem to be willing to spend some of that to help me. Well, it's time the telcos took their heads out of the sand and started to deal with the real problems Australians face every single day. The appalling customer service, the outright lies they tell about connectivity, and the fact that at times of natural disaster they are missing in action and unaccountable for failing to provide these services. Phone and internet are essential services Australians rely on. It's time we did better. Go to telcoreform.com.au.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for raising this important issue of regional communications. Before I get to the body of my speech, just a short comment on the contribution from the member for Barara. I'm sure he's very earnest in all his views, but let's not forget, here's a member of a government that has allowed this state of affairs to manifest, and he's also a member of a political party that we can lay at the feet the cause of all this, of course, with the privatisation of Telstra so many years ago under the party that he represents. So if the member for Barara is serious about the issues he's raising, he needs to do a lot more to get his colleagues in the government on board. Deputy Speaker, the member for Mayo understands, as I do, the vital role that is played by telecommunications in a regional electorate. We share a vision of equitable access to reliable and quality telecommunications across regional Australia. We both know that our constituents, the people that we represent, are not being looked after by this government. Making a call and jumping online should not be this hard. Yet just 20 minutes from my office here in southern Tasmania, driving down Back Tea Tree Road on the way home, the signal drops out. It's a very busy road. Further down the Tasman Highway towards stunning Port Arthur, one of the busiest tourist destinations in the country, you'll find the same. There's no connectivity. Kwinana in the Northern Midlands, just off our busy Midland Highway and barely half an hour south of Launceston, it's the same story. Not only no mobile connectivity, but this is a small township that is on satellite, and I was pleased to hear the member for Mayo draw attention to this. There are far too many places that are on satellite that should not be. Satellite should be a last resort for remote homes that can't get any other service. Kwinana, the town of Fingal, in the municipality that break a day in my electorate. These are both townships that are on satellite, and they should at the very least be on fixed wireless. So, Deputy Speaker, in far too many places across my electorate, no bars, no internet, nothing. I once met with a constituent from Interlaken in our Central Highlands who was mobility impaired. She could barely walk, let alone safely drive, yet she still had to drag herself into a car and head east for 45 minutes just to find a signal so that she could call her family for assistance. Not good enough. Throughout my electorate, there are black spots, and not just on isolated country roads. The back blocks of Bicheno, a section north of Tribunna, swathes of the Central Highlands. It shouldn't be this way. Sometimes even, fairly populated areas, as I say, Kanara, Fingal. Telecommunications, Deputy Speaker, are not a luxury anymore. They are an essential service to modern society. Smartphone technology and internet access support social connectivity, business activity, and help deliver health and education services. Every Australian, no matter their postcode, should have access to quality, reliable and affordable telecommunications. It is laughable that a government hell-bent on moving services online, My Aged Care, all the Centrelink services, can also fail to make connectivity a priority for their voters and for Australians. There must be equitable access to these services. We must close the digital divide between country and city. But under this Liberal government, we are seeing a growing inequity. We've seen Australians, and Tasmanians in particular, who live in rural, regional and remote areas left behind. A recent survey conducted by my office found almost 80% of the 400 respondents had experienced issues with their internet connection, poor speeds, service dropouts, limited assistance from operators, the list goes on. Deputy Speaker, reliable, quality, high-speed reception and internet is not a luxury or a nice to have. It is essential 21st century infrastructure. We've wasted 20 years of this century. Let's get serious about it now. It's clear this tired Liberal government cannot be trusted to deliver to regional Tasmanians, but Labor does have a plan to tackle this growing issue. An Albanese Labor government will secure more Australian families and businesses quality high-speed internet by expanding full fibre NBN access to 1.5 million premises.
Order.
This will include...
Order. The honourable member's time has expired. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In my electorate of Mallee, poor connectivity continues to be a significant issue. Last time I counted, there were 520 black spots, a cause of great frustration for many people. Over the last 2 years in my office, many constituents have told me about the ongoing challenges that they experience. Fred Siciliano is a stone fruit grower from Wooreeneen. He continues to put up with slow, unreliable and sometimes non-existent mobile coverage. As a small business owner, Fred has invested vast sums of money to attempt to resolve the issues. Sadly, it has resulted in little improvement. Living in between two major phone towers, he frequently must leave his property to be able to conduct a virtual meeting with overseas clients. At times he's had to stand on a chair or climb on a roof, and I hear it over and over again, in order to get signal. He's not alone. There are many across Mallee who endure the same thing. It is simply not good enough. The pandemic has highlighted the issues with students learning from home, disrupted in virtual classrooms because their internet drops out. Teachers too were struggling to conduct online classes because they couldn't get reliable reception at their home. Recently, I supported the member for Barara's private member's bill that seeks to make telecommunications companies accountable for their poor coverage. The bill argued for telco executives to be personally liable for poor customer service and failure to meet the needs of customers. While the coalition government has invested $15 million to address poor connectivity in Mallee, many people remain disadvantaged with deficient services. Rural residents in Mallee often live long distances from towns, and when an emergency occurs, they cannot afford to be unable to access connectivity to call emergency services. Under the proposed bill by the member for Berowra, or the bill prepared by the member for Berowra, telco executives and companies would also be financially liable for preventable deaths caused through their inaction. Under this legislation, negligence will no longer be tolerated. We still have a long way to go to ensure every Australian has access to reliable connectivity wherever they are, but this government is working to deliver vital measures to make sure that we get there. The Liberal Nationals government has been on the front foot to address issues of coverage. Across Australia, this funding has seen 1,270 new base stations across Australia through the Mobile Black Spots program. In Mallee alone, this program has delivered $9.5 million towards greater coverage across the electorate. Regional communities need strong, reliable connectivity to be able to do the simple things urban residents are able to do consistently and have been able to for some time. Things like connecting with family over the phone, working from home, using online business platforms and accessing emergency services. Each new mobile tower is connecting regional communities across Mallee to online services, increasing productivity and generating economic growth, which is why the government continues to invest in the Mobile Black Spot program. The government is also committed to bringing rural and regional communities up to speed in their access to telecommunications services. Just this last week, almost 4,000 households in Mildura and Irimple became eligible for NBN upgrades so they can access broadband internet with speeds consistent with residents in capital cities. These premises will now be able to access plans of up to 1 gigabite per second, something we only dream of, using the fibre to the premises connections. These are internet plans that they have previously not had access to. This rollout will create jobs in the community, ensure local businesses can access the speeds they need to thrive, and improve connectivity for families across the entire region. I met with the NBN Co last week and they assure me that they continue to invest in products and technologies to meet connectivity needs and are committed to meeting the current and future broadband needs of households and businesses across regional Australia. This announcement shines a light on the broad work that this government is doing to reach rural and regional communities with faster speed NBN connections that has a real and measurable impact for local communities. Improving telecommunications access and coverage is a priority for this side of the House. We will continue to work to address the concerns of Australians who endure inferior connectivity. The Morrison-Joyce government are committed to reducing the gap in telecommunications access for regional Australians.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Eden-Monaro.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Mayo for raising this motion. There is no doubt that reliable telecommunications are essential in a modern world. Every Australian, irrespective of where they live or work, should have access to quality, reliable and affordable voice and data services. But unfortunately, there is an ongoing inequality in the access to telecommunications experienced by Australians living in regional, rural and remote areas compared to our urban counterparts. Wherever I go in my electorate, better mobile phone and internet connectivity is high on the list of priorities. I know that everyone knows that. The Morrison government knew that during the Eden-Monaro by-election when it made the Strengthening Telecommunications Against Natural Disasters funding commitment. The communities of Eden-Monaro found themselves cut off from the world during the darkest days of our Black Summer bushfires. That sense of isolation is now a deep part of our community's trauma. I recently conducted an online survey and encouraged Eden-Monaro residents to get in touch and tell me their experiences with telecommunications. I wish I could say that I was surprised by the results, but as my office started mapping the hundreds of responses we received, we were left wondering if it would be easier to map out the areas where we could get constant reception. When families were plunged into learning from home earlier this year, the issues with connectivity were further exacerbated. Some families were only able to access the internet for an hour or two a day, which is simply not good enough. Individuals and families who have been struggling with connectivity for far too long have spent huge amounts of money installing mobile boosters in the hope that that would improve their telecommunications access. Unfortunately for many, this was money wasted. When people in the cities think about mobile black spots, they expect them to be in rural areas hours away from the closest town. But in Eden-Monaro, black spots can be found in the middle of towns or within 5 minutes of the town centre. Just last week, I was driving from Queanbeyan to Bungendore, and less than 5 minutes out of Queanbeyan, where I could still see the main street in my rear-view mirror, I was completely out of reception. Carwoola, Telbingo, New Morella, Dalmeny and Mystery Bay are just some of the areas where I've recently held telecommunications meetings, because the situation is just so dire. And the story is always the same. People have no mobile phone reception or internet connectivity at their homes, and they've spent hours trying to find a solution to no avail. Richard, who lives in the Yass Valley, responded to my survey and explained that he's only 30 minutes away from where we are right now. 30 minutes away from Parliament House, and mobile reception is best described as patchy. Last year, Richard had a neighbour who nearly died from a heart attack because his wife had difficulty calling 000. She had to get her husband into a car and partially drive him to Canberra just so she could call an ambulance. Countless people responded to my survey to recount their experiences during the Black Summer bushfires and their expectation that the government would address connectivity issues as part of the bushfire recovery efforts. This is what the government promised. Annette from Nerriga told me that her property was impacted by fires and they had no landline or mobile service for over 3 months. Debbie from Peakview said she has no mobile service whatsoever at her home, and this made the Black Summer bushfires all the more difficult. They were surrounded by fires for 6 weeks with no landline and no mobile service. They were cut off from their community and they were cut off from vital information. We're almost 2 years on from these fires, and these communities still face an unknown situation because connectivity hasn't improved. Mark lives near the Victorian border and explained that huge stretches of the Monero Highway are complete black spots. He regularly comes across people pulled over on the side of the road who have broken down or hit a kangaroo, and they are stuck without any way to call for help. This is a main highway and travel route between New South Wales and Victoria, and people are regularly left stranded due to a lack of mobile phone reception. More and more, this government is moving services online, but unfortunately this just increases the divide between people living in the city versus those in regional areas. Every day, Services Australia are forcing more and more people to apply for and manage their payments online. This year, with more COVID lockdowns and thousands of people unable to work, government support was a lifeline for millions. But accessing the support was also a nightmare for many in my communities, with local service centres and libraries closed, people unable to go to family members or friends' houses to access the internet. People were left feeling that the government support was only available for those in the cities, not for those in regional areas. Alan from Womboyne told me that all houses in his street have no mobile phone reception. At the peak of the pandemic, he was unable to access MyGov from his house. This government needs to do better for regional communities, and reliable telecommunications is the bare minimum they deserve.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Mayo for bringing this motion to the Parliament, and I'm sure members in this place know that I don't often miss an opportunity to raise the salience of this issue, in particular when it comes to mobile phone service reception. A functional mobile phone service was once a luxury, but it is now a necessary business tool. And in the case of regional communities, particularly for the farming sector, it's a key part of their safety toolkit. The official statistics tell us that 99.5% of the population and 33% of Australia's land mass is covered. These aren't the statistics I focus on. I'm focused on the 399 community-identified black spots in my electorate of Barker alone. A recent survey conducted by the Wattle Range Council on this issue showed that residents of that local government region rated their phone service 2 out of 5. 70% said they would regularly operate at 2 bars or less. That's just not good enough for an area of roughly 4,000 square kilometres with a population of 12,000 people. That might be rural, it might be regional, but it's absolutely not remote. It's just not good enough. Every 3 years, there's an independent regional telecommunications review under law to examine the report on the adequacy of telecommunications in rural, regional and remote Australia. The 2021 review is due to be reported on next month. The review has consulted widely. It's held 24 online consultation sessions. There's been over 500 participants, and they've received a record number of submissions at 656. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I suspect a review will discover much of what the RRCC and this motion is saying. I suspect that because it's what I hear day to day from my constituents. There's not a day that doesn't go by when I'm in community and I don't hear people speak about this issue or complain about it directly to me. They're paying for a mobile service that they're unable to use much of the time. I can confidently say it's the number one issue that's raised with me. Daylight second. For example, I want to read an excerpt from a letter written to Telstra from one such constituent. The constituent writes, "The Pabinga area has grain and sheep producers and 2 major potato growers. These Pabinga businesses, we are at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to being competitive in the grain, wool and lamb markets. Not being able to contact agents or traders on time can be extremely costly. This is a real issue for us. Not being able to use our mobile phone or data services puts us at a disadvantage when we can't make or receive phone calls, text messages or emails when we're at work on the property. Waiting for someone to call you back on our landline is so non-productive. When we have a breakdown or an emergency situation, we have to make a dash for one of our landlines so we can make the appropriate calls to get the issue attended to. This is unproductive for modern farming enterprises and is certainly unproductive for our farm, which supports several families. Luckily, for the good people of Pabinga, the region received a commitment for a mobile phone tower from round 5 of the Mobile Phone Black Spot program, and I believe this Optus tower is due to be switched on by the end of the year. So while government's Mobile Black Spot program has addressed the issue for Pabinga, there are many, many stories around my electorate, indeed around this country, just like that I've read out to you. The government is also committed to improving telecommunication services through its connectivity programs in regional Australia, and I commend the government for its action taken on this issue. Our government has taken action through the Mobile Phone Black Spot program. There's more work to be done, but is taking that action, which is in stark contrast to 0 towers erected during that period between 2007 and 2013. Now, the member for Berowra has taken up the charge, and I'm pleased for him to be on our side in this fight, and I'm fully supportive of what he's doing via his private member's bill, and he's obviously alluded to that earlier in his contribution. In particular, it does 4 things. Just want to reiterate them. It creates a universal mobile service obligation. It forces telecommunication companies to improve customer service, forces telcos to be more responsible in provision of maintenance and service to disaster-prone areas, and bolsters competition. It's about time the telcos got serious. It's not just at marketing time that should worry about rural and regional constituents.
I thank the member for Barker. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Mayo for putting this motion forward. It's a comprehensive look at the various telecommunications issues that rural and regional communities face, and my community faces all those issues and needs the same kinds of solutions that are being put forward. I do think, though, it's a bit rich for the member for Berowra and the member for Barker to stand here and talk about a private member's bill that the member for Berowra is putting forward with regard to mobile communication, when they have been part of a government that has been in power for nearly a decade. They've got nearly a decade to fix the flawed mobile black spot funding program, to think more about peri-urban areas. You know, we're coming to the finish line of their 3rd term of government, and I hope it will be their last term of government, and they just stumble to the finish line with something that may or may not make any difference for peri-urban communities. Now, it's been such an ineffective response from the government. They seem to think they have nothing to do with it. Oh, it's Telstra. Oh, it's Optus or Vodafone. Let's blame somebody else for it. Well, that side of the parliament sets the rules under which everybody operates, sets the rules for landline. You know, why don't we have a universal service provision already required for internet? These are the sorts of issues that should have been addressed. They're not new. And let me tell you, in 2013, when my house burnt down in a bushfire and all I could do was occasionally send text messages to my son in the hope that we'd be able to communicate enough for him to escape from what soon turned into an inferno, that was a big wake-up call. The Blue Mountains telecommunications showed its fragility at that point. Yet here we are, 8 years on, and nothing has changed. Now, it isn't just mobile communications, it's also NBN communications. And I'm sorry the member for Barker isn't in the chamber right now, because he is the chair of the NBN committee, of which I am deputy chair. We have a whole report ready to go, not yet signed off. Now, I confess I was the person who held it up in March when my community was underwater. I could not attend a meeting in order to have that report finalised. But we have since had, I think it must be more than 8 months now, since the end of March, the member for Indi and I have worked collaboratively to try and get this report finalised with the chair. Yet here we are in the last 2 weeks of Parliament, and there is no sign of a meeting being scheduled for the NBN committee to release the report, which will deal with a bunch of the issues that are raised in this motion: the quality of NBN coverage, the challenges that people face. Now, this is a government that goes slow on telecommunications. They gave the Blue Mountains a tower at Mount Tomah. Great, mobile phone communication all set for Mount Tomah. Then it was all a bit too hard. And a year or two later, they pulled that tower away and sent it out to somewhere further west. Now, that's the sort of care and concern that's been given to a community that only 2 years ago went up in smoke. It's a community that is subjected to the worst natural disasters you can see, yet our telecommunication system is just as it was, not much better than 2 years ago or 7 years ago. What we have is a government that has no sense of urgency on these issues. These are life and death issues. These are issues where if that phone doesn't connect you, Mountain Lagoon, if they can't get a phone call through on their landline, they could miss finding out that they are surrounded by fire. The same applies to floods. The McDonald Valley, they face floods and fires. They describe their telecommunications as wholly inadequate, and they have worked assiduously with Optus to try and resolve getting the tower that they've been awarded. I can't even tell you how many years ago it was now. It just isn't happening, and it won't happen in the immediate future. And then you've got people like Nathan and Peter and Phil from Blackstone's Ridge who talk about we had Telstra but no coverage, we went to Optus, not much better, and you're lucky to get 1 bar. The internet is a joke. They tell me that they've spent more than $1,000 on mobile reception boosters, and that barely gives them enough coverage, and they certainly can't hotspot. Now, this is what people are living with, and the people who are responsible and could have fixed this are sitting on that side. It's just not good enough.
I thank the member for Macquarie. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 7. Motion relating to Australian Defence Force careers.
The member for Berowra. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the motion standing in the name of the member for Stirling.
Leave is granted.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to Australian Defence Force careers in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. As the great-grandson of a Gallipoli Anzac who also took part in the charge of the light horse at Beersheba, and the grandson of a Changi POW who served on the Burma Railway, I'm pleased to speak about the contribution of Australia's defence personnel. Australia's military tradition predates the Australian nation. Colonial forces fought in the Boxer Rebellion, the Sudan and the Boer War. The Australian Defence Force is one of the iconic institutions in our national life. Australians salute and respect the ADF, its personnel and its veterans. Some of the most important defining moments in our national life and our culture relate to the service exploits and victories and, yes, defeats of the Australian Defence Force. Places like Gallipoli, Beersheba, the Somme, Ypres, Passchendaele, Bullecourt, Fromelles, Pozières, Villers-Bretonneux, Tobruk, Benghazi, El Alamein, Greece and Crete, Kokoda, Rabaul, Darwin, the Coral Sea, Milne Bay, Borneo, Korea, Malaya, Long Tan, Nui Dat, Kuwait, Somalia, Bougainville, East Timor, Kandahar, Uruzgan and Taran Kowt are etched on our nation's consciousness. Great commanders like Sir John Monash, Sir Thomas Blamey and Sir Peter Cosgrove became national heroes and household names. 101 Australians have been awarded Victoria Crosses, including people like Sir Roden Cutler, Albert Jacker, Keith Payne and Mark Donaldson. Around 102,000 Australians have made the supreme sacrifice in all wars and 226,000 have been wounded. Over 34,000 have been taken prisoners. At the last Defence census, around 60,000 people were serving in the ADF and about 17,000 in the reserves. The latest figures reveal that 19.7% of ADF personnel are women and about 25% of Navy and Air Force and 15% in the Army, although the Army has the largest number of women in real terms. These people carry on the tradition of their forebears and their service represents the highest ideals of Australian citizenship. Every country needs a defence force of people who are prepared to lay down their lives for their fellow citizens. Defence service is a huge ask of any country of its citizens. Therefore, as civilians, we must be grateful to those prepared to serve and respect their service and sacrifice. Given the recent withdrawal from Afghanistan, I wanted to acknowledge over the last 20 years some 39,000 men and women of the ADF who've served, along with diplomats, police officers, aid workers, civil officials and, of course, Afghan coalition military partners from more than 50 countries. I also want to acknowledge the 41 ADF members who made the supreme sacrifice, including Trooper Jason Brown from my electorate. The mission of the ADF today is to defend Australia and its national interests and to advance Australia's security and prosperity. Every day, ADF personnel defend our values and the Australian way of life, supporting humanitarian assistance and disaster response efforts and assisting in recovery efforts. In that regard, I want to place on record my thanks to ADF personnel who came to the aid of communities on the Hawkesbury River earlier this year following the floods. The presence of the ADF brought confidence and hope to communities whose homes and livelihoods had been decimated. Let me again thank the personnel from the 5th Brigade Infantry Company of the ADF, led by Major Mark Whitfield, for their leadership of the rescue and recovery effort. The ADF offers extensive training to its members, which is essential for a modern defence force. The ADF offers nationally recognised qualifications and varying entry options like the Australian Defence Force Academy and Defence University scholarships. Reservists also receive world-class training in leadership, communication and problem-solving, combined with great benefits including a tax-free salary. Military service has significant differences to civilian employment, and there are unique demands and sacrifices required both from ADF members and their families. And I want to acknowledge not only the service of ADF personnel, but also the sacrifice of their families. Family relocations are regular, sometimes with limited notice, and can be stressful. Partners' careers may be interrupted, with a commensurate loss of income, with impacts on childcare and schooling. These factors are perhaps too rarely acknowledged, and I'm pleased to be able to salute Defence family members as well. I wanted to conclude with some words about current Australian defence policy. In September, the Prime Minister, the President of the United States and Prime Minister Johnson of the United Kingdom announced the new AUKUS Trilateral Security Partnership. AUKUS will see Australia and the other nations share more information and intelligence, foster greater integration of security and defence-related science, technology, industrial bases and supply chains, and strengthen our cooperation in advanced and critical technologies. The first major initiative of AUKUS is to support Australia's acquisition of nuclear-powered subs. Our trilateral efforts will enhance our joint capabilities and interoperability, with an initial focus on cyber capabilities, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies and additional undersea capabilities. Deputy Speaker, we are living in increasingly uncertain times both at home and abroad, and I want to thank the ADF for their service in such challenging times. We salute what you do.
I thank the member for Berowra. Is the motion seconded?
Seconded and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the member for Stirling's motion, which recognises the benefits of a career in the Australian Defence Force, the importance of recruiting the best and the brightest to serve our country, and the sacrifice, sometimes the ultimate sacrifice, made by those who do serve and have served our country. Speaker, the Williamtown RAF base is in my electorate of Patterson. I've visited it many times over the last nearly 6 years since I was elected, and indeed lived on the base for the ADF parliamentary program for a week. And last week, the Shadow Minister for Defence came to visit and inspect the Williamtown RAF base, Brendan O'Connor. I've also had the honour of visiting my local Defence Cadet Squadron, the Maitland Squadron, and I've been really impressed when I've been invited to indeed inspect the parade and look at the skill and the fine young people that enrol and enlist in cadets. The Cadets program is a wonderful personal development program for our young people, and there are more than 28,000 cadets Australia-wide across Navy, Air Force and Army units. In undertaking challenging and disciplined activities and programs in cadets, these young people develop the capacity to contribute to society as individuals and as members of a team, and importantly as leaders. They also develop a spirit of civic participation, and vitally, they develop the character that comes from service, which is really vital in today's world. Importantly, cadets also fosters an interest in defence careers, and it is vital that we do attract our best and brightest to a career in defence. And on the world stage, when we are moving to shore up our defence capabilities, I want to highlight some of those things that stand in steep contrast to the wonderful work and leadership of our best and brightest young cadets, and that's most sadly our Prime Minister's diplomatic failures, particularly with the French more recently. Young people often get into trouble for breaking up with someone or leaving a job via text. Well, how about one of the most important diplomatic messages being sent by text? That was certainly clumsy. It was certainly costly, but I think most importantly to many Australians, it was incredibly deceitful coming from a Prime Minister. He further embarrassed the nation in Glasgow. And then there's China, another relationship the government must work hard to repair. In our region, we face the most difficult strategic circumstances since the end of World War II. Our region is being reshaped, in great part by the strategic competition by the US and China. We have a role to play in that reshaping, one that requires diplomacy and strategy, far beyond the bungling of our present Prime Minister. We need to work with the US, the UK and with our regional partners to demonstrate we are serious about regional stability. And that is not just about military power, but about economic power and also the health of our region, including timely access to vaccines and charting a course out of this pandemic. And at home, we have the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide about to get underway. After dragging its heels for 2 years, the Morrison government finally agreed in July to hold this Royal Commission. The very need for a Royal Commission is an admission that, as a nation, we are letting down our defence personnel and we are letting down our veterans. Labor has long campaigned for this Royal Commission, and it is vital that the commissioners hear from the people who are central to this issue: serving personnel, veterans and, really importantly, their families who've lived it all. Alarmingly, rates of suicide among veterans are higher than the general population. Among male veterans, who make up the vast majority, the rate is 22% higher. Among female veterans, who are in a minority, the rate is a staggering 127% higher. While the Royal Commission is long overdue and welcome, the government should not wait for it to conclude to make these long overdue reforms.
I thank the member for Paterson and call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Acting Speaker, and I rise in strong support of the member for Stirling's motion and acknowledge his distinguished service to this nation in uniform before entering the parliament. Serving in our country's Defence Force is a selfless act, and we ought to acknowledge those amongst us who have and continue to dedicate themselves to our nation as part of the ADF, whether that be through full-time service or in the local reserves. My electorate of Ryan has a strong military presence, as I've spoken about often in this place. It's home to the Australian Army's Gallipoli Barracks at Enoggera, and there are many families across Australia that relocate to the Ryan electorate as a result of being posted to the Gallipoli Barracks during their years of service, which can be a difficult move for many. It's quite a sought-after posting, I have to say, because you don't get too many large army barracks centrally located in a major city, and for many they choose to remain there with their families. But as so many defence families would attest, it is a great place to live and to work and to raise a family, and I'm very humble as I hear the many stories from the defence families feeling so welcome in our community. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australia has a proud military heritage, and it continues to attract the best and brightest among us, as it should, to serve our nation and contribute to the rich military history that we share in our region. Our unique defence pathways continue to attract young men and women across Australia who want to go above and beyond and serve our nation, and the Morrison government will continue to back our defence pathways and encourage young Australians to get involved. Recently, the Morrison government committed $11.5 million to upgrade the Enoggera Health Centre within the Gallipoli Barracks in my electorate of Ryan to develop the existing facilities and provide servicemen and women with the care that they need. It is these kind of practical upgrades that support our defence men and women and ensure they are prepared to defend our nation. I also want to acknowledge, like the Speaker before me, the role of the Australian Defence Force cadets and the pivotal role they play in encouraging and developing our young men and women to join the ADF. Early in the year, I had the privilege of being joined by Assistant Minister Hastie, who is, of course, a former member of the Defence Force, to launch the Brookfield Cadet Unit in the electorate. There has been strong interest from my local community to develop another cadet unit. There is already one located at the Enoggera Barracks, but it has a significant number of young people on the waiting list, and the Morrison government's commitment of $100,000 a year to start the new Brookfield Cadet Unit will mean more local families have an opportunity on the other side of the electorate to join the cadets. The cadets, of course, plays a vital role in teaching young people leadership and resilience, skills that are not only useful and important in the ADF, but useful and important in life. Mr Deputy Speaker, being home to the Gallipoli Barracks and a number of military families, my electorate of Ryan also has many veteran support groups located within it and RSLs who play a vital role in supporting local veterans and their families. Many of us in this House would understand the difficulties of being away from family and friends for prolonged periods of time, and it is much the same for our veterans, albeit worse if you're on operations. Whether they are posted overseas or across Australia, members of our ADF are often away from their families for extended periods of time. I was speaking to a senior naval officer the other night who mentioned that their 2 years of shore leave was cut short, and they've done 1 year of shore leave, and now they're back out onto operations, and it's a story that's repeated many times across the ADF as their skills are in demand and they're sent out again away from their families to serve our nation, but they do it with great fortitude. I want to particularly pay tribute to the Pickabeen Community Association in Mitchelton, who last year were awarded nearly $70,000 as part of the Morrison government's Family Support Funding Program to help with their targeted programs in engaging with the local defence community and their families. It's a wonderful program that I'd like to see more funding go towards, and I'll continue to advocate for them. Recently, the Gaithorn RSL was also awarded over $45,000 to upgrade their facility and further enhance the invaluable role they do in the local community, serving as advocates to support our veterans. The BEST grants have also enabled the Moggill Historical Society in my electorate to publish their very own book, bringing to life stories of Moggill's World War II heroes. I had the privilege of contributing the foreword to the book, and I wish the Moggill Historical Society the best of luck with its publication.
I thank the member for Ryan. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am pleased to have this opportunity to talk about the wonderful tradition Defence plays in my electorate of Gilmore. I'm proud to say that the New South Wales South Coast is home to HMAS Albatross and HMAS Creswell. HMAS Albatross, based at Nowra, is the Royal Australian Navy's only air station, home to the Australian Navy Fleet Air Arm, and HMAS Creswell, the Navy's officer training school on the shores of Jervis Bay. Deputy Speaker, HMAS Albatross has been an integral part of the Nowra community for nearing 75 years. With around 1,300 personnel on base, its local importance cannot be overstated. Deputy Speaker, I am committed to working with the government and the Navy to grow defence jobs in our local area, jobs that have the opportunities within aviation. Joining a team that includes pilots, ground support crew, or the engineers and technicians that keep our technologically advanced aircraft safe and airworthy. Jobs that look after the well-being of ADF personnel, such as a doctor, nurse, dentist, psychologist, scientist, or chaplain. Job choices from a wide variety of trades, ranging from electronics, mechanics and carpentry to cooking and plumbing, all with good pay, mateship and job security in what could be the most rewarding job a young or mature Australian could ever undertake. Deputy Speaker, I mention young Australians, especially regarding the gap year opportunity that is also available. I encourage all Year 12 graduates, perhaps still pondering their next step, to consider spending an exciting 12 months in the Navy, Army or Air Force. You'll get paid for a gap year of meaningful work while travelling around Australia, gaining skills and making lifelong friends. Deputy Speaker, proudly in current times are the equal opportunities provided across all roles, promotion and recognition based on your personal abilities and attributes. The Australian Defence Force offers excellent career opportunities for women. When we talk about the outstanding contribution of women to the Australian Defence Force, I can't help but talk again of HMAS Albatross. Commanding officer of the base is Captain Robin Phillips. Captain Phillips was appointed to the role in December 2019. Having joined the Royal Australian Navy as a seaman officer in 1990 and graduated from the Australian Defence Force Academy in 1992. Preceding Captain Phillips in 2017, HMAS Albatross actually made history with its first ever female commanding officer, Captain Fiona Sneath. Within any conversation regarding personnel, however, we need also to speak to their spouse and family and for the less visible sacrifices that are made when supporting a career in the Australian Defence Force. I would like to bring to the attention of the House the name Beck Raynor, a Nowra woman and presenter of the Military Wife Life podcast. Quoting from her own webpage, "I've been living this oh-so-complicated but beautiful life for 19 years. Yep, you heard me, 19 years of packing and unpacking, leaving friends and making friends, living with my military guy and living apart. 19 years of all the ups and downs and crazy turns that is military life. Well, what a journey." The podcast celebrates, empowers and embraces the spouses behind the military members. Beck is passionate about building connections with defence families in the Shoalhaven region and around the country. Podcast episodes talk to matters of support, spouses supporting spouses in their mutual military life. I recommend the podcasts and the insights it provides. For Australian Defence Force personnel especially, you will be reassured you are not alone when dealing with matters of support. Deputy Speaker, the benefit of HMAS Albatross and HMAS Creswell in the Gilmore community is profound. Defence personnel, their families and children are totally embedded in our community. I am committed to working with the government and the Navy to grow defence jobs in our local area.
I thank the member for Gilmore. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Along the Kokoda Trail in Papua New Guinea, on the memorial at Isarava, at the summit overlooking the valley below, there are 4 values inscribed on the pillars: courage, endurance, mateship and sacrifice. These are the 4 values of leadership entrenched by the Anzacs, embodied by the heroes of Kokoda, and live on in the men and women of the Australian Defence Force today. There is a long and proud history of service in the ADF that is felt in communities and families across our country, including in my electorate of Lindsay. A few weeks ago, we marked Remembrance Day, a solemn day of reflection for our country, as we remember the service and sacrifice of the 102,000 Australians who lost their lives in wars, conflicts and peacekeeping missions. We also recognise those who returned home to Australia from theatres of war all around the world and bear physical and emotional burdens. I commemorated Remembrance Day with our community at Memory Park in Penrith. One name marked on the memorial is Private William Starling. Private Starling was born in Penrith. He went to the local public school, was a member of the local rifle club and worked at the Penrith Post Office. He enlisted in 1915 and sailed to Egypt for training before his battalion was deployed to Pozières on the Western Front in France. Pozières was a strategically important position due to the advantage of the high ground to launch offensives. Australians captured Pozières on the 23rd of July 1916 and were subjected to relentless artillery bombardment. Private Starling was wounded only the following day and died from his injuries at 19 years of age. Private Starling was one of 6,800 Australians who were killed or died of wounds from the Battle of Pozières. Like so many others, and so many to follow, Private Starling exhibited the values marked on the Kokoda Trail: the courage to travel to distant lands in conflict and fight for Australia, the endurance to be pushed to the limits and to keep going, the mateship, the spirit of camaraderie that defined the Anzacs, and the sacrifice for our country. The Prime Minister recently joined me at the Vietnam Veterans St Mary's Outpost for a community morning tea with some of our local veterans and members of our community. A big part of the St Mary's Outpost and why it means so much to local people and families is how it keeps people connected. Overcoming restrictions and lockdowns, it has been incredibly challenging, but they have continued to provide extraordinary advocacy and, importantly, mental health services for their members to ensure they're getting the best support, particularly when many people felt very alone. Gathering together in person again at the St Mary's Outpost was wonderful to see, and a testament to the hard work of our community, going out and getting vaccinated. And a special shout out to President of the Outpost, Sam Avecchio, who works so hard for every single veteran in our community. And it was a wonderful barbecue that we put on for the PM with lots of sausages, eggs and bacon, which he enjoyed very much, having breakfast with our community just last week. From our veterans to our local cadets, Lindsay has a strong, proud and ongoing commitment to the service of our nation and respect for our ADF. The ADF's contribution to shaping our environment...
7:30, I regret to inform the Federation Chamber the time allotted for this debate has expired. I thank the member for Lindsay. I acknowledge also the member for Solomon was about to speak, and I thank you for your service to our nation. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the member for Mallee.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Member for Cunningham. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow.